Diana read the comic in one breath, exhaled heartily, and then remembered the business and asked, "Have you bound all the comics into one volume?" Peter he nodded and said, "It will be sold in this form in the future." Diana looked down at the Iron Man comic in her hand and felt that this form seemed more appropriate, but then there was another question. What about the newspaper? What content should we replace it with? Peter had naturally planned it in advance and handed the new version of the weekly newspaper to Diana. Diana took a closer look and found that the comic strip above had changed from Iron Man to a new friend, Gotham Spider-Man. A new comic? Diana was thinking about what a good day today was, because Black Superman had become so full. If I could give her so much every day, she would definitely die of happiness. After thinking about the beautiful picture in her mind, Diana took the newspaper and read it. Although the name Spider-Man seems strange, from Diana's perspective, it is actually very serious. The story tells that in the future Gotham City, there are many gangs, crime and drugs are endless. A poor boy named Peter Parker was lucky enough to be bitten by a mutant spider and gained superpowers similar to those of a spider. After a brief expansion, his uncle paid the price with his life for his arrogance. He awakened from this and decided to use his superpower to devote himself to the great cause of fighting crime and protecting ordinary people. Diana was soon fascinated by it. Compared with Tony Stark, who was born in a privileged and conceited way, Peter Parker seemed to be easier to empathize with. The location is Gotham City in the future, and the citizens of Gotham with their simple folk customs will definitely feel very involved. The phrase "with great power comes great responsibility" made her even more beautiful. Peter on the side knew at a glance that another unlucky guy was about to be poisoned by these words. After reading it, Diana finally came to her senses. How could this be a sudden act of kindness by Black Superman and a large amount of money? This was obviously a new trap. Although she had just eaten, she suddenly became dissatisfied with desire. "Why does Spider-Man's name in the comics look exactly like yours?" Diana asked. After being together for such a long time, she naturally learned Peter's name one day in her daily life. In response, Peter just said casually, "It's just a coincidence." Really? Diana didn't believe it and was suspicious. Looking at Peter, Peter ignored her doubts and said, "In addition, I will open a new section in the newspaper called Gotham of the Future, which can be regarded as in conjunction with the new comics. Next week and the editing cost Iron Man will be sold together." Diana naturally had no objection to this and started to deal with various matters. Now she was putting more thought and effort into the newspaper office, even though the newspaper office technically belonged to Peter. He is completely representative of high-quality workers. Even Peter occasionally has doubts. Wonder Woman won't be led astray because of this, right? Of course, even if it is distorted, it will only be decades later. The steward of the Elliot family also arrived as scheduled not long after. As soon as the other party came to the door, although he didn't say it clearly, his eyes and words still showed the superiority of the four major families. The other party's request was also very generous. Although it offered a very generous price, its goal was to acquire the entire Marvel newspaper. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Including Peter and Diana. In Gotham, the four major Elliot families are definitely one of the most powerful families. We control more than 80% of the newspapers and media in this city. Joining us is your best choice. Peter did not put forward any opinions, but looked at Diana making a decision with a smile. There is no doubt that Diana refused. During this period of time, except for Peter drawing 2 comics, Diana was busy with everything else. Although this Amazon princess who has just integrated into human society does not have to endure hardships, she has also put in a lot of hard work. She has put a lot of effort into this newspaper, and it is an important practice place for her chosen path. How could it be sold like this? Go. The Elliot family does not allow any family in Gotham to divide their authoritative presence in the newspaper industry, which leads to natural conflicts between the two parties. As expected, they broke up on bad terms, even though the steward hinted overtly or covertly at the power of the Elliot family. Diana angrily said, "These people are really too much. Why do you have to join them? They are just like bandits. Don't you understand, Diana, this is how the world is." Peter slowly drank a cup of coffee. "Explain." Diana was silent for a while and then said, "I don't like it very much." Peter nodded and supported, "Just do what you want." This moved Diana deeply. Whenever she encounters difficulties, Black Superman will be by her side to support her, which makes her feel an inexplicable sense of security, and even makes her want to rely on her. Although there are no difficulties, Black Superman is the biggest problem. Her plump long legs wrapped in pantyhose walked to the sofa next to Peter and sat down. They squeezed them together for a while. Diana said a little sticky, "Sometimes, I don't know how to thank you. What a good person." The Amazon female warrior felt an unprecedented sense of coquettishness at this moment. It's a pity that the Black Superman opposite didn't even read it, and said in a very puzzled way, "That's just right. I want to make a new comic book. It turns out that the old ones for printing newspapers are not enough. Let's go over and upgrade them." Diana. So angry? Why doesn't this person know how to seize opportunities at critical moments? The Elliot family. Edward successfully learned from the butler the result of the failed negotiation. But he was not surprised. It doesn't matter, they have to be beaten and taught a lesson, and then these guys will know what reality is. The butler also agreed in a timely manner, "Sir, when the time comes, they will beg you. Take action." Haha. Edward laughed. Although it was just a small newspaper, it was still worthwhile to be happy to be able to kill a potential opponent. He said, next, all our channels are not allowed to sell their newspapers. By the way, how are the cartoons I asked you to copy? We have found the best artist and are studying each other's painting style. Very good, then make a copy of their newspaper and put it in their neighborhood, so that even the newsboy can no longer work. Edward issued various orders very familiarly. Over the years, he has relied on these tricks to defeat many unscrupulous competitors. Soon, the time came for the release of the 4th issue of Marvel Weekly. Some practitioners in the industry, even before today, could smell some rumors. They all knew that the Elliot family had taken action again. Gotham's media oligarchs are already hungry and thirsty. 3 axes are hanging over their heads, and another unlucky guy is about to be beheaded. And it's not hard to guess who this unlucky guy is. Except for Marvel News, which has been in the spotlight recently, there is no one worthy of the Elliot family's action. Admittedly, most of them regret this. The comics of Marvel newspaper are really good, and many of their people are fans of the comics, but reality is reality. In Gotham, no one can challenge the authority of the 4 major families. Everyone is watching this day, watching another new star fall in front of the old monopoly power, with both indifference and regret in their hearts. Then Elliot was dried to pieces. That day, as usual, Diana moved the newspapers out and asked the newsboys to distribute them. Newsboys lamented not seeing the next issue of Iron Man, but were quickly drawn to Gotham Spider-Man. For children in this era with little entertainment, their requirements are really not high. As long as there is something interesting enough to divert their attention, they can accept it. Compared to the superior arms tycoon Tony Stark, Peter Parker, who was born into a poor boy, also made them empathize more, and the effect was not bad at all. At the same time, the newspaper did not forget to publish a piece of news. The hardcover album of Iron Man is on the shelves today. In addition to all the comics from issues 1 to 3, it also contains the follow-up plot. The quantity is limited. Buy this newspaper, you can get a discount coupon, and you can buy it at a priority discount. Each person is limited to 1. Immediately, a newsboy saw the message, pointed and asked, Sister Diana, what are the hardcover albums and discount coupons? Diana was already prepared and took out the comic book and tickets with a smile. The moment the newsboys saw the album, their eyes lit up. The top of the album is a cool Iron Man cover, which I have never seen in newspapers. Most importantly, whether it is the material of the paper or the exquisite and clear printing technology, the quality far exceeds the level of this era. Although the printing methods of previous newspapers were somewhat superior, due to the carrier, they were not too outstanding after all. But in order to better carry the comics and make the effect more prominent, Peter directly improved the technology for decades, which resulted in a stunning final effect. As for why it has not directly reached the modern level, it is mainly due to the influence of the current overall scientific and technological level of mankind. But this is enough. Such a picture album, regardless of its content, is highly collectible based on its quality alone. As for discount coupons, they are just a means of hunger marketing, and there are also methods to prevent counterfeiting. Anyway, under the sanctions of the Elliot family, it was impossible to publicize it on a large scale in the early stage, whether it was newspapers or albums. Yes, Diana was aware of the attack on the Elliots. As these days approached, she clearly felt the pressure from the Elliot family. Most of the vendors who had originally agreed to buy newspapers suddenly changed their promises and broke their agreements in the past few days. Anyone who is not a fool knows that something is wrong here. Originally, she was worried about this and didn't know what was wrong. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Fortunately, during this time, she also learned a skill from Black Superman, namely, passing the blame. Since Black Superman can leave a lot of chores and troubles to her, then she can also leave such confusing and difficult problems to Black Superman, right? Well, even though she paid a lot for it later, Diana couldn't help but blush on her face. Fortunately, the effort is worth it.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Black Superman analyzed the matter clearly to her, and at the same time, he also formulated the current strategies. Thinking of this, Diana distributed the picture albums to the newsboys one by one, and said, when you go to the streets to sell newspapers, remember to show these picture albums to the guests. Some of the picture albums have been sent to the estate owned by the Grave family for sale on their behalf. In this way, even though the new issue of the weekly newspaper is only sold by a few vendors, shops, and newsboys in surrounding neighborhoods, its popularity has not declined but has increased. The hardcover comic album in the hands of the newsboy really attracted enough attention, and even later, a lot of scalpers and book speculators appeared spontaneously. As we all know, people are profit-seeking. Once money is involved, it will be difficult to get angry. As for Elliot, although they also hired people to copy the comics, they invited the best painters. But the technical level accumulated by industry in the past century is not so easy to imitate, not to mention that this is just a poor product made in a hurry. Although it is not violent, it is not tepid either, and cannot be compared with other comic books of the current generation. As for those copied newspapers, pirated versions are disgraceful, especially because there are no coupons, so they are directly thrown into the trash can. Elliot's three-blade axe hit the hard head. Not only did he fail to cut off a piece of meat, but the blade was curled. Elliot family. Edward Elliot was listening with a gloomy expression as the steward in charge reported to him the situation at Marvel newspapers this morning. Lost, even if the specific data has not yet come out, but just judging from the situation of both sides today, Edward knows that the Elliot family lost this battle completely. Like a raging lion, he stared at the steward with sinister eyes. It wasn't until the steward began to tremble with fear from the power that he asked, "Is this what you promised me, that the task will be completed?" He picked up a piece of paper. The newspaper, which was plagiarized from the comic that was put on the shelves today, pointed at the poor painting skills and said angrily, "Look, what you drew? Compared with Marvel comics, it looks like shit. Also, the Marvel Weekly I asked you to secretly copy has not sold a few copies yet. This is how you do things." The manager was so frightened by him that he dared not speak even more, lowering his head and shaking silently. At this time, no matter what the explanation is, it is just a contradiction, and it will only make him feel worse. Fortunately, Edward's old butler stood up and reassured, "Sir, the main problem this time is still with Marvel News. They used several methods to resolve our attack very accurately." Let's talk about some of Peter's strategies. This made Edward finally stop being angry and calm down a little. In fact, he also knew that this time it was mainly because the other party's methods were too clever and they completely predicted their actions, which led to them being so passive at the beginning of the day. Although he was angry, he was actually very calm at heart. His anger was for his subordinates to see. As a newspaper tycoon, he could not be so impatient. If you lose, you lose. The Elliot family cannot afford to lose such a small thing. But Edward picked up another document on the table, which was the Iron Man comic book that was just released today. He stretched out his hand and touched the album, feeling the feedback from the paper. Opening the picture album, the printed pictures and fonts on it are also extremely clear. It's so good that it's a little too good. If the printing technology of the newspaper only made him a little concerned and asked his workers to speed up the cracking, then the album printing technology in front of him has already made him unable to help but feel greedy. He must acquire, possess, seize this technology. Only the Elliot family is worthy enough to bring out the value of this printing process. He dismissed the steward who was trembling beside him, pressed the album on the table, and said bluntly to the old steward, "I want to get it, no matter what." After a victorious battle, Diana was in a visibly good mood for the next 2 days. The newspaper is back on track, even though this time due to sanctions imposed by the Elliot family, there are actually many channels that do not purchase their newspapers. However, after relying on self-reliance, hunger marketing and other methods to build the reputation of the Iron Man album, its popularity has skyrocketed. Many people traveled more than half of the city just to come here, looking for the newsboys wandering the streets or a few vendors to buy newspapers. This has even become a trend among some young people from relatively wealthy families. To explain it roughly, this is a very cool thing. Now, I will definitely take pictures and post them on Moments to check in. Of course, this is all for later. At this time, Diana was in the newspaper office, worried about other things. That was when she consulted Black Superman. She signed some unequal treaties, and these treaties were still in effect even after the matter was over. Of course, Peter is a member of the newspaper, and logically speaking, he should have taken action. However, Diana felt that after Black Superman let go and handed over the operation of the newspaper to her, it should be more of her responsibility. Please advise. Asking for help, there is nothing wrong with paying some reward. As for Peter, he just made a slight request, asking Diana to put on a maid uniform when working. However, Diana has gradually understood that human clothing has other functions besides fighting, especially pantyhose, black stockings, and other things, including some of the regular clothes that Black Superman picked for her, some of which can be called uniforms. Not to mention today's maid outfits. With the black and white color scheme, the delicate lace trim, and the pantyhose still worn under the fluffy skirt, Black Superman was very satisfied with the way she looked when working in this dress. This made Diana wonder if they were playing some kind of delusion. However, having said that, Diana's body was very honest and did not refuse much. She probably didn't even know it, but she was enjoying it. Even if Peter made some excessive demands now, maybe it would be some kind of reward for her? In this way, Diana wore a maid uniform every day, cleaning, organizing, and serving. Sometimes she would sit at the table and work with her back straight. This was a rare thing for Peter to kill time. However, in addition to the newspaper affairs, he is also advancing other work step by step. A Gift to Gotham, or Batman Beyond, is already in the works. The points that should be earned are not lost. Just like the newspaper, it is all to leave enough influence in the DC world. And, researching how to rely on the anchor point to return to the Marvel universe. Until one day, Bruce Wayne's grandfather of a certain generation, the railroad tycoon Alan Wayne, suddenly came to visit. The conflict with the Elliot family has just ended, and Diana now has no good impression of Gotham's 4 major families. Especially when he entered the door and saw Diana, he asked, "Madam, it's an honor to meet you." Diana was startled. "Madam, is there a problem?" He glanced at in the newspaper office, Peter, who was sitting on the other side. said, "My butler told me that a young foreigner couple came to Gotham and bought a newspaper that was on the verge of bankruptcy, and then miraculously opened it in just a few weeks. It brought the newspaper back to life and made a big splash. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. The limelight was so great that I couldn't help but come to visit. It was really presumptuous." As the head of the Wayne family, Alan Wayne's conversation was polite and full of confidence. Can easily infect other people. Diana suddenly panicked and stammered, "Madam? Is this what people in the outside world say about us?" Looking at her look, it was hard to tell whether she was happy or angry. Of course, Alan Wayne looked at Diana and said, "The two have been eating and living together, and they seem to be very close. I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood something." He saw something about Diana. Maid outfit. Angry? How could that be? I mean, it's not your fault, after all. Diana said a little confused on the side. Seeing this, Peter sighed and interrupted. "You do misunderstand. She's just my maid." Maid? Diana subconsciously wanted to refute, but suddenly found that she didn't seem to have any force field to refute. It made her seem like she really wanted to get on top, so she had no choice but to keep her mouth shut. After an episode passed, Peter didn't waste any time. After asking Diana to make 2 cups of coffee, he asked directly, "Alan Wayne, why did you come to us?" He called her by his first name, not even saying Mr. Nothing like that. It can be described as extremely rude and arrogant. But Alan doesn't care. In his eyes, talents always have the right to be willful. "Can I ask first, what is your name?" "Peter Parker." "Mr. Parker, since you are so outspoken, I will say it straight away. The Wayne family wants to cooperate with your Marvel newspaper." What a look on the side. Diana, a little maid standing behind Peter, frowned when she heard this and said, "We will not agree to the acquisition, and we will not join you." The lessons learned from the Elliot family were right in front of her, and Diana did not hesitate. Reject. Alan Wayne was stunned for a moment and then said, "Miss, you may have misunderstood something. We have no intention of acquiring your newspaper." Unlike Elliot, the Wayne family's industry is not concentrated in newspapers. As for professional media, there are no big requirements for this. He looked at Peter and said, "But if possible, I do hope to have an opportunity to invest in your newspaper. Although acquisitions and investments are all about money, but the primary and secondary meanings they represent are completely different." But Peter still shook his head. "We don't need it." Alan Wayne looked regretful, but quickly cheered up and said, "In this case, I can only say it directly. I hope your newspaper can join us. Become a part of us. I have no intention of annexing you. On the contrary, we will give you corresponding shares." Diana's face was filled with questions. She didn't understand what kind of medicine Alan Wayne was selling in the gourd. Peter said interestingly, "Keep talking." Alan Wayne cleared his throat and said, "I noticed your comics. To be honest, they are really genius designs, whether it is the painter or others. Of course, in fact, it is not these cartoons that prompted me to visit you two today, or this is just one of the reasons," he said, his eyes focused and became bright. "What really made my heart beat so hard that I couldn't sit still? The printing technology behind the new comic books you have released in the past 2 days." Alan Wayne's words made the field feel quiet for a while. Diana had no choice but to say, "We won't sell it." Alan Wayne was not annoyed, and just said, "But you should also know that you two can't maintain this craftsmanship with just the 2 of you." See, Diana was about to retort, but he interrupted, "Please hear me out first. Compared with several other families, Elliot, Cobit, and Kane, the Wayne family has more vision. Of course, this does not mean that we will give up on Gotham. Gotham will always be our root. However, with the development of these years, no matter how superior Gotham is, the benefits it can carry are limited after all. The Wayne family does not want to be trapped in one place. In the next few decades or even hundreds of years, we will invest more money and energy to open up external markets. In the future, the Wayne family will gradually transform into the Way family and group." Alan Wayne looked at the 2 people and said, "I sincerely invite you two to join the Wayne group. I believe in your future. Well, whether it is printing technology or the amazing incredibly stunning cartoon. If the Elliot family wants to annex and keep the entire cake, then Alan Wayne in front of them wants to make the cake bigger. The current Wayne family is not the huge behemoth that it will be in the future, and can even be called some kind of superpower. While other families are gradually becoming conservative and excluding outsiders, the Wayne family is indeed ambitious and attempts to go further." The recruitment of Diana and Peter was undoubtedly based on the potential of the newspaper, but more importantly, it was also for Peter's improved printing technology. Of course, it had something to do with the fact that they had just repelled the attack from the Elliot family head-on. And this printing technology, which is decades ahead of the current era, can give them more advantages in the expanding market in the future, even if it is just the icing on the cake. Sometimes, there is only one thing missing. As for the shares he promised, they were not for the interests of the Wayne family, but more of a commitment to the future and the division of interests of the entire Wayne group. His words made Diana think slightly. Compared with the Elliot family, the Wayne family does not covet their newspaper at all. On the contrary, if they agree to join them, it will be more beneficial to the promotion of Marvel Comics, instead of still having to rely on newsboys in the streets like now. The sale is limited to one place. Of course, the price is that the printing process will be shared and is no longer exclusive to them. Diana didn't have much resistance to this. Neither she nor Black Superman actually had the idea of monopolizing it. Diana had to admit that she was a little moved, but it was impossible for her to agree on the spot, and Alan Wayne was not in a hurry. Before leaving, Alan Wayne did not forget to remind him, be careful with the Elliot family, they will not give up. What else will the Elliot family do? After Alan Wayne left, Diana asked Peter, when they find that frontal methods cannot be used, they can't help but use some off-board tactics. Diana frowned, and asked, then what do you think of what Alan Wayne said? It seemed that she was indeed persuaded and seemed a little hesitant. Of course I have no objection, Diana. You mean, you agree? No, I mean, it all depends on you. Diana looked at Peter in surprise. It all depends on me? So, big things, do you want me to decide alone? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. No, Peter asked interestingly. Of course not. Diana retorted immediately, frowning and said, you make me feel like you are going to let go. Although she was busy doing other things during this period, she has always been the dominance is actually in the hands of Black Superman. But unexpectedly, Black Superman actually nodded and said, after all, I can't stay here forever. I will go back one day, right? Diana froze in place, and then she remembered that Black Superman did not belong to this universe. She had to admit that during this period of time, she had been following Black Superman, and she was enjoying it both physically and mentally, and she had unknowingly forgotten about it. Forgot that Black Superman will one day return to his own universe. Or maybe it's just that she doesn't want to face it, as if as long as she doesn't break the veil, this thing will never happen. But, today, she was unprepared and very suddenly attacked. This fact was suddenly placed in front of her, which made Diana suddenly feel suffocated. She didn't know why, but the thought of Black Superman leaving one day made her feel extremely sad. I understand, she said with a forced smile. As soon as the point was made, Peter said no more. Since there is such a Marvel newspaper in the DC world, it is naturally impossible for him to just play with it for a few days and then abandon it and go back. He needs a tool man who can help him look after his home and the anchor point. Diana, who has a long life, is naturally the best candidate for this task. And just the day after Alan Wayne's visit, the bad news reached Diana's ears. The Elliot family took action. First, there are the people from the Grieve Mafia. They informed that just last night, the printing factory was raided by their hostile forces without any warning. A lot of technology and machinery was lost and they are currently seeking justice. On the other hand, there are the newsboys. Early this morning, many newsboys stood up and expressed with embarrassment that they could no longer accept this job. After Diana inquired, she learned that their family members had been threatened and warned to keep away from Marvel newspapers. Sister Diana, if we keep doing this, they will hurt my parents. Even though she had expected it, Diana still couldn't help but feel a little angry in the face of these situations. Not to mention that she was already a little depressed because of the Black Superman incident. These despicable methods ignited her anger. She found Black Superman and said, we must fight back. Of course. Peter said, but this matter is left to you, Diana. Feeling depressed, he said, but what can I do? I'm not as powerful as you. Just do what you are best at, Diana. What is she best at? There seemed to be only fights. Diana looked at her fist, thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, she went back to her room and took out her armor for the first time in a long time. Even the shield destroyed by Ares, she recast during this time, and the broken god-killing sword was also transformed into a dagger. The Elliot family. Edward was looking at the equipment snatched from Grave Printing Factory with great interest. Although this attack seemed straightforward, in order to bring back various equipment, he actually spent a lot of time preparing, including investigation, infiltration, etc. This was also the reason why the raid was delayed for 2 days. Fortunately, the results of receiving the goods are rich. Although it was impossible to move the complete production line, some of the key equipment was obtained, and even the 2 operating workers were hijacked. He took a closer look at it, and then found that he couldn't understand it. Although the general printing process can still be seen, the process and principles are still the same, but further down, the various precision small parts completely confused him. The operation method inside was earth-shaking. He had never seen such a complicated machine before. He even doubted whether some parts could be produced with current industrial technology. Of course, this did not hinder his excitement. He still knew the value of these guys, which was even higher than he expected. After deciphering the technology, with the capital of the Elliot family, he might be able to lead the family to a higher level and truly become a leading giant in a certain field. The butler on the side saw that Edward was getting excited and had a tendency to forget himself, so he had to remind him. Sir, we need to beware of the opponent's counterattack. At least the opponent can defeat the Grave family overnight. Edward waved his hand. Okay, of course I know. The same goes for the Elliot family, right? The housekeeper sighed, wanting to say that you didn't even look at the other party and Elliot's family. But Edward was not really confused, and said, of course, I will not underestimate my opponent. I have already informed Mayor Cobbett. If the other party tries to use legal channels, the Cobbett family will help us suppress it. As for force, in Gotham, no one can compete with the 4 major families in force. Haven't we made a plan? Strengthen defenses, especially at home. You have arranged hundreds of hotshots. This cost a lot of money. The old housekeeper finally shut up. The Elliot family has actually shown enough importance because 2 people have reached this point. Even he subconsciously felt that the other party would stop there. No matter how powerful it is, it can be so powerful that it can break through the defenses of hundreds of elite gunmen, many of whom are veterans from the battlefield. He thought about it and suddenly remembered something else. Sir, our chief engineer of the bridge, Nicholas Anders, has been looking for exposure in newspapers recently. Edward finally stopped playing with the objects and frowned. Nicholas? Is it about his brother? Yes. He has always been around. He said that his brother Bradley, who died accidentally, died in revenge of the Kane family. Edward sneered and said, didn't we also invest money in them? The dog that took the money actually wanted to bite back. Master. The old butler did not speak, but quietly waited for Edward to make a decision. Edward just waved his hand impatiently. Stop it for now. I'll talk to them someday. The Kane family should handle it and they will do a good job. Anyway, this is not the first time this has happened. There are countless dead bones buried under Gotham, a city that has prospered for decades. Naturally, the housekeeper had no objections and wrote them down one by one. Suddenly, there was the sound of glass breaking from the window nearby. Due to his position, the housekeeper was actually facing the window, so the first second he heard the noise, his eyes followed it. What followed was dumbfounded. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. He actually saw a woman smashing the window with a shield in her hand and jumping in. Edward turned his back to the window and saw the old housekeeper's ghostly expression, and then asked belatedly, what's wrong? Then he turned around and looked, as if he had seen a ghost. She is a very pretty woman wearing stockings, a little sexy. He would be very happy to have such a beautiful lady come to his manor and have dinner with him. But not the other party. She broke in. The person who came was naturally Diana, who came alone to seek justice. Both Edward and his old butler naturally knew about Diana's appearance because they had studied Marvel news. After a slight loss of consciousness, he quickly came to his senses. But after reacting, he was even more surprised. How did you get in here? Edward asked repeatedly. Even he felt quite panicked at this moment. Hell, there are hundreds of gunmen out there? Of course they lurked in. Diana replied. Elliot, you have to pay the price. This actually made Edward feel a little relieved. Although being able to evade the defenses of hundreds of people is very powerful, it is better than being able to kill one person without anyone noticing. That is too unscientific. The old butler on the side had quickly drawn his gun and pointed it at Diana. Edward relaxed a little and walked to the table nearby and said, I know you are strong, ma'am, but bullets don't have eyesight. Business is business, maybe we can sit down and talk. At the same time, the siren was pressed. This will notify the guarding gunmen that as long as you delay for a moment, hundreds of gunmen will soon surround the entire room. Unexpectedly, Diana didn't listen to her at all, and walked up step by step, not caring about the dark gun pointed at her. I said, you have to pay the price for what you have done. Stop. Damn it, if you don't stop, I'll shoot. Edward ordered without hesitation. Boom! Gunpowder burst out from the barrel of the gun in the old housekeeper's hand, and the bullets shot out of the chamber, shooting towards Diana accurately. Diana didn't even look at it. She waved her hand and blocked it with her newly made shield. The old housekeeper didn't believe in evil and fired a few more shots in succession, but the damn thing was, no matter where he shot, he would be blocked or dodged by the woman in front of him with a shield. Edward finally realized something was wrong. The other person was a freak who could dodge bullets, and he quickly ran away. At the same time, the old housekeeper quickly stood between the two of them, trying to stop Diana's pursuit. Bang! The next second, he was knocked to the ground by Diana. Looking at Edward who ran to the door, Edward felt for the first time that his room seemed too big, and even escaping to the door would take more time. Without hesitation, Diana threw the shield directly and hit Edward on the back, knocking him to the ground. Unfortunately, the shield is not vibranium and cannot fly back to Diana. But it didn't matter. Diana stepped forward holding the god-killing dagger and stepped on Edward. What is borrowed here is part of the plot of the comic Gotham Gate. Due to the age difference, a lot of secondary design modifications have been made. Edward was stepped on and was a little suffocated. He coughed twice and actually threatened with force. Kill me, and you won't be able to survive. There are people in this manor. Hundreds of gunmen are coming here. Them. Diana was stunned for a moment and said, I think you should be disappointed. What? Edward was a little confused, and Diana kindly explained. One sentence. You are the only one left in this manor. Edward's whole body trembled for a moment. How is that possible? Didn't you say you came in lurking? What's the difference? Is there no difference? Edward is somewhat doubtful about life. His first reaction was that Diana was lying, but in the blink of an eye, he started to believe it. Because, it has been so long since he sent out the signal, but there has been no movement at all, and not a single gunman has rushed here. Whether it is as Diana said or not, in short, the group of men he spent a lot of money to arrange seem to be sent. It's no longer useful. He finally felt fear and begged for mercy. No, don't kill me, this is illegal. Illegal. That's right. If you kill me, you can't escape the punishment of the law. Yes, I am head of the Elliot family. If I die, God knows how much trouble will be caused, and Marvel newspapers will be in a whirlpool because of you. No one will buy a murderer's newspaper. Diana looked at Edward with disdain. You are such a despicable and cowardly coward. Amazons hate such weaklings. Edward clenched his back teeth tightly, but he was now meat on the chopping block, and he couldn't help but resist. Fortunately, Diana finally spoke, I won't kill you. But before Edward could be happy, he heard the woman stepping on him continue. But I said, you must do what you did. Pay the price until you dare not do it again. Before he could react, a sharp blade pierced his skin and pinned him to the ground. Edward screamed out in pain and broke out in cold sweat, but it wasn't over yet. The next second, he felt a heartbreaking pain in his right hand, and a leg wrapped in black silk stepped on it, crushing the bones inside. Then came another hand, and then 2 legs, and Edward even hoarse from the pain. His body couldn't help but want to twist due to the pain, but his limp limbs were not enough for him to complete this action. He also saw Diana walking away from him and walking to the printing equipment nearby. Edward vaguely realized what Diana wanted to do, and yelled heartbreakingly, no, but it was too late. Diana raised the god-killing dagger in her hand, slashed a bunch of precision instruments with several blows. To a pulp. Edward couldn't bear the blow and finally passed out. Back at the newspaper office, Diana took off all her equipment and changed back into her usual clothes. She didn't know why, but after visiting Elliot's house tonight, she suddenly felt refreshed and her whole body felt much more relaxed. This is because during this period of time, she was too involved in the drama and regarded herself as an ordinary person's job, running a newspaper. But after all, she is no ordinary person. She is an Amazon princess, the daughter of Zeus, and a warrior. Although trivial daily life can make people calm down, it can also make people feel depressed. The Elliot family's provocation came at the right time and gave her a sigh of relief. You didn't kill him? Peter asked as he watched Diana change into a maid outfit. Is there any problem? This is not a good habit. When facing the enemy, you should avoid future troubles. But I learned it from you. Diana muttered. Don't you also torture people every day? Half dead, yet another breath of relief. If you are close to vermilion, you will be red. If you are close to ink, you will be black. Sometimes, people will really change into the appearance of the person they recognize in their heart. Of course, there is also a saying that people tend to have a good impression of people who are similar to themselves. Peter shook his head. This stupid way of playing is not suitable for you, and you don't need it. Diana felt that Black Superman was so cruel that she even scolded herself. After thinking about it, she said, kill him, it seems. There will be a lot of trouble. After all, we are one of the 4 major families, and our newspaper office is still here. Peter nodded. That's about it. Being praised. Diana was happy. Really, Diana, why are you so unsatisfied? I just complimented you. Hey. However, the next second Peter poured cold water on her. But sometimes thinking too much will only make your sword dull. It really didn't make people happy for 2 more seconds, but Diana still took Black Superman's words to heart. After being greeted by Diana, Elliot suddenly became more honest in the following days. There was no sound, and everything seemed to be back on track. At least for the time being. Peter built another set of equipment and the newspaper was able to resume normal operation, and after some consideration, Diana decided to meet with Alan Wayne again. She also thought about a lot of pros and cons at the beginning. For example, what would be gained by cooperating with the Wayne family, what would be lost, what opportunities and risks would she face in the future, and whether all of this was what she needed. Then, she found that her brain was overloaded and her CPU was burned out. It seems that she is really not suitable for this kind of position of taking charge of the overall situation and making suggestions. So, in the end, she simply gave up and used her keen intuition as a warrior. Don't tell me, it works. Peter had no problem with that. Anyway, these things in the future will be managed and protected by Diana. The benefits are hers, and the troubles are hers. Seems a little too much? Then help her when the time comes. While Diana was getting to know the Wayne family's mansion further, Peter was also in the Batcave underneath it. Of course, it was not the Batcave yet, and he was preparing gifts for Gotham. In the comics, the Batcave has various origins, with each area of Bat Gotham and even other major cities having certain arrangements. But the Batcave in the usual sense is this long-abandoned pit beneath Wayne Manor. It wasn't until Bruce accidentally broke into it when he was young that it began to see the light of day again. He faked this place as the inheritance place of the first generation of Batman. Yes, the first generation. When Bruce discovers this place in the future, he will definitely go back to investigate. Even without investigating, he can hear about Batman who was active on the battlefield during World War I, or about Batman legends and stories from various places. Of course he would be dubious at first, but with gradual exploration and discovery, he would eventually believe it, and then excitedly tell himself that he had found the truth. Peter has already created a breeding ground for the birth of these legends, which he has done conveniently while earning points during this period. Whether it's mysteriously leaving only the mark of a bat, or occasionally saying Bateman half-covered, etc. As for the inheritance content he left behind, apart from a few sets of bat suits and a few tools, it was just some technological information. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. But these are all side details. The most important thing is that Peter left behind a bottle of enhanced serum and the manufacturing process. There are a variety of biochemical technologies on Marvel Earth. Although they are not yet mature, they already have a sufficient foundation. On these basis, Peter finally developed a finished new serum after further research and choices. He deliberately gave up all kinds of powerful abilities, retaining only the most basic function of repairing human body damage. As long as people don't send it away on the spot, the serum can help people breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, the serum also has a deeper effect. If injected for a long time, it will also optimize and enhance human genes. The effect is not very obvious at first. At most, it is to increase lifespan and maintain the peak period longer. However, with effective exercise, potential is stimulated, and all aspects of the body's functions will also be improved. Not to mention greater strength, faster speed, etc. At least it will make people more resistant to beatings, and they will not be easily broken. Of course, no matter how much the serum improves, after all, it is just modifying and optimizing the lowest level of human genes. People have their limits after all. This limit is also linked to personal will. In the Marvel world, everyone is familiar with the limits of Earthlings, and naturally it is our captain, Steve. Anyway, no matter who becomes Batman in the future, everyone will have to call him ancestor when meeting him. Conveniently, Peter then secretly placed many strange serums throughout Gotham, either with single abilities or with weakened effects. If they're lucky, some lucky person will discover them decades later, and it's not impossible to make a fortune or become a street hero. Of course, Peter felt that with Gotham's urine, it would probably help some criminal or villain. There might even be a bloody storm in which everyone snatches these powerful secret medicines from each other, forming some kind of main story with elements of detective work and puzzle solving. Well, then he, the instigator, will probably become the final boss, right? But that's what makes it interesting. The matter in the Batcave was settled, and Diana was gradually convinced by Alan Wayne through several conversations and understandings, and formal cooperation was not far away. Peter also played a certain role in it, and from time to time he helped Diana increase the pressure and put forward some conditions. This made Alan love and hate him at the same time, because these demands accurately stepped on his psychological defense line every time, so much so that later on, he began to regret that he came to him in the first place. But it's no good if he doesn't continue. After all, he really makes money, although it's not much. And this will also save Diana a lot of trouble and disputes in the future. In this way, the goal in the DC world is gradually completed, and the only thing left is the second mission that was originally inspired, the anchor point. Ask him to leave a sufficient mark on this world. This made Peter frown. Now he is in a state where he is quite satisfied with DC's influence on Earth. It is more interesting and does not restrict subsequent development too much. It can be said to be the best state of sustainable development. If he continues to exert influence, is it possible that he really wants to conquer it again? If he fails to complete this task, Peter has a premonition that he will lose the opportunity to return here in the future. Maybe, he can only set his sights outside the Earth? Until that day, a blue-skinned birdman broke into their newspaper office. On this day, as usual, Diana was wearing a maid outfit and black stockings, making coffee with sugar and milk for Peter. Then he asked, "Are new comics going to be released today?" Peter nodded. He had already prepared the banknotes. With the blessing of his super brain and super speed, new comics would be released soon. Diana picked up the new comic and looked at it. It showed a sturdy man holding a shield and dressed like a Boy Scout. Captain Gotham. It tells the story of a super soldier who participated in World War I and was frozen in ice and woke up nearly 100 years later in the future. Why is it always Gotham? Diana asked, frowning. Of course, she was just asking. As for the content of the comic, she quickly read it with interest and said, "It feels like you have endless inspiration in your mind. The characters in these comics also seem to be real." As she said, she had already seen the protagonist of the comic and couldn't help but ask, "Why is he called Steve? Speaking of which, I haven't gone back to see him for so long, and I don't know how he is doing lately." "You can always do it if you want. In the past, he should have been living a good life recently." Diana finally shook her head and continued reading the comics. Because she and Black Superman were both involved in this war, and because of the change, she felt inexplicably involved. "I even think of Captain Gotham inside as a fusion of the two." Diana blinked, covered half of her face below the bridge of her nose with a comic, and secretly glanced at Peter. Peter could not guess Diana's thoughts at all times, so he just said, "Next, I will work overtime to finish these comics as much as possible." Upon hearing these words, Diana, who was originally a little distracted, trembled in her heart, said, "You are leaving?" Peter didn't hide much and nodded. "I have been away from home for a long time, and it's time to go back. There are people waiting for me there." Diana felt that he should put on a smile, wish Hey Superman a prosperous journey, and thank him for his help and care during this period, but for some reason, he couldn't say it out loud. "I tried to force myself to smile, but it turned out to be uglier than crying." Peter looked at her appearance, sighed, and said, "Don't worry, it's not that fast. Just comics, even if I draw them very quickly, it still takes a while. Moreover, although there are anchors and many attempts have been made, the ticket home has not yet been confirmed. Still need to test it." Diana felt heavier and couldn't help but said, "Then, will you come back in the future?" "When you come back, you will definitely come back. The fun hasn't even begun yet." Peter nodded. "Of course." Diana breathed a sigh of relief, then felt ashamed of herself for such a nonchalant reaction. Diana, as an Amazon duel champion, how could she be so upset because of a man? After such a long time, she is not an unexperienced little girl. Well, Amazon's sex education is still very good. She has already understood that. she has fallen in love. As for when, she didn't know clearly, she could only say that unknowingly. By the time she realized it, her heart was already attached to someone. This feeling of being touched by a person and attracting attention was both sweet and sour for her who had just begun to fall in love. I often criticize others for being unworthy of others, but I can't help but admire their various strengths. The other party is obviously not a good person in the traditional sense, but he doesn't look like a bad person either. He is just very indifferent and seems to have no interest in most of his existence. Diana was sometimes glad that she was at least someone the other person was interested in, even if this interest didn't involve much emotion. Sometimes she always has the illusion that the other person is just treating her as some kind of extension, cultivating and observing her. Maybe in a few decades she'll recognize something called role-playing games. In a few decades, there will be two-dimensional wives who draw cards to develop. But now, no matter how you say it, this sour love seems to be over before it can blossom. The other party is going back to his own universe, and he doesn't know when he will be able to return. Thinking about it, it was very difficult. After all, she could only leave the Paradise Island but not enter it. Every time Diana thought about this, her heart felt extremely heavy, even heavier than the fat on her chest. For a moment, she wanted to go back to Amazon and find her dear mother. Diana wanted to ask her mother how it felt when she was pregnant with her and fell in love with the father she had never met. At this moment, the door of the newspaper office suddenly opened. A tall and thin bird man with blue skin and a pair of ET alien eyes broke in. His first words were, "Diana, you must come with me." Alas, Gotham still cut off the Queen. Half of it, otherwise it would take at least 10 more chapters to explain it clearly, which would be too long. It is a prequel setting in itself. It is expected that after burying the whole, it will run away. It will be fun to come back next time. Hermes is one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, the god of travel and speed, and the messenger of the gods. The scepter in his hand gives him the ability to move quickly and travel through various spaces, which can often help the gods convey some urgent letters or messages. At the same time, he was also one of Diana's half-brothers. He was called upon to seek help from Diana in times of crisis. The gods had long since left the earth and shrunk into the divine realm. However, during this period, the divine realm was in turmoil because of the sudden disappearance of Zeus, the king of the gods. As the two most powerful gods under Zeus, the sun god Apollo and the war god Ares fought for the vacant throne. This can be considered an Olympian tradition. But other gods who had the ability to stop it either stood aside, or just ignored it, and some even took the initiative, such as his sister, Eris, the god of strife. As a result, the battle for the throne became more and more serious, and many gods had to be involved, including the Queen Hera. After all, as the Queen of Heaven, Hera's interests were bound to Zeus. If she were to change to a god king, wouldn't her position as Queen of Heaven become very embarrassing? She naturally needs to stop the two people who want to usurp the throne. Hera's fate also completely raised the level of this battle, and many gods had to take sides to save themselves. For example, the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, who was rumored to have an ambiguous relationship with Ares, actually had an ambiguous relationship, joined Ares's camp with her husband Hephaestus, the god of fire, and threw everything away every day. Her husband, Hephaestus, was hanging out with Ares. Of course, Vulcan was an honest man, but he didn't get angry because of this. He was used to it after so many years. And things have developed like this. Although it is a mess, it can still be regarded as the gods venting in the long and boring years. No matter how much trouble there is, it is just a family matter in Olympus. What really forced Hermes to come to Diana was when the gods ushered in their archenemy, the firstborn. The newborn was the first child of Zeus, but on the day of his birth, Zeus performed a divination. The prophecy said that this child would one day sit on the throne of Olympus. This horrified Zeus, because their family all obtained the divine status through patricide, whether it was him or his father. Zeus immediately ordered the witch to kill the newborn, but due to a series of coincidences and reasons, the newborn not only did not die, but grew up healthily in the wilderness and became extremely powerful. The newborn tried to attract the attention of his parents, but Zeus rejected him again and again out of fear. Until the newborn completely turned black and decided to attack Mount Olympus, Zeus had to drive him into the center of the earth. But not only did Chushung not die, he got up step by step, and finally saw the light of day again recently, and vowed to take revenge on Olympus. At this moment, the gods of Olympus are in civil strife, and the gods cannot work together at all. It can be described as internal and external troubles. Fortunately, as Ares, Apollo and Hera fight among themselves, expose each other's shortcomings, and reveal dark history, some things and existences that were originally secret gradually surfaced, such as Diana. First, Ares revealed the existence of Diana. Then Hera also revealed that she had been to the Amazon. And Apollo revealed a prophecy. The youngest child of Zeus will have the power to kill gods. Insert a setting here. The DC gods themselves are part of the universe. Even if they die, it is only temporary. After a period of time, they will be resurrected again. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. As far as is known, Diana is the youngest. In short, in this case, Diana, the sister she has never met, seems to be the key to solving the problem. After all, she is the only one who can completely kill the newborn. The Amazon's tough style and fighting qualities are very clear even to the gods. They are all extremely good warriors. As the daughter of the Queen of the Amazons, Diana is naturally a warrior among warriors, which makes the entire prophecy even more believable. Hermes was looking forward to what he would see when he saw his half-sister. Therefore, he left the divine realm on his own initiative and secretly came to Earth to look for Diana. Following the guidance of the scepter in his hand, he came to Gotham, outside the door of Marvel News Agency, pushed open the door, and shouted, "Diana, you must come with me." Diana, because of Hermes, he suddenly broke in and was stunned for a moment. She hadn't seen such a strange-looking person in an unknown amount of time. The last time she saw him was when he was in the Amazon. Generally speaking, people with this kind of appearance are mythical creatures. For example, tauren, kobolds, lionheads, etc. Of course, compared to Diana's surprise, Hermes was completely stunned at this time. He even suspected for a moment that he had found the wrong person. No one else, because the outstanding Amazon warrior in his heart was currently wearing a black and white dress and serving another man, looking like a docile little maid. She doesn't have the strong aura of a warrior at all, but instead looks like a well-behaved maid. Diana, wearing a maid uniform, looked at Hermes, frowned, and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here suddenly? Diana? Are you Diana?" Hermes had to confirm again. He read it again and said, "I can be regarded as your half-brother. Of course, you can also call me Hermes." Hermes. Diana was surprised, thinking of her legendary father, asked, "Is it that god?" She never thought that besides Ares, there would be another god suddenly appearing in front of her one day. Yes. Hermes nodded. He nodded, stepped forward, and wanted to pull Diana away. "You have to come with me now, Diana, we need you." But before he could touch Diana, his hand was broken. "It's very impolite to touch my people without my consent, Mr. Hermes," Peter said. Hermes had to frown and look aside at the man he had ignored from the beginning. He didn't know who the man in front of him was, but Ares had said that Diana was accompanied by a man with good strength. But no matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than Zeus, the newborn? The most important thing in front of him was Diana's power of killing gods, and he didn't pay attention to the others. But Hermes glanced at Diana again. Diana was very excited because of Peter's words, "my people." She instantly became a little embarrassed and stood beside Peter obediently. Hermes sighed inwardly. His sister seemed to be a bit different from what he expected. In addition, her strength was not outstanding, so he could only give up the idea of taking people by force. Hermes had to recount the events and crisis in Olympus to the two of them, and requested, "In short, Olympus needs you very much now, Diana. You are also a member of the family, please come and help us." But Diana's focus was not on this, but asked anxiously, "You said Hera went to Paradise Island?" Helmer S.I. hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "Yes, with the Queen's temper, I'm afraid everyone on Paradise Island is in danger." "No." Diana was shocked and angry. She never thought that one day she would bring disaster to her tribe and her mother, so she quickly said, "I must go back and see my mother and my tribe. Otherwise, she would not be able to rest assured." When Hermes saw this, he felt relieved. If you ask him to do other things, he may not be able to do much, but if you ask him to lead the way, it will hit his area of expertise. To put it bluntly, his job as a priest is to run around and deliver letters. Sometimes he also does part-time work such as express delivery. And as long as Diana asks for something from him, the rest of Olympus and the new life will be easy to talk about. But he soon became disappointed. He failed to wait for Diana's help. Diana turned directly to look at Peter on the other side and asked, "Black Superman, do you have any idea?" Seeing this, Hermes could only answer, "Diana, Paradise Island is not on the Earth at all, it is in an alien world. Dimension, between the divine realm and the Earth. To a certain extent, Paradise Island is also the door to the divine realm. In fact, except for a few with special powers or artifacts, most gods will be turned away." His meaning was already very obvious, directly expressing his power. After Diana heard this, she finally understood the reason why her own territory was only allowed out but not allowed in. However, she still did not seek help from Hermes, but looked at Peter expectantly. During this period of time, Peter's various miracles gave her an almost blind confidence. Peter did not disappoint him. He nodded and said, "It should be okay." Diana was overjoyed, and her face was finally temporarily relieved, but Hermes beside her couldn't sit still and couldn't help but raised her head in shock. The voice said, "How is that possible?" Diana was stung by Hermes' sharp voice and looked over with a frown. Hermes realized his abruptness and explained sheepishly, "Sorry, I'm just too shocked." Then he said, "The passage to Paradise Island is a top priority even for gods. Seriously, this is related to the safety of God's domain. If someone can freely go to Paradise Island, it means that that person can freely hang out in front of their house every day, come and go as they please, and they may even bump in one day. Although a newborn can also go to the divine realm, this is different. He is the son of Zeus and has this power." Hermes became serious and asked, "Who are you?" Peter didn't bother to answer him, but just snapped his fingers. "I saw a cluster of electric sparks suddenly flashing in the air in front of him, and rotating counterclockwise. It soon grew larger and larger, forming a portal." Diana recognized at a glance that behind the door was her hometown, Paradise Island. Hermes was also stunned and asked subconsciously, "Are you a mage?" "No, I'm not." Peter denied it without thinking, even though this was indeed a spell from the lineage of the Supreme Mage. As early as when Guyi first appeared and wanted to recruit him into a pyramid scheme, the system had already recorded some of Guyi's abilities. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Among them, the portal is included. Originally, these skills, like most other talents, were thrown into the corner of the system by Peter. After all, he generally had no use for them. It was only recently that he began to think about how to return to Marvel, and then he started to pick out and study, add points. After all, it is the ability of the space system, and it will definitely be beneficial to study it thoroughly. This is also one of his many plans that must be tried. However, even if Peter maxed out his skills and reached level 5, the portal would still be limited to a single universe, which would force him to step into the multiverse level, and would also require coordinates for accurate transmission. For the span and distance of different worlds like DC and Marvel, it is really a bit reluctant. Of course, it can be a lot more convenient in daily life. After all, as the level increases, some places are no longer spatial distance. Let's go, Peter said and took the lead directly through the portal, followed by Diana. Seeing this, Hermes could only frown and follow. Maybe he wants to go back to God's domain to find out what's going on with Ares? As for Diana, she was also a little numb at the moment. She had originally guessed that the other party was a mage. Later, Black Superman used his crushing physical skills to prove this guess wrong. Now it's good that he has taken out the magic again, right? But that didn't stop her from passing through the portal. All of a sudden, the taste and feeling of home came to her. The familiar sea breeze, smell, and clear scenery made her feel much better. She is truly back on Paradise Island. If I had known it was so simple, I would have asked Black Superman earlier. Why didn't I think of it earlier? But Diana's good mood only lasted for a second. The next second, she saw a kneeling stone statue exactly like her mother on the beach. Diana's heart sank. She wanted to get lucky. It might just be an ordinary statue, but her reason told her that it was most likely her mother, Hippolyta. This may be what Hera did when she came to Paradise Island. Mom! Diana shouted, rushing towards the stone statue eagerly, and finally slid down and knelt down in front of the stone statue, and slowly reached out her hand to touch the face of the stone statue. No, Mom, how did you become like this? She looked at it sadly and murmured. If it was just a guess before, she was now completely certain that this was her mother. Even though he was turned into a stone statue, his facial features, proportions, and other things were exactly the same as her mother's, and she was very familiar with it. This completely ignited anger in her heart, and the divine power in her body that had been a little lazy for a long time began to boil and awaken. Peter and Hermes also came to the stone statue and heard Diana say, Mom, she was turned into a stone statue. What should I do? Is there any way to recover? Hermes originally wanted to say, it is the spell of Queen Hera, and only Queen Hera can dispel it. But looking at Peter next to him, he felt unconfident again. He has already demonstrated the ability of a magician. Although throughout the ages, divine magic has always required the person to tie the bell before untying it, but what if? What if people really untie it again? This made Hermes anxious. If Black Superman solved everything, what would happen to Olympus? Fortunately, this time Peter really couldn't break Hera's spell. He said, Diana, only Hera can break Hera's spell. After all, this kind of magic involves myths and legends, the authority of gods, and magic. Sometimes it is very simple to say that it is simple, as long as it is broken with force. Sometimes it is also very troublesome. Unless you can crush the spellcaster in the same system, even if your power is higher than the other party, you still need the other party to cancel the spell cast. And it is obvious that Peter cannot be in the same system as Hera. When Hermes finally got the chance, he quickly stood up and said, We just need to find the Queen of Heaven to relieve her, Diana. Now Olympus is in danger and needs your help. She might. I will agree. Sigh, the recent updates are too exaggerated. Diana gently wiped the stone statue of her mother, Hippolyta, for a while. She soon realized that something might have happened to not only Hippolyta, but also everyone on the island. Otherwise, Hippolyta's stone statue would not have been abandoned alone on the beach. Sure enough, after going around the island, Diana discovered that the entire clan on the island had turned into stone statues. And it seemed that it was not long after she left. On the main road, the team that had assembled to send her and Black Superman away still maintained their original appearance. In the school grounds, the female soldiers in training still looked like they were fighting. On the streets and in the houses, Amazon women who had been frozen and turned into stone statues were everywhere. Diana looked at the familiar faces, many of them looked unprepared and frightened, and she felt angry. Fortunately, she came back in time. I can't believe what would have happened if she had come back decades later or even never returned to the Amazon. You know, stones will also be weathered, especially on islands like theirs, which are located on the sea. No matter how hard the stone is, it can't withstand the water droplets from the sea wind that wear it away day and night. She forced herself to suppress the grief of what happened to her tribe, and replaced it with anger towards Hera and extremely firm determination. She must save all her clansmen. Let's go, Diana, I'll take you to God's realm, where Hera is, Hermes said when he saw that Diana had finished dressing up. Since the petrification magic was cast by her, she must have a solution. I will go see her, Diana said expressionlessly, which made Hermes feel a little scared. After all, if you think about it, if he were in Diana's current position, all his people would be turned into stone, and he would have to ask for help from the culprit. To do this, he might even have to sacrifice his life for the culprit. Just thinking about it makes him feel uncomfortable. Frustrated. He could only sigh silently in his heart and pray for things to go smoothly. In fact, generally speaking, it should go smoothly. The years of the gods are endless. It is hard to say whether these years have made them wiser, but they have given them enough experience. It is not that similar things have never happened in the past. In the end, the brave still need to bow to the gods who sit high on the throne. It's just that. Hermes glanced at Peter. He had an intuition that things might change this time because of this man. This was also the reason for his faint fear. For Peter, everything that needs to be done in the DC universe at this stage has been almost completed. After all, the two most popular core characters in the universe have not yet spoken out. He only had a little influence to complete the task. It just so happened that the gods of Olympus in front of them were a bunch of good leeks, and they were also the kind of good fat sheep that were fattened all over the ground. He drew a portal casually and said, "Then let's go." Amazon can be said to be the gate to God's domain, so opening a portal here would not be too easy for Peter. Diana paused briefly. Although she had already experienced the magic of this portal once, and had already expected it in her heart, at this moment, according to legend, the divine realm that only gods can reach was opened in front of her, and she could reach it by just stepping through it. It still made her feel a little unreal. She glanced at Black Superman. This man is so convenient. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. If Peter knew that Diana was slandering him like this at this time, he might give her a violent shock on the spot. The two passed through the portal one after another, leaving Hermes standing alone. He first looked at the staff in his hand, and then looked at the sparks still flickering, and confusion finally appeared in his eyes. He suddenly couldn't find the meaning of his existence. "You still haven't come over yet." Diana's voice came from the other side of the portal. Hermes came to his senses and quickly followed him through the portal. "I'm really back," he muttered to himself. Looking at the familiar things around him, Hermes was sure that this was God's domain. He looked at Peter in horror. With this hand, the man in front of him can already see the entire divine realm as nothing. No one will like a person who can drill a hole in and out of any place in your house anytime and anywhere. At this moment, Peter ignored Hermes' suspicion, but let go of his supervision and looked around. Tisk, I have long heard that these gods who have lived for too long are all so idle that they spend all day finding things to entertain yourself is indeed true. In broad daylight, there was a swimming pool party. He shook his head. Sure enough, he would rather wear something than being naked, at least some socks and shoes. Of course, Peter only glanced at these millions of words of content not suitable for children. He tilted his head and asked, "Which direction is Hera?" Hermes realized that the other party was asking him, and quickly pointed out his finger and said, "The temple of the Queen of Heaven is at the top of the mountain. Over there, don't worry, you guys, I'll show you the way. No need to go to such trouble." Peter looked at the temple on the mountain and squinted his eyes. Diana on the side understood immediately and consciously stepped forward to hold Peter's hand. Over this period of time, she has been trained, with such a tacit understanding that as long as Peter claps his hand, she will know what position to change. That's pretty much what it means. Hermes blinked, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. "Wait, what are you doing? No, don't do this, let me first." The next second, Peter took Diana directly into the sky and flew towards the temple on the mountain. Boom! The two of them were like meteors, smashing through the roof of the temple and falling into the hall. In the temple, the decoration of Hera's temple is very simple. Not to mention the ancient Greek-style sculptures and mural patterns, the center of the entire hall is a sky mirror embedded in the ground, like a mirror lake. This is an artifact of Hera, used to monitor the mortal world, although she usually uses it more to live broadcast Zeus's cheating. Whenever this happens, Hera will be incompetent and furious, while at the same time staring intently. At this time, the picture reflected in the heaven was none other than Peter and Diana. In fact, from the moment Hermes sneaked to Earth to find Diana, everything was as she expected. She who has the realm of heaven wants to see what she wants, not to be too relaxed. Even for Diana, she noticed it a few times after returning from the Amazon. However, a few times, she would either follow the men around and fight, or she would hide somewhere and sell newspapers, not doing her job, which made her shake her head, and she gradually stopped taking it to heart. Until this time Hermes came to the door. The nascent threat is close at hand, and Diana's existence has just been exposed to the gods. It is not surprising that Hermes will come to her door. Hera did not stop it, but instead pushed it along. Although she didn't like Diana, or in other words, she hated anyone who had the blood of her husband but had nothing to do with her. Whenever she saw these people, she felt that the crown on her head seemed heavier, but she still prioritizes things. What's more, it would have been better if Diana hadn't come before her. Once in front of her, would it be sharp or round, or should she let her need it? Especially now that the lives of a group of people on Paradise Island are in her hands. Of course, she knew the nascent threat was close at hand, but who said Diana would be able to solve it? This is just a prophecy. Hera sneered in her heart, she might not be the youngest one. In short, there is no conflict between letting Diana fight for her and manipulating Diana. She wants them all. When she thought of that scene, pleasure flashed through Hera's heart, which had been ravaged by Zeus's betrayal again and again for so long. And Diana and her group quickly arrived at the gods' domain. This was a bit beyond Hera's expectations. He didn't expect that the man next to Diana was so strong. Look at the black and white dress that Diana was wearing at this time. Yes, the matter was urgent, so Diana conveniently put on the maid uniform as well. Under the slightly tightened waist, under the fluffy little skirt with nice lace trim, are the long, round, and slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Hera had to admit that her husband's illegitimate daughter was indeed very good-looking, and she couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Hey, just like her mother, she was a slut who could seduce men. As for whether Black Superman's strength would bring danger, she had never worried about it. She is a queen, the goddess of Mount Olympus. Zeus could do nothing to her except to often put a hat on her head. On the contrary, having free combat power might be a good thing. Hera originally thought so until she saw Peter pulling Diana to smash the temple above her head, or in the form of reality and double live broadcast of Tianjing. Crack. Peter and Diana landed on the sky in the center of the temple. As soon as his foot fell, the mirror cracked like a spider web outward from him. Hera was originally a little confused. How come she had just passed through the portal 1 second, there was a slight delay in the live broadcast of Tianjing, and the next second, people crashed indirectly. But the next second, her eyes widened and her eyes were about to burst. Asshole! How dare you destroy my heaven? She stared at the cracks in the mirror, feeling her heart bleed. Do you know how much I have to pay to repair my heaven? Even as a queen, these costs also made her feel a little sad. Oh, Diana was pulled over by Peter. When she heard Hera's roar, she subconsciously felt something bad. She seemed to have broken something terrible, but the next second, she heard someone beside her. Black Superman asked lightly. She lowered her head and looked down, only to see Black Superman's feet moving slightly, then stepping lightly. Bang! If the heaven realm was just a small piece that shattered, now it can be said to be shattered into slag. Hera stared blankly at the sky that was densely broken into pieces, and there were many tiny pieces that bounced up due to the collapse. Ah! After a short period of silence, the screams of the Queen of Heaven came from the temple of Hera, like killing a pig, and spread almost throughout most of Mount Olympus. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Ares, who was having a multi-person pool party with Aphrodite, heard the screams and frowned. His image at this moment is no longer that of a middle-aged old man on Earth, but a strong man in his prime. Ah, what happened to our respected queen? Aphrodite's sweet voice came to her ears. She was lying on Ares. Ares glanced at her, patted the ripe peach under the water, and said, "Stop gloating, Aphrodite." Aphrodite saw it. There was a misty and angry look on his face. Ares ignored it and just looked in the direction of the temple. Hera is the Queen of Heaven no matter what. This is a bit abnormal. In his heart, he remembered something that had caused him to suffer. A very shameful man. Let's go over and take a look. Hephaestus, the ugly man who had been watching from the side, said. Aphrodite glanced at her husband and immediately lost all interest in her. Ares and I will go get dressed first. Hephaestus could only remain silent. Of course, not only Ares, but all the gods on the mountain heard Hera's screams, realized that something was wrong, and all set off to the temple. In the temple at this moment, Hera's originally pretty face turned into that of a demon, and she said sternly, "My heaven, what have you done?" Diana did not expect that Black Superman would appear as soon as he came up. It was so exciting that it almost frightened her. Well, it was the same thing in London. But this time the person opposite was Hera. Even if Diana was dissatisfied with Hera, she still had to admit that she respected her identity. There is absolutely no comparison between the two sides. She didn't know that she had also destroyed Hera's paradise once in the comics, but not as thoroughly as Peter. Hera stared at the two men fiercely, with her 5 fingers curled into claws, expressing her anger at the moment. The peacock feather coat she was wearing also slowly lurked because of her momentum, revealing the naked body underneath. Body. It can only be said that the Olympus god system is really open. Diana almost wanted to reach out and cover the eyes of Black Superman, but she just held back. Of course, these are just side effects. If Hera was just disgusted with Diana before, now it has risen to the level of hatred, and she wants to cut Diana into pieces. And also take Peter with her. This is a small return gift for you, Hera, Peter said. Return gift. Hera understood in an instant that Peter was talking about Paradise Island, which made her even more angry. You, how dare you? She gritted her teeth and her face was distorted, and her extreme anger even went to her head. How dare you retaliate against me? The reason why the sky mirror was destroyed was because she punished a bitch, which made her feel extremely humiliated. It was obviously that bitch who seduced her husband first, but Peter couldn't be bothered to care so much and said, "You still have a chance to unlock the spell on Amazon, and I am too lazy to pursue it with you." This made Hera very angry. It was the first time she saw someone so arrogant in front of her. "You actually want me to lift the curse on Amazon," she said in a daze. Immediately, she did not lose her composure again, but suddenly calmed down, and her posture suddenly changed from a shrew to a noble queen. Of course, the hatred in her eyes did not diminish at all. She looked at Peter and Diana. "Are you stupid?" she said, with a strange hatred and revengeful pleasure in her tone. "I was still thinking, if Diana could kneel in front of me and beg humbly, maybe I would agree, but now." She pointed at the shattered sky mirror on the ground and said sharply, "Don't think about it. Don't ever think about it. Just wait. Diana, you have to pay the price for this." I want you to watch your mother and your people, as time goes by, be worn away bit by bit, die bit by bit. And this at that time, the gods who came because they heard Hera's screams finally arrived. I have been obsessed with collecting materials these days. Ares saw Peter at first sight, his eyes were locked on Peter, and the next second he roared out, "Black Superman." He will never forget the humiliation Peter gave him. Everyone else was also startled by Ares' sudden reaction. Aphrodite caressed Ares' chest and asked, "Dear, what's wrong? Do you have a grudge? Oh, don't you need it? Shall I help you teach him a lesson?" Apollo said playfully. He is competing with Ares, and it is not a big deal to watch the excitement. Ares glanced at Apollo and sneered, "You don't have to be pretentious, I will take my own revenge." There was no way he would reveal what happened that day, otherwise he, the god of war, would be shameless, so he immediately looked at Diana, the stick reading, pretending to be surprised. "Look, isn't this Diana?" Most of the gods were people who didn't know the truth, and they all shifted their attention. "Is this Diana? Our new sister? Diana, you came just in time." At the same time, people also noticed the anomalies in the temple of Hera, the roof with a big hole in it, and the heaven on the ground that was shattered into pieces. The gods in the heavenly realm in Hera's hands were naturally very clear about it, and now they finally knew the reason for Hera's scream. Although they didn't know why things developed like this, everyone knew that Hera had a reputation for being jealous. At this moment, another illegitimate daughter of Zeus appeared in front of her. It would be strange for her to be so shameless. In addition, because of the emerging threat, many people felt that Olympus still needed Diana now, and the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. It's so pitiful that Hera did have a plan to cheat, but she still didn't have time. On the contrary, the other party is the one who stirs up trouble. She also noticed everyone's strange reactions, and felt bad in her heart. "What are you waiting for? They attacked my temple. They also destroyed the sky mirror, take them down quickly. But gods, look at me. I look at you, no one has taken any action." Hera's heart sank. At this time, Apollo stood up, and Hera breathed a sigh of relief. Finally having someone she could talk to. Unexpectedly, Apollo said directly, "Dear Queen of Heaven, is there any misunderstanding in this?" Standing there his position, at this moment, the competition between him and Ares for the throne has entered a fierce stage. Hera also took the opportunity to intervene, making the situation more complicated for the position of Queen of Heaven. Just at this time, another new threat came, which could be described as internal and external troubles. But in Apollo's eyes, the newborn is both a threat and an opportunity. In the final analysis, he and Ares were in the current predicament simply because neither could overwhelm the other. If he can lead the gods to eliminate the nascent threat in one fell swoop, then his reputation will be enough to put him on the throne. And to defeat the newborn, his dear sister, Diana is indispensable. It just so happened that Hera had created this opportunity for him to win over. Apollo was so happy that he couldn't help but cry out to God for help. As for Hera, it's not that Apollo looked down on Hera, Hera's selfish temper simply eliminated the possibility of cooperation between the two parties. As long as he defeated the newborn, it no longer mattered what the position of a has-been queen was. Hera looked at Apollo in disbelief. She did not expect that Apollo would side with the enemy. She turned to look at the gods behind her. The gods were looking at each other with their eyes and noses, as if they were eating melons. Many people even advised, "Queen, the overall situation is more important. Yes, in this situation, please stop bullying Diana. You have gone too far." Hera, she looked at the gods who were admonishing her now with a strange look on her face. She didn't understand why the gods who were so respectful in the past dared to force her like this now. What did she do? How could this be too much? Hera suddenly felt a sore nose, her eyes became a little moist, and she almost cried. At this moment, she felt extremely wronged. She has not suffered such grievances for many years. She obviously didn't do anything and the sky mirror was destroyed, but everyone blamed her. The most important thing is that these are our own people. The most irritating thing is often the backstab from one's own family. Of course, this is just retribution for the evil deeds she did in the past. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Zeus had many illegitimate children, and she was not the only one who did this to Diana. But Hera couldn't control that much at this time, anger and grievance had gone to her head. In anger, he even shouted directly, "Kill him! Whoever kills that man, I will recognize whoever ascends the throne of the God King." This shout immediately stunned everyone present. None of them expected that Hera would suddenly act like this. Are they crazy? Hera was indeed going crazy at this time, so angry that she was like a lioness showing her teeth and claws. Fortunately, someone finally responded to her. Ever since Ares saw Peter, the anger in his eyes was almost unstoppable. At this moment, when he heard that Hera had broken the jar, he couldn't help but jumped out. "Ha ha ha, Queen, this is what you said." Then he rushed towards Peter. He wants this bastard to see his true strength and pay back 100-fold the humiliation he suffered. But at this moment, a black and purple figure stopped in front of him. It was the sun god Apollo. "What are you doing, Apollo?" Ares roared. "What are you doing? Do you need to say this?" Apollo said with a smile on his face, quite elegant and gentlemanly. There was no way he would let Ares and Hera work together. "Then I'll beat you up too." Ares didn't care so much, and the two of them hit each other at once. As the two main gods of Olympus, their strength is naturally similar, otherwise they would not have been able to maintain a stalemate in the battle for the throne for so long. Suddenly, Peter and Diana, who were at the center of the whirlpool, were strangely ignored by everyone. The attention of the gods was focused on the battle between Ares and Apollo. What's going on? Diana subconsciously stuck to Peter and asked. Seeing Hera go crazy, she became extremely nervous and worried about how this matter would end. Unexpectedly, Ares and Apollo started fighting again. Peter was frowning at the two people who were fighting together. I'm a little surprised too. It can only be said that the gods in Olympus, who are drunk and meaty, are really a group of pigs that have been raised rotten. The years of comfort and boredom have turned most of them into incompetent waste. Diana looked at Peter's expression and suddenly burst into laughter. Peter turned his head and looked at her doubtfully. Ahem, Diana cleared her throat to stop her laughter, but still joked very interestingly. I just didn't expect you to have an unexpected day. After all, during this time, the Black Superman seemed to be forever in her eyes. He looks like he is sure of victory. The lower limit of this group of gods is really too low. Peter glared at Diana. Diana actually didn't flinch, but looked straight back. Peter could only look away. This made the smile on Diana's face even wider, like a cat that had caught fish. He even muttered in his heart, you are nothing more than this. The mood that was originally suppressed due to the incident on Paradise Island and Hera became much clearer. Boom! A violent crashing sound came, interrupting Diana's thoughts. Ahead, the battle between Ares and Apollo seems to be intensifying, and they have begun to demolish the temple of Hera. The gods couldn't get enough distance to watch the melon being eaten, and some even had to retreat outside the temple to watch. Little did he know that Apollo was also secretly complaining at this moment. Originally, he only planned to stop Ares and win over Diana. Unexpectedly, today, Ares was like taking medicine. He was so powerful that he had no intention of holding back. This also resulted in him having to deal with it all. But in this way, things seem to be out of his control. In fact, the root cause of this series of farce is that the gods know too little about Peter and have no idea how Black Superman behaves. The stereotypes of the past made them subconsciously think that Hera was making things difficult for others, and then Diana had to fight back. Of course, there was more or less the intention of taking the opportunity to retaliate. Hera's usual diva style was not easy to deal with. Also, Apollo underestimated the anger of Ares. He didn't know the harm that turtle binding had done to a man of steel, and the unlucky substitute had to bear Ares's wrath. Of course, since it is a farce, it will eventually end. At the foot of Mount Olympus, the newborn has stepped on this strange yet familiar land, looking up. Wait, you bunch of corrupt maggots, I'm here to put an end to you. The arrival of the newborn did not immediately arouse the reaction of the gods on the mountain top. Most of the gods were still indulging in the melon-eating atmosphere, watching Ares and Apollo having a heated fight in the middle of the field. Peter was the first to notice. After realizing that there was an uninvited guest, he felt that it was not easy for him, an evil guest, to steal the spotlight from the host's house, so he quietly motioned to Diana and said, let's get out of the way. Diana also there was no doubt about anything, just make room for Ares and Apollo. The two retreated behind the crowd, and Diana said, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe it at all. What can't be believed? Diana looked at the gods who gathered to eat melon, and said with complex eyes, we Amazons have been believing in and serving the gods since ancient times. Although there are many myths that record the absurd things of the gods, at least most of the time, they still have enough wisdom, strength, or integrity. But now, all you see is stupidity, Peter said for Diana. Diana opened her mouth and finally nodded wordlessly. I feel that in Amazon, the faith I built in the past has collapsed, but I don't know why, but I also feel relieved at the same time. After a moment of silence, she said. She felt that each of these gods was far inferior to Black Superman. Rather than serving the gods of Olympus, it is better to serve the Black Superman. Well, I don't know what came to mind. Diana's face turned red and she quickly put out the ridiculous thoughts that suddenly popped up in her mind. Of course, although this group of gods seems a bit absurd and useless at the moment. In fact, most of them are indeed quite useless, but this does not deny the authority and power they carry. According to Marvel's scale, the power of Ares and Apollo has definitely reached the universe, and they have considerable strength in this level. The various strange artifacts in the hands of the gods also have considerable power. But even so, these were almost insignificant to Peter, so he didn't remind Diana of anything. If Diana's potential is fully unleashed, she will be no weaker than gods like Ares and Apollo who are famous for their combat prowess. Even now, after this period of development, Peter has roughly judged that she has stepped into the universe level threshold. Back to the topic, on the other hand, Hera finally couldn't bear it anymore and stopped this ridiculous farce. That's enough. Stop it. What she wanted to deal with was the rude man who offended her, not Orin. The two main gods of pace were fighting here, in front of outsiders, which made her feel embarrassed. The queen's status and intimidation still existed, and Apollo no longer wanted to take the blame for others, so he seized the opportunity and quickly distanced himself. Ares vented his anger, suppressed his anger a little, and stopped being aggressive. He just stared at Peter with malicious eyes again. Come on, bastard, let's solve the problem in a real man's way. Peter smiled and asked, do you want to be kidnapped again in front of everyone, Ares? This plain and slightly contemptuous attitude made Ares's anger that had finally been suppressed jump up again. He even noticed the curious glances from the gods. Ares, the god of war, was actually tied. What kind of binding method could make him so angry? This was something he couldn't stand. As the only 3 insiders present, Diana couldn't help laughing at this moment. Well, although Ares is dangerous when he is angry, it is really bad for Black Superman to provoke others like this. However, when Ares couldn't help but want to start a fight again, Peter suddenly said, "You seem to have other troubles to deal with." As soon as he finished speaking, a god was suddenly smashed into inside the temple. He was lying on the ground covered in blood and struggling, looking seriously injured. This sudden change finally aroused the vigilance of the gods present. The god who was smashed in was still a little conscious. At this moment, he also reminded loudly with difficulty, Chusheng is here." At the same time, a voice came from outside the temple. Hong Zhong's voice said, "So many gods have gathered together, are they welcoming my arrival?" Then, the gods finally met the eldest son of Zeus, the man who brought disaster to them. He was about the same size as the Hulk, with a bare upper body and hunched muscles. He wore pants and a cape made of some kind of animal fur on his legs and back. His arrival made the originally absurd atmosphere solemn, and accompanied by a cry, "I am your doomsday." He rushed towards the gods like a lion breaking into a flock of sheep. In desperation, Ares and Apollo, who had just fought, had no choice but to push forward. Ares' spear came forward, followed closely by Apollo's flames. As the 2 most powerful gods, they were the only ones who could take on the important role in the absence of Zeus. But at this moment, facing the new students, they quickly fell into a disadvantage and were suppressed to death. The other gods with fighting power tried to help them and also joined the battle against the newborns. Normally, with the addition of these people, the newborn would have been defeated. But somehow, the newborn's power was strengthened. This time, Ares and Apollo, who were under direct pressure, were defeated. Diana saw it and said, "The resistance of the gods seems to have made him stronger." The newborn fought back the gods and explained without hesitation, "It's useless. The more fierce you resist, it will only make me stronger. With this alone, the gods of Olympus will forever be defeated. It is impossible to defeat him." But Ares and Apollo quickly realized the key to the problem, and they all looked at Diana. They finally understood why Diana was the key to breaking the situation. "Diana, it's your turn to take action." Diana also realized this, took a deep breath, and prepared to step forward to face the newborn. Although I don't know what the specific judging criteria are, since the gods cannot deal with the newborn, and she was placed in this position by the prophecy, the result is obvious. But this action was stopped in advance by a sentence. Why would Diana take action for you? This made all the gods present, including Ares and Apollo, stunned for a moment. Isn't this obvious? The situation is all set to this point. Besides Diana, who else can take action? What are you talking about? Apollo said anxiously. Only Diana has the power to fight against the newborns, and she is not an Olympus god. Now she can only take action, can't she? Of course. Peter didn't. Denying Apollo's words, he looked at Hera and said, "But why should she help you?" The gods seemed to take Diana's help for granted. Otherwise, she is the daughter of Zeus, isn't it? Apollo realized something midway through his words, and followed Peter and turned his attention to Hera. Hera, who had been paddling since she was born, saw that everyone's attention was focused on her again, and she suddenly felt humiliated. "Look what I'm doing? What do you mean?" She was a little hysterical. She is just the daughter of a bitch. "Listen, Diana, if you still want your mother and tribe to recover, just be obedient and resolve the matter in front of you. Otherwise, if we die, they will never be able to recover." Diana couldn't help but look at Hera in surprise at this moment. She didn't expect that even at this time, this woman would still be so arrogant. At the same time, anger arose in her heart, and her fists were clenched tightly by her. The gods on the scene looked at this scene and more or less frowned, feeling that Hera had gone too far. Disaster is approaching, but he still doesn't know how to restrain himself. Of course, they did not feel wrong about the position and meaning expressed by Hera. Although I don't know what Hera did to Diana's mother and tribe, in the current situation, Diana should indeed take action against the newborn, and then they would lower the reward and solve the Amazons' problem, and everyone would be happy. It's not that they harbor any ill will toward Diana or anything else, it's just that it's been this way for thousands of years and they're just used to it. This shouldn't have been said, and things shouldn't have reached this point. Even if it was true, everyone would whitewash the surface to make the whole story look better. However, after being so provoked by Peter, Hera said everything she should and shouldn't say at once, which made the atmosphere on the field suddenly solidify. Diana was also forced into a corner. If she joined the battle now, wouldn't she really become a beggar on her knees? But there was no way she could just watch the newborn slaughter the gods. Something happened to Hera, and her mother and her tribe couldn't recover, and she wasn't the kind of person who would just sit back and watch. Things suddenly froze in place and became a bit of a dilemma. Apollo even cursed Hera in his heart. She failed more than accomplished anything. As the other protagonist of this battle, Chusheng, after listening to the words of everyone present, although he did not understand the inside story and was not interested in gossiping about the inside story, he extracted one of the most important points. Diana, the woman in a black and white dress in front of her, seems to be Olympus back up against him. He even thought it was a bit ridiculous that he would use a woman wearing such sexy clothes to deal with him, which was simply bizarre. Of course, he was not an arrogant master. Now that he knew that the maid in front of him was a weapon against him, then the newborn turned in the direction of Peter and Diana. Since it was a weapon against him, he didn't mind nipping this threat in the cradle first. Apollo, who was aware of Chu Sheng's intention, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Diana was indeed riding a tiger, but now if Chu Sheng took the initiative to attack, the problem would be different. Justifiable defense is always okay, right? This seems to be a happy choice for everyone. As for the aftermath, let's talk about it later. Only Peter didn't think so. He frowned as he watched the newborn approaching him and Diana. Originally, he was too lazy to take action. After all, he was Diana's opponent. He just wanted to solve the problem of Hera. He stood still and stole the food. But it's different if the other party rushes forward with such a death wish. Seeing that Chusheng was targeting her, Diana subconsciously tensed her body and prepared for battle. Who knows, the next second, a hot red ray lights up next to him. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. The heat vision burned directly on Chusheng's body, and Chusheng let out a cry of pain for the first time. And now that Peter has taken action, he will naturally not give the other party a chance to struggle again. He slowly flew into the air, his body pressed by the burning gaze in his eyes, and soon he melted into a big pit around the newborn. The newborn, on the other hand, howled more and more miserably in the scarlet light, until the sound gradually weakened, and finally lost its life completely. Chapter 164 Single Universe Chapter 164 Single Universe Chapter 164 Single Universe Chapter 39 Is the first life dead? The thing happened so suddenly that most of the gods were unable to react and were surprised and delighted. It's really that the newborn died too quickly? He died helplessly. 1 second he was majestic, like a god, but the next second he suddenly disappeared, his whole person was evaporated, and his mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. Those who don't know think how weak the newborn is. But is it weak at birth? He must not be weak, otherwise he wouldn't be able to beat the entire Olympus gods alone, making them lose their temper and panic. After all, the man in front of him, Black Superman, was too strong. As for why it is so strong, the gods can't figure it out, and they don't need to figure it out. All they knew was that they were relieved that the threat from the infancy and the prophecies of doom seemed to have passed. You can continue to party and have fun? And Peter, who had just killed the newborn, naturally became a favorite in their eyes. Human beings are inherently strong-willed, and even the gods are exceptions to this rule. They are all looking at Black Superman with eager eyes at this moment. The eyes of the goddesses were full of joy, and the autumn water was so full that it was almost overflowing. They were very happy and wanted to have sex with the warrior who could easily defeat the newborn warrior. No, even a few more games would be okay. Well, even some male idols are no exception. This made Diana, who was watching on the side, frown subconsciously, feeling uncomfortable and wanting to throw all these shameless guys out. Then he looked at Peter a little wetly. If anyone was unhappy on the field, it was only Ares and Hera. The two of them had a new grudge and an old grudge, and both looked very ugly at this time. Ares found that he had misjudged the opponent's strength. From the heat vision just now, he felt the same temperature that could kill him. Not to mention Hera, the newborn was solved, but this solution was even more uncomfortable than killing her. The scarlet in Peter's eyes slowly dissipated, and he glanced around to take in all the performances of the gods. I have killed the newborn, now it's time for us to have a good talk. Of course, warrior of Olympus, you want what are you talking about? The gods responded enthusiastically, immersed in the joy of victory. Peter chuckled and said, either surrender, or I will do what I didn't finish when I was born again. The expressions of joy on the faces of the gods froze. On this day, the gods all realized that although they had solved the new life, they seemed to have ushered in a more terrifying guy. The first to suffer was naturally Hera. She was pulled down from her position and forced to apologize to Diana. This was undoubtedly humiliating for her, but she couldn't resist. Ares, the first god of war who had the courage to resist, suddenly followed in the footsteps of his newborn. This made the gods even more frightened, and even helped Peter force Hera. After that, there was a dark era in which the gods couldn't help but tremble every time they looked back. The entire Mount Olympus fell under the rule of the Black Superman and strict laws were enacted. The gods can no longer enjoy wine and meat as before, they can no longer hold open-air parties with many people. And exposure of the body in public is also prohibited, saying it is against social public morals. Peter gave them something to do, changing some of the rules of Olympus so that the gods had to work in exchange for payment. In short, let them all go to 996 to work as workers. This really matched Hera's original mood, which was even more uncomfortable than killing them. As for why I did this, I don't have any other ideas, I just wanted to have some fun during the last period of DC. Even later, Zeus realized something was wrong, resurrected and returned to the mountain in advance, and had a battle with Black Superman, but he failed to regain the dominance of the sacred mountain, and instead got himself involved. Everyone in the Amazon was quickly ordered to lift the curse. Diana was deeply moved as she watched her clan members recover one by one. No matter how Black Superman tormented the gods of Olympus, after all, it was to save her people, and her feelings in her heart reached a higher level. And when Queen Hippolyta listened to her daughter telling her about the things on Mount Olympus bit by bit, she couldn't help but be so surprised that she opened her mouth from ear to ear the whole time, and she didn't know how to control her expression. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't imagine that the tourists who accidentally visited Paradise Island would actually do this. As for Steve, when things have developed to this point, he has been subconsciously ignored by many people. But at the same time, Hippolyta also discovered something strange about her daughter. You like him? After noticing some thoughts in Diana's mind, Hippolyta asked bluntly. Probably because she was so frightened by the sudden appearance of her mother and her tribe, Diana has been staying on Paradise Island for a while after the curse of the Amazon was lifted. Faced with her mother's question, Diana only thought about it for a few seconds before giving the answer. Yes, mother, I think I might actually like him a little bit. Just a little. Hippolyta looked at her. He looked at his daughter and said. Diana pursed her lips, and after a while she retreated under her mother's gaze and said. Okay, probably, a little more than a little. This is the Amazon style. After noticing the emotions in their hearts, they will easily choose to speak generously. In fact, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of Hermes, Diana might have already taken action against someone at this moment. Of course, it was precisely because of the subsequent Olympus Mountains that Black Superman ordered Hera to apologize and rescued the Amazons, which made her emotions more intense. Then you should hold on, child. Hippolyta took Diana's hand and said seriously. But faced with her mother's encouragement, Diana rarely hesitated. What's wrong? Hippolyta asked. It's nothing. Diana said, I just think, maybe it's better to stay the same. Her intuition told her that even if she went up to A at this moment, there might be no results. This frightened her a little. As events happened one after another, especially this trip to the gods' domain, Diana gradually felt the gap between the two sides. It seemed that she could only look at the other person's back from further and further away. No matter how hard she trained and stimulated her body's potential, the distance did not shrink, but actually grew larger. Not to mention that Black Superman is a traveler from another world. He may disappear one day and return to his own universe. Long-distance love in the universe was something Diana had never heard of. Seeing her daughter's appearance, Hippolyta seemed to see herself in her. She and Zeus had a bad relationship at the beginning, but now, it seems that the same fate has befallen Diana. Of course, this is not a comparison between Black Superman and Zeus, and there is no comparison between the two sides. She hugged her daughter distressedly. Oh, my child. She thought of her past and said, it is easier to fall in love with a god than to be loved by a god. Diana took a breath, said, don't worry, mother, I won't give up. It doesn't work now, but maybe it will work in the future. She has a long life, and she is willing to use time to change the result. Diana made up her mind that it was time to return to Black Superman. It was on this day that Peter came to Amazon again. During this period, in addition to having fun rectifying Olympus, he also did not give up on matters on Earth, and gained a lot of points. The points were even enough, and he added 2 more points. Superman LV5, max. Thor Power LV5, max. However, unfortunately, these 2 talents seem to have reached their limits after being upgraded to LV5. But Peter didn't feel too disappointed about this. After all, hadn't the several talent systems taken from eternity had already shown? No matter if there is nothing you can do or if the conditions are insufficient, it just means that you can no longer make breakthroughs in the future by adding points as mindlessly as before. For Peter now, although it is a little troublesome, it is not a big problem. What's more, the individual level 5 of these 2 talents has also brought their magnitude to the top of the Heavenly Father level, which is the level of the sub-single universe. Not to mention other special versions and bonuses, the superpower under normal conditions is only at this level, and Thor needs to be old to enter this field. Don't forget, Peter's Superman talent package was originally just an integration of Homelander abilities and talents, and was upgraded accordingly. Without T'Chau's aura and Kryptonian bloodline, reaching this point is already considered the limit. Not to mention that the superposition of the 2 talents has already put Peter's real combat power in the first echelon below diversity. In addition, during this period of time, he studied portals and accidentally developed some magical abilities. It can be said that under the multidimensionality, he can blast whoever he wants to blast. And now, it's time for him to leave DC. Are you leaving? When Diana heard that Peter was about to leave, she stood stunned. She stood on the edge of the cliff, with the boundless sea and blue sky in front of her. This was the place where she first encountered Black Superman and mistakenly entered Paradise Island. Although Peter had warned him before that he would not stay long, when this moment really came, she still felt waves of sadness and reluctance. Especially at this time, when she had just realized her feelings and had just made up her mind. There is always a feeling that good fortune is playing tricks on people. Yes, I'm coming here now to say goodbye to you for the last time. Peter replied. Diana came back to her senses and looked at Peter. I thought I could keep you longer. I've stayed long enough, Diana. I know, maybe I'm just a little too greedy, Diana said mockingly. She had thought about whether to simply follow the Black Superman on another trip, but in the end, her responsibility and attachment to her tribe outweighed her idea of eloping. You know, this kind of thing is definitely not simple or easy. Even if Black Superman is so powerful, it still takes such a long time to prepare. In the end, she could only ask, will you come back? Then a pair of very classic and beautiful eyes stared at Peter expectantly, and the ripples in her heart also rose, as if she was about to drown. She was scared that Black Superman would say no, but fortunately, Black Superman didn't. Peter chuckled lightly. Of course, our newspaper office still needs you to look after it. I don't want it to be gone when I come back one day. The second mission anchor point is also after Peter has reorganized Mount Olympus. Finished. The gods contributed the last wave of influence to Peter, and the reward of 500,000 points and the anchor point of the DC universe has been accounted for. Traveling back and forth between different universes is not an easy task, even for him now, but with an anchor, there is a direction. There will always be a chance to come back and take this universe into your pocket. And these words were like a dose of strong oxygen injected into Diana's heart, making it beat fast again. She didn't know if it was due to the oxygen intoxication, but she even felt a little dizzy. She didn't know when she had become so humble. Just a promise from the other party could make her so happy and excited. Diana breathed out to calm down, but there was already a bit more expectation and hope in her eyes. She patted her wealthy chest and promised, "Don't worry, I will watch over it. After all, the newspaper has put a lot of effort into it." She said seriously, "I will keep watching until you come back." After meeting Diana for the last time, Peter opened a portal again. Even he had to look a little more serious at this moment. He stepped through the portal in one step and came into a dark space. There is no edge, no sound, not even a sense of space up and down, left and right, there is only boundless darkness. And not far away, there is a figure emitting blue light. Dr. Manhattan. During this time, Peter had been groping, and finally he found the hiding place in Manhattan. Dr. Manhattan comes from the Watchmen universe. He was still a human being and was a physics scientist, until he had an accident during a quantum conversion experiment and his body was destroyed. Through this, he became a quantum entangled body and gained godlike power. Only some of the abilities displayed include predicting the future, creating or destroying the world, controlling time and space, changing cause and effect, controlling and destroying particles, etc. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. His existence is almost equivalent to the god of science. Originally, no matter how powerful Dr. Manhattan's power was, it was limited to the Watchmen universe. However, when the DC universe restarted in the New 52, the editors smoothly integrated the Watcher universe into the main universe. This led to an unprecedented expansion of Dr. Manhattan's influence. Now the three Monitor brothers are all younger brothers compared to him. Of course, he is not without weaknesses. Perhaps because he is too partial to science and engineering, he cannot read people's hearts compared to God who controls faith and theology. Moreover, Peter, who currently has double level 5 of Superman plus Thor power, is already in the same level as the little blue man in front of him in terms of combat power alone. It's hard to win, but you can't lose either. It's just that compared to other people's quantum power package, his power is expanded by multiple superpositions, and his level is lower. To put it simply, he only uses force to overwhelm others. Dr. Manhattan is also one of the many plans Peter considered when leaving the DC universe. Although there is not much difference in terms of combat power level, in terms of personality and ability, the gap between the two sides is huge. Not to mention that Manhattan was originally added during the DC New 52 reboot. It is considered a local high-dimensional existence. While being bound to the DC universe, it also has various permissions and abilities. It also happens to be able to travel through the universe. His experience made it perfect for him to take action. Moreover, after Dr. Manhattan became a quantum entanglement, he no longer had human thinking. He only knew the pros and cons and was more like a computer. He has only a few core goals. Those who threaten the continuity and stability of the world must be dealt with, and accidents cannot exist. As an outsider, Peter does not belong to this universe. Coupled with such huge power, it can be said that every move he makes creates infinite variables for this universe. His existence is an unstable factor for the DC universe. He has not taken action before and is most likely still observing him. Now that he has come to visit, Manhattan should be happy to cooperate and send him away. Compared with other products in the same price range, as long as you make sense, Manhattan is definitely the best one to talk to. You're here. Soon, a standard American accent sounded in Peter's ears, and Manhattan had already set its sights on him the first moment he entered here. Peter also saw clearly what Manhattan looked like at this moment for the first time. His eyes were pale, he was sitting cross-legged, and he was naked. He quickly looked away and replied smoothly, "I'm here. You shouldn't have come." Peter thought for a moment that the other party was implying something, but then he thought it was unlikely and frowned and said, "But I'm already here." Then, he felt that Manhattan fell into silence, even if it was as short as a moment, before he replied, "Why are you here?" Such an abnormal attitude gave Peter an ominous premonition. Logically speaking, since he has already come to the door, Manhattan shouldn't be unaware of his purpose. "I want to leave this universe," Peter said. "I come from outside this universe and do not belong here, but it is not easy to leave with my strength alone. I need you to help me open a door to the door outside the universe. After that, no one else has to worry about it." With Marvel's anchor, he can easily find his way. Moreover, the two American comic universes are really not that far apart. But in response, Manhattan replied, "Sorry, I can't do that. Oh, now that I think about it, DC's writing of this volume was really a failure. Maybe due to the state of things a while ago, I didn't expect to write a lot of things or couldn't write them out. Thinking about it now, Diana can first stack a teacher-student buff here, and then play various games derived from the teacher-student relationship. At the same time, there are also things that should be written. After Diana sensed that she liked him, she launched various direct and contrasting attacks with Amazon characteristics on Peter, and then Peter pulled, but these were not written. Diana's character didn't stand up either. It's just a very boring plot. I'm really numb. I can't write well no matter how I write. The more I write, the less confident I am, like a second-rate writer. Although maybe I am just a second-rate writer. Regarding Manhattan's answer, Peter, who had expected it, did not show any surprise or dissatisfaction. He just asked calmly, "Can you tell me why?" Manhattan replied very straightforwardly, "If possible, I don't want you to leave." Peter raised his eyebrows. This time he was really surprised and asked again, "Why?" "I have been observing you for a long time, Black Superman." Manhattan explained said. "Although you are an outsider, what you have done during this time has not threatened the universe. On the contrary, I think your existence contributes to the stability of the universe. Although I don't know and understand your motivations for doing certain things, but you are not abusing your power. Even if your existence is steering the future in an uncertain direction every moment, this change is sometimes not necessarily bad." This time, it was Peter's turn to fall silent. "Good guys, the culprit has been found." It turns out that the problem lies in self-positioning. From the beginning, Peter felt that he was not a stable person, and who knew what he would do for fun or other things in the future. At least that's what he thought, but now it seems Manhattan has a different view. This felt like someone suddenly told him that he was ranked last in every exam. It turned out that the problem was not him, but the test paper. He was a top student. This made Peter feel a little ridiculous. However, the problem now is not about poor students or top students. The problem is, if Manhattan refuses to take action, it won't be that easy for him to get out. After a moment of silence, Peter asked, "What kind of future do you see?" Manhattan didn't hide anything and said very sincerely, "No matter which future, I will fight a Kryptonian who grew up on Earth, and then there is a darkness that I can no longer see." He looked at Peter. "By the way, the Kryptonian's power is somewhat similar to yours. But you seem to have known about my existence from the beginning, so there is a high probability that you should also know him, Superman Clark." "I do know." Peter did not hide too much. In the face of this kind of existence, there is no point in making small fuss. The future may be better, it may be worse, who knows yet. He also looked directly into Manhattan's pale eyes and said word by word, "But there is one thing I am sure of now, Manhattan, and that is that I will definitely leave. If you must leave, I can't stop you, but I won't help you either." "No, you will help me." Peter interrupted Manhattan directly. He said, "You know, with my current strength, as long as I make up my mind to leave, I can always find a way. It will be more troublesome at most. As for what harm the trouble in this process will cause to the universe, this it's out of control." Peter frowned when he saw Manhattan's expressionless face for the first time. He knew that the other person was a little shaken, so he struck while the iron was hot. For example, that side that separates this universe from the outside. The wall, if I wanted to get out of there, the way I did, the only thing I could do was break it. Manhattan, you don't want this universe to be hurt unnecessarily, right? I understand, I will send you away. After a period of friendly and harmonious communication, the little blue man Manhattan finally succeeded in realizing his mistakes and corrected his mistakes under Peter's guidance. With his cooperation, Peter quickly opened the door leading outside DC. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Peter even felt that after he left, the door closed a little too fast, and it seemed a little impatient. But these are not important anymore. Without the cosmic barrier, Marvel, the anchor point of the universe, is becoming clearer and clearer, and Peter can feel that the anchor point is not far away. At the same time, unlike the last time he came, Peter now has sufficient time and opportunity to perceive and become familiar with this journey and environment in the universe. This high-dimensional perception and understanding will be of great help to his future. Marvel, Earth. Peter's figure suddenly appeared over New York. Finally returning to Marvel, even he couldn't help but feel a little more relaxed at the moment. When he left, it was still during the Battle of New York, but now it seems that the city has completed most of its reconstruction, but it seems that the time span is not long. This made him a little curious about how everyone was doing during his absence. Immediately, Peter released his perception and began to search for the corresponding information, but after he sensed it, he was stunned for a moment. All gone. He discovered that all traces of him had disappeared from the earth at this moment, as if they had been forgotten by everyone. Of course, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he immediately identified the culprit. He had the motive and ability to do such a thing, but it was just Eternity that the Deus Ex Machina used to deal with him. Now it seems that the original Eternity was only at the level of a single universe. Even if the Infinity tends to be multidimensional, it still did not break through that layer of shackles. It's probably just a separate version. Both Marvel and DC like to play with this set. It is impossible for the Time Management Bureau to produce the eternal deity. With a little authority and favor, hiring a clone is already the limit. Apart from anything else, the Spacetime Management Bureau still has this energy, and in some timelines they even enslaved Galactus. Even when he was exiled to the DC universe, Peter felt that there was a high probability that someone else was involved. At that time, the System Store revealed two talents, which were the Eternal Cosmic Conceptual Entity and another completely unknown. This, what it is and who it belongs to, can only be found out later if we have the opportunity. After locking the target, Peter suddenly had some idea of the situation at hand. At his current level, it was not difficult to solve it. There is another thing that is more important at hand. The next second, Peter appeared above his apartment. He, Gwen, Uncle Ben and George came here to choose this place, and now they have all moved in. Peter took a look and saw that everyone was still alive. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were sitting at the dining table having breakfast. Thanks to Peter's plan for a rainy day and the fortune left behind, their quality of life has improved a lot, but it seems that there is no longer the lively atmosphere. The two old people were sitting at the table, and the atmosphere seemed a bit sluggish. The room belonging to Peter was still sorted out and kept very clean, as if waiting for its owner to return at any time. In the apartment opposite, Gwen's family was all together. Aunt Helen was sitting having breakfast, and George had already gotten up and was reading the newspaper. The two brothers were a little lazy in bed, but they had already gotten up and washed up one after another. Only Gwen, even though it was getting late, she still showed no signs of getting up. You must know that before, in order to do her job well as Spider-Woman, she was not the first to get up every day, but she was definitely the most diligent one. Even before becoming Spider-Woman, her schedule was very regular, and she was often the one who woke Peter up. It wasn't until breakfast was finished and Helen sent the two brothers to school that Gwen woke up slightly and got out of bed. George hadn't gone to work yet, and he seemed to have waited for Gwen specially. Gwen, you can't go on like this. After seeing Gwen finish washing, George finally couldn't help but said, I know that Peter's incident has hit you hard, and I'm very sad about it, Gwen, but people can't always live in the past, we need to look forward. George told Gwen he called to the table and said it very sincerely. Peter is not dead, Dad. Gwen was silent for a while before replying slowly. I remember very clearly that he seemed to have been taken away by someone that day. She frowned, recalling the trip to New York. The scene on the day of the battle. I don't know who those people are, and I don't know why they took Peter away, but I will definitely find Peter again, no matter how much time it takes. Listening to his daughter's firm words, George also he couldn't help but sigh a little softly. He understood the importance of Peter to his daughter, and he felt very sad about Peter's disappearance. But as a father, he couldn't watch his daughter wallowing in the past decadently. But you have been studying that gadget for more than half a year, haven't you? Even Stark was involved, but there is still no result. George looked at Gwen. You know, Gwen, I just don't want you to be so decadent anymore. The gadget George mentioned was a small device left by the Time Administration that Gwen had picked up at the scene. The other party seems to rely on these devices to transmit. This thing must be indispensable if we want to find Peter, but it was mostly damaged and completely unusable. In desperation, Gwen had no choice but to bring it back, trying to study, analyze the technology, and repair it. But no matter how smart Gwen is, she can't avoid the reality that she is just a 12th grader who has just grown up and is about to graduate. Her knowledge and skills were clearly not sufficient to perform this kind of work on her own. Therefore, it became inevitable to bring in other members of the Justice League to study together. Fortunately, the technology contained in this thing itself is already of great research value. In addition, this is to find the missing Peter, so everyone has invested a lot of effort. This includes Tony Stark, the chief scientist of the Justice League. In addition, some other people, Connors and Banner, who was fighting the Hulk in a certain world, also paid more or less attention and put forward their thoughts and opinions. Even though it was the busiest time after the war in New York, the country and the world were in a mess about the impact of alien invasion, post-war reconstruction, loot distribution, and technological analysis and research. Gwen also improved a lot of scientific research skills along the way. As we all know, in terms of science and technology, Stark's research and development capabilities are naturally unmatched. After an initial period of analysis, he quickly repaired the device to every detail, and his technical foundation was thoroughly explored. Although the underlying technology of the device is completely unachievable with human technology at this time, and even Tony can't do anything about it, there is no big problem with existing ones. Everyone also determined the function of the device, which can open a passage to the multiverse, allowing users to travel through various parallel universes. The research soon entered its next phase. In terms of replenishing energy, after careful consideration several times, the cosmic cube was borrowed from Asgard again for a period of time. Gwen was also ready. She knows that after the device is turned on, she may have to face one strange and different universe after another. For a long time in the future, she may have to travel between parallel universes to find information about Peter. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. But she will never regret it. But to everyone's surprise, after everything was ready, the device failed to start. There was obviously nothing wrong with the check, and the calculations were very accurate, but the strange thing was that Gwen just couldn't open the channel. There seemed to be a layer of isolation that blocked everyone, and the research was stuck at this point. Even Tony made no progress. In addition, Tony himself has a lot of things to do, including the subsequent iterative upgrades of the steel armor and the destroyer armor, the future industrial impact and development of the company after the war, and the positioning of the Justice League. There are problems, and he has been running around recently. After studying magic, and Pepper's belly is getting bigger and bigger, he must be prepared to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband and father. He couldn't keep his eyes on this. This has caused the research to be stuck in the last step, and only Gwen is still trying. The reason why she got up late was because she stayed up late last night playing with the device. It's just the last step, Dad. I'm just one step away from success. Gwen could only explain it this way, and said with a smile. And I'm not decadent at all. I was admitted to the Imperial University. The results in each subject are still among the best. I have not missed any clubs, competitions, or honors. I have also learned a lot about relevant theories, techniques, and practices. She did even better than she did when she was Spider-Woman. But in this regard, George sighed deeply. He showed a rare bitterness on his face and asked, "What about Spider-Woman?" Gwen fell into silence. After the Great War in New York, Spider-Woman, everyone's favorite friendly neighbor and honorary police officer, has not been seen for more than half a year. Outside the apartment, Peter looked at Gwen in the room, a trace of distress flashed in his eyes, and then he began to think about what he should do next. At present, it seems that only the identity of Black Superman has been forgotten. Peter Parker still exists, but some details have been corrected. He could have just returned as Peter Parker, as long as he could explain his disappearance and return. The other thing is how to remove the magic of forgetting Black Superman, but in this regard, he is not a professional after all, and maybe he needs to talk to a certain Supreme Mage. Coincidentally, as soon as Peter finished his thoughts about CAO and CAO's arrival, electric sparks suddenly flashed out of thin air in the air beside him, opening an arc portal clockwise. The handsome guy walked out with her trademark bald head. Peter was not surprised that Ancient One came to his door. With his current size, he just broke through the boundary and entered again. It would be strange for Guyi, as the Supreme Mage, not to take a look. It's just that now that he has been given the hidden buff by Eternity, it's a bit troublesome to explain his identity to Guyi. Maybe there will be a fight. Hey, this is not bad. By the way, it unlocks an achievement of beating the Supreme Ancient One. I think you are thinking of something very offensive, Black Superman. Guyi, an old man, seemed to have noticed something and said something. Peter was a little surprised. Do you still remember me? I did forget. Guyi knew what Peter asked and explained. But I just used the time stone to flip through the timeline. Good guy, the administrator uses time gem opens permissions to exploit bugs. Peter felt a little pity, as this way he wouldn't be able to find an excuse to beat up the Supreme Mage. Ancient Yi drew another portal and came out. On the opposite side of the door was Kamatage. She signaled, "We may need to talk." Peter had no objection, and he happened to have many questions that he could directly ask Ancient One to answer. He passed through the portal and came to Kamatage's palace, followed closely by Ancient One. There are only two of them here. Guyi used magic to brew 2 cups of tea, flew them into their hands respectively, took a sip, and then said, "Try it, this tea is very good." Really? Peter drank it in one gulp and said, "Then are you going to buy 2 kilograms later? I asked you to taste the tea because I asked you to buy it?" Guyi shook his head, stopped chatting, and went straight to the point. "You probably already know that more than half a year has passed since you left." Peter nodded. "I went to another universe. Although the time span of the 2 universes is slightly different, the difference is not big. But I didn't expect that there was still a hand left here." He was referring to the matter of forgetting magic. At the same time, regarding the time flow problem between Marvel and DC, until the 2 universes have not completely established a link, it will be unstable. Maybe next time I go back, dozens of people have passed there. 100 years, but it may only be a few days or hours. When it comes to the problem of forgetting magic, Ancient One's always calm and wise expression has become a little solemn. "Black Superman, Peter Parker, can you tell me why that person suddenly appeared that day? Come and take action against you?" If Peter hadn't suddenly come back today and Guyu Fuzi mentally used the time stone to look through the relevant timelines, she might not have really discovered that the memory of the entire life on Earth has been overridden. After all, for an existence of that kind of person, he said that even Ancient One seemed extremely insignificant. Peter briefly talked about the existence of the time administration, and did not care whether Ancient One would have some doubts and speculations about his identity transformation. At his current level, except for those existences that are diverse or endanger the multiverse, you really don't need to pay too much attention to others. After hearing this, Guyi let out a rare sigh. Even she couldn't possibly know about an organization like the Time Administration. Again, Eternity belongs to the administration, and each one is a multiverse-level existence. She felt that in the short 10 minutes since Peter came back, she seemed to have withdrawn from the environment. She was full of enthusiasm, awesome and coaxing. The Supreme Mage who watched who beat whom seemed to be gone forever. This made Guyi a little sad. Peter also saw that Guyi's sudden pressure doubled. After all, he had been guarding the Earth all his life and fighting against various dimensional demons. She didn't even dare to die, so she could only live with a sigh of relief. Although this person was an old man, Peter still respected her deeds. And whether it was Eternity or the Time Management Bureau, they were far beyond her ability. Come on, even her boss Wei Shandy can't handle it. Okay, don't worry, whether it's the administration or that big smiling face, I can handle it myself. He gave a rare comfort. At this moment, Guyi also raised his eyes and looked at Peter. It has to be said that after going out, the strength of Black Superman seemed to have skyrocketed again, reaching a level that she could not figure out. Not only did she there was no envy, but she was very pleased. It also made the idea in her heart stronger. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Thinking of this, Gu Yi felt a lot more relaxed, or a little embarrassed. She smiled and said, "You want to see what happened during the 6 months since you left, what happened to them?" "I think so too." Having not watched Tony and the others have fun for more than half a year, Peter felt like he had lost 100 million. It just so happens that Ancient One's time gem has a recording function, which cannot be fully restored in time. Ancient One began to activate the Eye of Agamotto on his chest, and asked, "Who do you want to see first?" Peter said without any hesitation, "Tony Stark." The Eye of Agamotto quickly called up information about Tony's holographic projection over the past 6 months. After the Battle of New York, he became a hero who saved the Earth, and gained countless fame, wealth, and honors throughout his life. But his life has not been good in the past 6 months. Only he knows how much pressure he is facing. After the memory was overwritten, although Tony no longer had the experience of carrying a nuclear bomb into space in the original version, the desperate and irresistible scene of eternity coming has left an indelible shadow in his heart. Even though he lost that part of his memory, there was still some indescribable fear lingering in his heart. Not to mention that for a person with a highly developed brain like him, it is not difficult to feel the bug after the memory is overwritten. I remember that a certain figure stepped forward to protect the Earth at a critical moment. This has made him a little anxious for the past 6 months, so depressed that he can't breathe. Afraid that one day the indescribable fear will come again. But he was once again powerless. There was a vague feeling that there was nothing he could do for once. This led to his crazy explosion of troops in the past 6 months. The Chitori's technology became his nourishment, and his steel mecha was frantically iteratively upgraded in the past 6 months. Now, it can be said that he truly owns a steel army. The scale is several times larger than that in the original Iron Man 3, and the combat power has generally been upgraded. But even so, he was still not satisfied. In other words, this time the fear was too profound and he suffered from a lack of firepower phobia. Relying on the inspiration of the destroyer armor, Tony turned his head and studied magic. He tried to find a way to combine magic and technology. Good guy, isn't this just going the way of Dr. Doom? Of course, magic research is not going well at the moment, and progress is not fast in comparison. The leader of the Earth's mage, Ancient Yi, did not lend a helping hand in front of him. Peter looked at Tony, who couldn't live without being crazy, and was a little curious about his future development. Another Doctor of Destruction, who is very active in technology and magic, has climbed to the position of God King. Afterwards, Gu Yi also showed the records of other partners one by one. Shortly after the Battle of New York, Thor ran back to Asgard with Loki and the Tesseract. Although Banner is struggling with Eagle Hulk, he still keeps in touch with friends here from time to time. Felicia is still living her life as a popular superhero, clocking into work every day, messing around and fishing, which can be said to be the most comfortable life. Although she would miss a certain master who didn't exist or not from time to time. In the past 6 months, she has spent a lot of time with Gwen. Although she can't provide much help in business, she is a cat. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he gained Gwen's favor a lot. Connors is still committed to the development and promotion of biological serum. One thing worth mentioning is that he actually found a girlfriend. A girl who happens to have some peculiar XP. As for Harry, Peter was a little surprised. Long before Peter left Marvel and went to DC, Harry began to mess with the Black Superman Church. As a result, he also had some delightful conflicts with Kingpin, who was imprisoned on his own at the time. And even in the 6 months since Black Superman's name was forgotten by people, they have not forgotten this church. On the contrary, the church has undergone further transformation and development. Although Harry and Kingpin have forgotten the term Black Superman, they have not forgotten the fervent and passionate feeling. They found that they all seemed to have admired a certain role model, looked forward to a new future, and firmly believed in a certain creed. It's just that they can't remember it. In fact, this spiritual lack and ambiguity once made them a little irritable. They even doubt whether all this is real or some kind of hallucination. Thanks to the existence of the church, their emotions and minds became more stable, as if they had a place of sustenance, and they understood that all this was not a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water, or an illusion. But they are just an exception. Most people don't have as strong emotions and sustenance as they do. Many people only joined them because of the trends and interests. They have forgotten everything that should be forgotten and what should not be forgotten. At this time, the Black Superman Church, which had just begun to take shape, almost collapsed. Under such circumstances, Harry and Kingpin, who had once been diametrically opposed to each other, actually began to commiserate with each other for the first time. They found that they seemed to be the only two beings in this noisy world who could talk to each other. They became close friends. The Eastern and Western Black Superman churches in New York also regained new vitality under their joint integration. The black and white churches took over, and their development was even greater than before. Harry and Kingpin also had a tacit understanding that each was in charge of their own areas. Not long ago, the church even launched a member of their parliament. Of course, big trees attract the wind. Through the records of the Time Stone, Peter saw more. Under the current climate in New York, the rapidly growing church has also given rise to a breeding ground for corruption. The middle and high-level people have already started trading power and money. This is the foundation of this society. Any organization will face these problems after it develops to a certain level, and no one can change it. Kingpin himself is one of the best. Force alone cannot support an underground criminal empire, and Harry was unable to see this due to his own limitations. After Harry, Peter took a rough look at the records of Steve and some other people. Overall, they were pretty normal. Although Steve had some rifts with SHIELD during the Battle of New York, he came from a well-educated background and was still at the level of a grandfather. After meeting with the elderly Carter and chatting with Gwen Nunn several times, he returned to SHIELD. Of course, now he has more freedom and choice than before, and most of the time it is just a name. More often than not, he chose to stay in the Justice League building, the original Tony Stark building. He found that as he opened his heart, he gradually made some friends and connections in this era. Well, it's hard to say how much influence there is from the youth version of Carter. Which Carter can withstand such a test? After basically going through everyone, Peter finally saw the record about Gwen at the end. In fact, with the super processor of the super brain, Peter basically read other people's records at super high speed. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. From just now to now, it doesn't take much time at all. There is nothing wrong with other people's records in the past 6 months being viewed for fun, but for Gwen, he must deal with it seriously. Ancient Yi seemed to understand this problem very well. While calling up the record belonging to Gwen, he asked, "How do you want to deal with it? Regarding your identity after returning?" Peter glanced at her. "You seem to have an idea." Gu Yi showed her signature light smile again. "It's just a suggestion. We have talked before. I hope that you can serve as the next Supreme Mage. The current situation is special and it is just suitable for you to take over, isn't it?" She said, "As long as you serve as the Supreme Mage, in terms of returning, in one matter, you can advance and attack, retreat, or defend, and you have many choices." "You mean, your Comitage is going to act with me? You are our Supreme Mage. How can there be no acting without acting?" Peter was quite speechless at Gu Yi's roguelike beating of a snake. Ancient One continued to confuse, "As long as you serve as the Supreme Mage, whether you choose to just return Peter Parker, or Peter Parker returns to become the Supreme Mage, Comitage can be on your side and provide witness and explanation. Isn't this just perjury?" Under the leadership of Gu Yi for so many years, Comitage's atmosphere has not become skewed, and it can be considered simple enough. Of course, Peter didn't care about this either. Weave a lie and tell others that Peter Parker wandered in other parallel universes and was discovered and brought back by the Wandering Sorcerer Supreme? The forgotten Black Superman identity also has a new foundation, and the threat from the corrective power of the world will be greatly reduced. Just like Gu Yi said, this identity can really be used to attack when advancing, and it can be defended when retreating. It's really convenient. Peter glanced sideways at Gu Yi. "If you say that I am not the Supreme Mage, you can stop helping me." Gu Yi's gentle smile finally became slightly stiff. "Okay, it would be a pity not to trick such a good Supreme Mage, Miao Zi." Ignoring the slightly broken Gu Yi, Peter talked about the issue he was really concerned about. "How can I remove this magic that makes everyone forget me?" When talking about this, Gu Yi became a little more serious and said, "It's easy to say it's simple, but it's not easy to say it's not simple. The biggest problem is that this is the one who made the move. His status is too high, which makes many methods useless." Gu Yi was a little embarrassed. He made some nonsense. "Currently, you have only 2 choices. Either you can find a being of the same level to take action, or you can use enough energy to directly solve the problem physically." Yes, that's right. Marvel, the magic of DC is so simple and violent. And if you want to find an existence that is the same as eternity, it's not that it's impossible, but that would be quite troublesome. Don't even look at the existences of the same level as it. Although if you target other diversity at the next level, the choices will become much more. But Peter feels that instead of having this strength, it is better to think about how to make himself diverse. Of course, he did not deny the proposal immediately. After all, who can say for sure before the matter reaches the final step? As for the second proposal, it requires sufficient energy, which exposes a shortcoming of Peter so far. His combat power is exponentially exploded by stacking boxes of various talents. In terms of the real energy level, it is only at the level of a sub-single universe. Only by superimposing the 2 phases can we have the combat power of a single universe. And even if the eternity that came to the machine was just a separate body, the huge amount of light energy has reached the top of the single universe. Of course, Peter also had some other options. For example, if you directly get 6 infinite gems, solving the problem at hand will be like playing. How? Ancient One asked again. Taking over as the Supreme Mage can help you solve many problems, Peter Parker. For Gu Yi, having her repeat and mention things over and over again is enough to show her sincerity and satisfaction. With Gu Yi's character, she will definitely not give up until she achieves her goal. The thought of being targeted by rogue mages in the future gave Peter a headache. "Supreme Mage," he murmured to himself. Gu Yi's eyes moved slightly and he smiled. "It seems that you already have an idea about this." Peter curled his lips. "Isn't Tony Stark just obsessed with magic recently? I think he is a good candidate." On a certain day comics. In the parallel universe, Tony also became the Supreme Mage. But Gu Yi just smiled awkwardly and politely and said, "I don't like him." Peter silently mourned for Tony in his heart for a few seconds. But just when Gu Yi wanted to continue drawing some cakes, his expression suddenly changed. She said with some regret, "It seems that our conversation can only end here today." "What's wrong?" There seems to be something wrong with your little girlfriend. Time went back to just now, at Gwen's house. Facing George's somewhat bitter question, Gwen was silent for a moment, then looked sideways out the window and said, "Dad, do you know why I chose to become Spider-Woman in the first place?" This seems to be something that her daughter has not really reconciled with. She said that George showed a bit of curiosity. Why? It's because of Peter. Gwen's eyes showed a bit of reminiscence, thinking of the time when Peter revealed himself as a Spider-Woman fan in front of her. Peter was so cute back then. Well, although it was later discovered that this guy had discovered her identity early and had been role-playing with her, the cuteness turned into hateful in an instant. The corners of Gwen's mouth subconsciously raised slightly, but then she was covered by a long sigh. It is Peter who has always inspired me. His kindness and persistence have always been the reason why I became Spider-Woman. It is also because of him. Many times when I faced difficulties and wanted to give up, I had the strength to tell myself to persevere. I have the power that he never had, so naturally I should do more and use this power to help more people. But now I know that this is wrong. But, Gwen said in a daze, I suddenly can't find the motivation to persist. Even if I become stronger, I still can't protect the people I like. George Jong said. He opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Gwen, but he didn't know how to speak. Okay, I finally know who instigated my daughter to become a street hero. It turns out that the culprit is the boy. However, it seems that knowing the culprit now is of no use. If possible, George would rather Peter could go back to Gwen, back to them. He promised that he would never interfere with Peter and Gwen's affairs in the future. Go ahead and do whatever you have to do, but it's all a bit late. It's okay to rest for a while. If you really don't want to do it anymore, that's no problem. There are other superheroes here in the past 6 months, and the security in New York is still good. George could only console him like this. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Gwen's problem is not external at all, even though she is still excellent in both morals and academics. No matter how prosperous the building looks, no matter how beautiful the branches and leaves bloom, they still can't fill the desolation in her heart. Long before that, her heart had been filled by another person. George had work to do after all. After the conversation, he went out quickly. Gwen didn't have any classes today, so she had already planned to go to the Justice League building to continue tinkering with the time shuttle. To this day, she still can't find the reason why the device failed to start, but all she can do is continue to test and research, hoping to one day solve the problem. Otherwise, Peter will never be found. However, sometimes fate comes so unexpectedly. When he arrived at the laboratory, Gwen was just doing routine debugging and trying to start up the device as usual. But what is different from usual is that this time, the response to the device was very enthusiastic. Obviously before, no matter what, I would get stuck at the last step of opening the channel, and in the end I had no choice but to cancel before the machine was overloaded. But today, somehow, the entire startup process became extremely smooth. It was so smooth that before Gwen even reacted, energy was emitted from the device, opening a door in the air. If I had to explain it, it was like the iceberg goddess who used to ignore her and didn't respond no matter how much she teased her, but today she suddenly became soft, sticky, and moist when touched. Of course, in fact, there is a reason for this. All because of Peter's return this morning. It turns out that there is a thick barrier outside the universe. It is this barrier that restricts the expansion of redundant timelines and ensures the stability of the entire universe and is not affected by the multiverse. But when Peter returned this morning, he forcibly broke through this barrier. Forget it if they are just ordinary people. They are very cute even if they are small, and they will not have any impact on the barrier at all. But with Peter's current size, when he enters and exits like this, he basically forces the barrier open, which is the type that will squeeze out the juice as soon as he puts it in. The barrier cannot be repaired in such a short period of time, which means that communication in the parallel universe is unobstructed. In an instant, the channel is opened. Therefore, if you sometimes find that a goddess is suddenly very easy to use, don't be too happy. Maybe she was poked first last night. Returning to the topic, Gwen looked at the portal. After a short period of days, she was pleasantly surprised. Although I don't know why, the device finally started successfully, which means that the first step to find Peter has been taken. Of course, she had no idea of impulsively touching the other side of the passage. Putting aside the fact that she didn't know what was going on the other side, just in terms of her current state, she wasn't ready. But it's not like there's nothing to do. Gwen immediately planned to tell Tony and others the news and ask everyone to come and take a look. However, before she had time to do so, a blood-red claw crawled out of the passage in the next second. The long-lost spider sense also screamed in Gwen's mind. Oops. Gwen realized something was wrong and quickly closed the passage. But it was too late. The bloody arms in the passage seemed to realize that time was running out, and forced their bodies to squeeze out of the passage. Soon, Gwen saw a lump of red flesh that looked like rotting fungus, emerging from the passage just a second before it finally closed, occupying the entire passage entrance. Then, the flesh began to squirm, gather, and gradually began to take on a human form, and finally turned into a huge monster with the same size as the Hulk. My mental capacity has declined seriously, and now it actually takes me more than 2 or 3 hours to code one chapter. Although the monster in front of me is as big as the Hulk, he looks leaner than the Hulk. The most special thing is that under his ribs, the core is empty, with only one spine supporting it. At the same time, there is a bloody mouth on the face, and the dense and sharp teeth can bite people to pieces. Like a demon crawling out of the abyss. The spider sense roared violently in Gwen's head, indicating how dangerous the disgusting red monster in front of her was. This is the worst ever. The Green Goblin, Connors, and even Electro, the threats they pose are not as great as the monster in front of them. Where is this? The monster said, looking around. But he didn't seem to be planning on getting any answer. After confirming the surrounding environment, he locked his eyes on Gwen, the only human in the room. In an instant, Gwen felt that the threat index of the spider sense was rising, and she quickly jumped away from the place. The monster's thick arm also expanded and transformed into a battle axe at this moment, sweeping down towards Gwen's position just now, splitting the surrounding tables and instruments in half. Gwen was glad in her heart that at 1 o'clock in the evening, she would be like these tables. After landing, she subconsciously wanted to launch the spider silk. But when she stretched out her hands and pinched out the hand gestures, she remembered that the spider silk launcher had been left at home to gather dust in the past few months. After all, she doesn't need it anymore. Okay, it seems that it is still needed now. Gwen reflected deeply, and then quickly backed away. The monster was already chasing her. She was without any equipment at this time, and even because she hadn't moved her muscles for a long time, her movements were a little rusty, so she could only run away in various ways. The monster also waved the battle axe transformed from its arm, and followed closely behind. Within a few seconds, the entire laboratory was in a mess, and all kinds of priceless instruments and equipment were dismantled. Fortunately, these all belonged to Tony, a big dog owner. And Gwen didn't dare to run too far all at once. After all, this was not a wilderness, it was the city center, it was the Justice League building. Many scientific researchers were conducting research and work here. If she ran far away and released the monster, the damage would be more than just these equipment. Therefore, she could only put herself in a dangerous situation to attract the hatred of this monster. And luckily it was the Justice League building, so support arrived faster than usual. The monster's various abilities were much stronger than the empty Gwen at this time. After having to turn around and draw hatred into the laboratory in order to contain the monster, within 2 rounds, Gwen was forced into a dead corner. Without the spider silk, her kung fu would not be able to show much of its potential. In the end, she was forced into a blind corner, and the monster raised its axe, and was about to strike at Gwen, who had no way of escaping. A set of steel armor suddenly rushed in from the corridor outside the laboratory, smashed the glass, rushed in, and jumped on the monster. The monster was slightly off-balanced by the sudden attack, and Gwen quickly took this opportunity to distance itself. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Mr. Stark. Gwen shouted. Gwen, what's going on? Tony's voice came from inside the suit. This guy looks as disgusting as an alien crawling out of the sewer. Although his collision made the monster unbalanced, it didn't seem to cause much damage. The monster started to change its target and fight with him. It's the time shuttle. Gwen also spoke concisely at this time, focusing on the key points. I don't know why the time shuttle was successfully activated just now. This guy climbed out from the opposite side. That thing was activated. Tony was a little confused. Surprise. Even he had nothing to do with that thing at first. After all, no matter how he calculated it, the result was obviously correct. He guessed at that time that it might be caused by some unknown factor. At least he couldn't find a more feasible way in a short time. Of course, we'll talk about what happens to the shuttle later. The main problem now is that Tony finds that he can't beat it. Only through personal confrontation can you feel that the monsters on the opposite side are ridiculously strong in terms of strength, speed, and resistance to blows. Their combat skills are also experienced in many battles, not to mention that those wriggling flesh sprouts can be transformed into various sharp blades and warhammers at will. What kind of alien monster is it? It is obviously like flowing red oil and becomes indestructible in the blink of an eye. Boom! The entire steel armor was thrown away and smashed through several glass walls. Gwen also saw that Tony was unable to do what he wanted, and suddenly became a little anxious, but at this time, she was even more helpless as her suit was not around. The best I can do is throw things around and it's borderline OB. At this moment, she suddenly noticed a pool of purple, petroleum-like viscous fluid appearing at her feet, and it was crawling towards her body. Gwen was alert. After all, the strange fluid in front of her was similar to the monster on the other side except for some differences in color. The purple fluid had stuck to her legs, and Gwen quickly tried to break free. She was not sure what would happen if she got entangled in this sticky thing. Just as he was about to pull out the purple mucus, suddenly, a royal voice appeared in Gwen's mind. Please don't. I am not the same as Sean. Gwen was stunned for this unexpected voice. Purple the fluid also took this opportunity to climb the pole and the tree, wrapping her whole body. The spider sense did not send any serious warning of danger. Gwen was relieved at first, and soon discovered that the fluid turned into a dark purple tight-fitting suit outside her body. What's going on? Who are you? Gwen asked. Sorry, the situation is urgent. I can only forcefully combine with you in this way. Yujian first said modestly, and then quickly said. I don't know, we were fighting against the massacre, and a line of fire spread out in the air. The door brought all of us here. Well, Gwen probably knew what was going on. It was an accident, but the most important thing now is how to solve the accident. Slaughter, is that the monster? Who are you? She looked at the strong red monster in the window and asked, "That's right. Don't you know us? Well, let me introduce myself first. My name is Phantom, I am a symbiote, and I am an alien to you Earthlings. We can combine with the host and provide the host with various ability, physical strength increase and repair. Like what we are now." Gwen lowered his head and looked at the dark purple suit he was currently wearing. "Yes," Phantom said, "please allow me to talk about more things later. The most important thing now is to deal with Massacre. Believe me, if we can't stop him, the entire Earth will usher in a huge disaster." Gwen blinking, he realized that he seemed to have accidentally been involved in some dangerous incident, maybe even involving the destruction of the world. Of course, she couldn't believe it based on just a few words. Whether it was a symbiote or something else, there were still too many things she didn't understand. But one thing is certain, that is, the massacre must be dealt with urgently now. Gwen looked up and looked to the other side. Tony Stark looked like he could no longer stand it anymore and was being hunted in an extremely embarrassing manner. "Mr. Stark, let me help you," Gwen shouted, and joined the battle with a standard Spider-Man somersault. The steel armor was about to be dismantled, and when he saw Gwen joining in, he was stunned for a moment. "Wait a minute, Gwen, what's going on with your new clothes?" "Her name is Huan Mo. I'll talk about the new clothes later." Gwen also prioritized, and while giving Slaughter a look, he said, "The monster in front of me is called Slaughter, and it is an alien symbiote that parasitizes other people." Slaughter also noticed the newly entered Gwen, and was not angry. He was overjoyed and said, "Huan Mo, I didn't expect you to come to the door yourself." He immediately changed his target and came towards Gwen. Even though he was wearing the Phantom suit, Gwen was still no match for him and was completely suppressed. In fact, she felt that the bonus given to her by the Phantom in terms of strength and speed was not high, far from the level of Massacre. This made her confused for a moment. "Miss Huanmo, is the host of Massacre very powerful? There is still a big gap between us." Sister Yu paused for a moment, and then said with some embarrassment, "The host of Massacre is just an ordinary person." Perhaps she was afraid of being disliked by her new host, so she quickly explained, "Slaughter's current combat power is the most powerful among us, and my ability is not in this area." Gwen didn't dwell on anything, while avoiding Carnage's attack, and cooperated with Stark's steel armor to fight 2 against 1, but even so, the two of them were still at a disadvantage. "It's a pity that I didn't bring my spider silk with me." After all, many of her skills and fighting styles are based on the dazzling manipulation of spider silk. In this situation, it is like a swordsman without a sword. Spider silk. Huan Mo was surprised. "What's wrong?" Huan Mo controlled the suit. "Is it this?" Gwen soon discovered that her wrists could actually shoot out spider silk. Of course, this is not real spider silk, it is just simulated by the Phantom Demon using his own body. It is incomparable to real spider silk, but it is enough. This increased her flexibility by several levels. While pulling on the spider silk to avoid the attack of the Slaughter, she also used the spider silk to pull the body of the Slaughter. Seizing the opportunity of Jean-Jean to beat up the steel armor, 2 threads of spider silk directly stuck to Jean-Jean's legs, and then pulled hard, causing Jean-Jean to stumble. This was the rhythm Gwen was familiar with. With the return of the spider silk, she gradually regained her previous feeling. The steel armor took the opportunity to fire 2 more light cannons at Carnage's head. Unfortunately, it didn't break the defense very well, and the wound was quickly repaired. "Damn it, can't you kill this thing?" Tony couldn't help complaining. "Is there anything you can do, Miss Huan Mo?" Gwen asked Huan Mo in her mind. "Fire," Phantom said frankly. "The weaknesses of our symbiote are sound waves and fire, but Carnage has evolved to a very high level and is completely immune to sound waves, so fire may still be of some use. But it's just ordinary. The flames will not be of much use." Gwen quickly told Tony the news. Many plans for this suddenly appeared in Tony's mind, but unfortunately, the current conditions are almost impossible to achieve. This troublesome guy suddenly appeared. "Just hold on and wait for reinforcements to come." "No problem," Gwen responded. As she gradually became familiar with the rhythm and skills, she gradually became the main force in frontal massacres, while the steel armor was stealing output from the side. Annoying bugs. Gradually, Slaughter became a little impatient due to Gwen's attitude. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. If he was just dealing with a certain person alone, he would be able to defeat him very quickly, but at this moment, Gwen and steel armor were working together, and the effect was indeed 1 + 1 greater than 2, which actually made him get involved all of a sudden. Of course, the most important thing is Gwen, who can dodge his attacks and counterattack every time. In fact, this familiar fighting method quickly reminded him of one of his old enemies. The Phantom possessed Gwen, and he was very familiar with this scene, and sighed, "The way you are playing now is just like Spider-Man." Gwen gradually got better and casually replied, "I am Spider-Man." "No, Spider-Woman, Miss Phantom." Her webbing stuck to Carnage, and after giving Carnage a kick, her whole body flew around Carnage, causing its center of gravity to be completely unbalanced. At this moment, Phantom suddenly said, "Isn't Spider-Man Peter Parker?" Hearing this familiar name, Gwen was stunned for a moment, and her whole body paused in the air. Slaughter seized this opportunity very keenly and used the spider silk to pull back Gwen, who was flying in the air. Then he hit the ground hard and bounced up and rolled twice. Gwen gasped after being hit. Because it was mixed with a lot of anger accumulated in the massacre, this attack was very heavy, which directly caused the fragile Gwen to feel a little dazed and unable to get up. However, she no longer had the mind to pay attention to this at the moment. Her attention was completely occupied by another name. What did you just say? Huan Mo also didn't expect that the originally good situation would suddenly take a turn for the worse, and he became a little anxious. What's wrong? I just said Peter Parker, is there any problem? No. Gwen opened her mouth, not knowing where to start. What's more, the situation is critical now, which is not the time to talk about this. The main reason is that she just suddenly heard that information, and she couldn't help being distracted. The steel armor also shouted from the side, Gwen, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm sorry. Gwen replied, trying to seize the time, trying to regain strength and get up. But it seems a bit too late. When the two of them were together, they could barely compete with the massacre. Now only the steel armor is left alone and weak, the result can be imagined. Slaughter was like grabbing chicken rice. His big hand covered the head of the steel armor. The other hand turned into a battle axe and slashed hard at the armor, splitting the armor in half from shoulder to waist. And by the way, he pulled out the head and threw it aside. Mr. Stark, Gwen exclaimed. Her whole body suddenly felt bad. In front of her, Stark suddenly sent it like this, and there was not even a whole body. Gwen, support is here. Tony said. Gwen? She quickly looked towards the source of the sound, and it turned out to be a steel helmet with only one head left. With only the head left, can you still be alive, Mr. Stark? Gwen asked in surprise. Tony had a black line on his head and his helmeted eyes flashed. I'm almost there. As soon as he finished speaking, boom boom boom, several steel armors rushed in from the window. The first black painted battle armor bore the brunt of the attack and rushed towards the Slaughter. The Slaughter was not merciless. He raised his battle axe and hit the battle armor. Unexpectedly, as soon as the armor raised its hands, the specialized shield arms on both sides merged into a huge heavy shield. The front of the armor withstood the massacre blow, and the armor only retreated a few centimeters. On the contrary, it was a massacre, and he was caught off guard and was somewhat unbalanced by the shield. Taking this opportunity, the other two armors landed on the left and right sides of Massacre one after another, binding his left and right hands. Finally, a Tony's iconic red armor fell behind Carnage, and the light veins representing charging on its body lit up one after another, and finally concentrated on the nuclear reactor on the chest. Boom boom boom, a thick energy ray shot out from the chest and hit the Slaughter hard on the waist. This stab in the back finally made Slaughter scream in pain for the first time. Massacre passed peacefully. Of course, he didn't die at Tony's hands. Even if Tony's rapid 4-hit combo of Justice caused enough damage to Massacre in a short period of time, Massacre was still Massacre, not to mention that his current state was much stronger than normal. When the unbalanced time passed, he broke free from the shackles of the steel armor around him, then turned around and struck down with an axe. In this way, Tony behind him can no longer deal with damage, so he can only dodge first. Seeing this, the heavy shield-shaped specialized armor came forward again, trying to use its shield to collide with the Massacre again. But this time he was prepared for the Massacre. As soon as the battle axe charged up, he struck hard and shattered the shield. At the same time, the body's amazing resilience was also at work, and the wounds burned by Tony's energy beam quickly recovered at an alarming speed. But at this moment, Jean also knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, and it would be difficult to take advantage if he continued to fight. He turned around without hesitation, jumped out of the window and escaped. 3 armors followed closely behind, rushing out of the window to pursue him. The remaining one opened the armor plate in front of it, allowing Tony in a suit to step out. Mr. Stark, what is this? Gwen finally recovered and climbed up from the ground. A bit of new technology allows me to remotely connect or control the armor. Tony explained casually and walked up to Gwen. Okay, Gwen, now it's time for you to tell me what's going on. I was just attending a meeting outside, and a monster that couldn't be killed like Xiaoqiang suddenly appeared in my house, and this new clothes on your body. The Phantom didn't care about anything else at the moment, and said directly, Stark, you must hurry up and hunt down Massacre. If he escapes, the consequences will be disastrous. Do you know me? Tony asked back and said, you have seen it too. You don't think that the two of us can easily solve that problem, guy. This is just to keep an eye on him, I will soon. In the middle of his words, he suddenly paused. Jarvis suddenly connected to the line. After hearing the news, Tony spread his hands and said, okay, I think we have enough time to communicate information now. Several mechas that went after the monster were destroyed. So, you probably come from a parallel universe, and in that universe, there are also me and other superheroes. Yes, Stark. Of course, parallel worlds are not uncommon there. Every day not all worlds are necessarily the same. Phantom wanted to explain a few more words, but Tony interrupted him directly. I know, you don't need to explain. Tony waved his hand. For a super genius like him, many things can be explained at a glance, not to mention things like parallel universes, which already have some inferences in this world. And in your universe, in the future, maybe in the future, the symbiote will come to the Earth. It's easy to talk to smart people. Even if the Phantom is not too familiar with superheroes like Stark, she is not the symbiote under the Venom family tree comes from the universe. She also arrived on Earth recently because of the Massacre conspiracy. The purple symbiote suit extended a small tentacle at the tip of Gwen's head. She nodded humanely and said in her loud sister voice, "Yes. But I am also new here." Finally, the symbiote that came to Earth first is called Venom, and the Phantom stopped talking for a moment and said, "In short, he is also considered to be on our side. The massacre, including many of the Earth's symbiotes, are all his descendants." At this point, she had to explain the symbiote settings to the two of them. Although the characters of the symbiotes were all evil in the beginning, with Marvel's development of IP, the popular symbiotes could not escape their clutches and were whitewashed. As we all know, whitewashing is weak by 3 points cough cough cough. Although the newly set symbiotes are still created by Nar, the god of symbiotes, their settings have undergone earth-shaking changes. Nowadays, symbionts are neither good nor evil. They are mainly influenced by the host. Therefore, there are many symbiotes that are kind and uphold justice in the universe. As for Venom, he is a weird one, because one of his hosts was that man. After roughly understanding the characteristics of the symbiote family, Tony did not express any opinions and just said casually, "So you are also affected by Gwen now, right?" The Phantom sighed, "Stark, there is no way I can treat this. It's not good for children. In fact, in the universe, our symbionts also have strict symbiosis guidelines. This time we really have to follow the authority. Symbiotes are generally more affected by the previous hosts. As time goes by, our personalities will gradually become more stable." "I was just joking." Tony shrugged, and while greeting Jarvis to start handling the aftermath of the damaged building, he said, "It's time to get back to the topic. You guys, and that monster, what on earth is going on with the massacre? Who do you think has been talking nonsense?" Miss Symbiote cursed in her heart and said, "The massacre is in the crazy hunting, devouring the Earth's symbionts. Living organisms, in order to awaken our creator, the god of the abyss, Nar. He has already swallowed many, which is why his strength has increased greatly now. Once he really swallows all the symbionts, he will communicate directly Nar, the whole Earth will fall into disaster. Of course, the Earth is only the first step. After he destroys the Earth, he will definitely continue to cause disasters." Tony felt a little headache after hearing this. Come on, New York just solved an alien invasion half a year ago, but half a year later there is another world-destroying crisis. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. The Earth is really in trouble, and it was really far-sighted to establish the Justice League in the first place. Hey, how was it established in the first place? Tony shook his head, throwing away his somewhat confused thoughts, and said, "Then if I guess correctly, other symbiotes will also be transported to the Earth here at this time. That should be the case." Miss Symbiote's slimy little tentacle chick said 1 meter at a time. Tony had already raised his eyes and called Jarvis expressionlessly. "Jarvis, from now on, monitor the information of the entire New York as much as possible. That thing shouldn't be able to escape in such a short time. Also, inform the captain and the others that they have a new job." After the mainline chat here, Gwen saw that Tony had already started to arrange things, and finally asked her the question that had been lingering in her mind since just now. "Phantom Demon Miss, can you tell me more about the Peter Parker you just mentioned? In another universe, Spider-Man is not her, but actually Peter?" Gwen was surprised. "Of course, Gwen." Phantom said with a very good personality. "The superheroes on Earth over there seem to have experienced some parallel universe events. In short, although every universe will have peers with the same name and surname as you, but you are not exactly the same, there will always be something unique about you." "I understand, Miss Phantom. She only has one Peter." "Well, generally speaking, Spider-Man is indeed Peter Parker. In fact, in the multiverse, Spider-Man is generally Peter Parker." Gwen pursed her lips. So, her identity as Spider-Man was stolen from Peter? This was the first thought that came to her mind. Perhaps because she missed her too much, her thoughts couldn't stop diverging. She remembered that she initially obtained this superpower because she and Peter fought for the opportunity to go to Osborn for a holiday internship, and then Peter gave up this opportunity to get her. If it's Peter who gets this opportunity, does that mean it's Peter who becomes Spider-Man? Now, everything is connected. This made Gwen feel a little guilty. It turned out that she had robbed Peter of such an important thing in the first place. Moreover, it was initially because of Peter's kindness and encouragement that she slowly embarked on the path of becoming a superhero. From the beginning, she was burdened with Peter's expectations for a superhero, so she felt like she lost her motivation for a moment because of the loss of Peter. Gwen believed what the Phantom said without any hesitation. It's not necessarily true that Peter is more suitable for the identity of Spider-Man than she is. The Phantom also noticed something was wrong with Gwen and asked, "Do you know the Peter Parker of this world?" Gwen nodded and said, "I am his girlfriend." Adesh the Phantom made a surprised sound. Gwen frowned. "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing. Miss Phantom, if you have any questions, please tell me in time so that I can help you." "Well, it's not a big deal, after all. Every universe is a little different." Huh. Gwen was confused. Ahem, that is to say, in our universe, Peter Parker's girlfriend seems to be a Mary Jane girl. Gwen was stunned. Huan Mo quickly made up for it. "You are all separate individuals in each universe, and even the time points are not necessarily the same. It may be in the future, or it may be in the past, so it is normal to have some discrepancies sometimes." "Well," Gwen responded in a daze. "Okay, Peter, you actually She had indescribable complex emotions in her heart at this moment. I like Peter so much, but Peter's girlfriend in another world is actually someone else. Although this Peter was not her Peter, it didn't stop her from feeling a little emotional. After all, she is just a girl who has just turned 18. But when she thought about Peter not being with her now, Gwen felt a little sad. Of course, if it were just another woman, Gwen wouldn't have such a big reaction. After all, although she is also called Peter, in the final analysis, to her, she is just a stranger from another universe. What really made Gwen break her guard was that after she entered college, she also met a very good friend. A red-haired girl named Mary Jane. What's going on with this feeling of double betrayal? The awkward emotions rising in Gwen's heart can be regarded as a minor episode. After all, everyone's focus must return to how to deal with Massacre. Phantom also said, there were several other symbiotes who fought with me against Carnage at that time, and they must be here now. We must find them quickly, whether it is to join hands to fight Carnage, or to prevent Carnage find them first and devour them. Slaughter can create splits. If you give him time, he can create an army of massacres. This is the real reason for the fall of another world. He can also split? Then this is interesting. On the side, Tony, who had finished formulating the strategy, came over and asked, who are the other symbiotes? Venom, Riot, Ice Blue, Devour, and Green Whip. Especially Venom, he is the best, it's important. The Phantom looked at Gwen. Venom possessed Peter Parker in another world in the early days. If you are interested in these things, he will be a good clue. Gwen will not admit that he has feelings for Mary. Jane and Peter were interested in the matter. No, the most important thing for us is to stop the massacre, isn't it? Well, actually there is no conflict. Gwen felt that Miss Phantom seemed to be more eager to try than she was. On the other side, Peter and Guyi came to the sky above New York through a portal, and they could be regarded as witnessing what happened. It seems that you are busy, Black Superman. Guyi's calm tone actually contained a bit of schadenfreude. Peter glanced at the old and disrespectful Guyi, and said without changing his expression, I have a plan. Batman. Guyi knew that she didn't need to take action in the next thing. He opened a portal and went back, then turned around and said, this is your first lesson as a trainee to the Supreme Mage. I'll wait and see. The portal closed and Peter snorted. I will use my way, the way of Black Superman. His eyes immediately fell on one place, and Carnage escaped from the Justice League building, easily eliminating the other 3 steel armors that were chasing him, and blended into the streets that lacked surveillance, causing Tony to completely lose track of him. He had already fought against various heroes of the Earth in another world, and even conquered them once, so he was familiar with them. He had realized that he seemed to be on another Earth, but it didn't matter. There is also the symbiote god Nar in this universe, and he only needs to repeat what happened in the last world to conquer the Earth. The first step is to create a Merazoite, a suitable host. Unlike other symbionts, ordinary symbionts can only divide into eggs. Symbiotes hatched from eggs have independent will and belong to future generations. But Carnage can split into small Carnage, and can also control the possessed host. Soon, small Slaughter eggs were excreted from his body. Although it took a certain amount of Slaughter's physical strength, it was not a big problem and he could recover quickly. You symbionts are really interesting and disgusting at the same time. Suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded in Jean's ears. Slaughter was suddenly startled, and even the fleshy flesh all over his body suddenly became hairy. He jumped up as fast as he could, whirled in the air, transformed his right hand into a giant axe and struck behind him. Different from the usual tofu-like touch, this time, Slaughter felt like he had been struck by an iron plate, and the shock from the other party even made him feel pain. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Immediately afterwards, he lost feeling in his right hand. He couldn't care much, so he could only quickly retreat and distance himself. Only then did he see clearly. Where he was standing, a man in black and wearing a cloak floated behind him. His broken right hand was in the opponent's hand, turning into ashes bit by bit. Who are you? Touche asked, feeling extremely solemn for the first time. Don't be nervous, I'm just very interested in Nar. Peter said in a relaxed tone. I also want to invite him to Earth as a guest. Hearing that the other party didn't seem to be a good person, Jean's solemn heart relaxed a little. Of course, he was still on full alert. How do you know this? What is your purpose? I need his help with something. Inexplicably, Carnage just felt that the man in front of him was extremely dangerous. The symbiote, his instinct and desire for survival made him refuse. No, I can do it myself. Peter sighed. That's a pity. Massacre frowned, a little confused. He didn't know why, but at this moment, he became a somewhat restrained person. In the past, he was so powerful and ferocious that his enemies were afraid, so he was restrained. You can't stay here for a long time. He quickly made this judgment and was about to find a chance to leave, but he found a scarlet light suddenly appeared in the other person's eyes. On the street, people suddenly saw red light squeezing out of the alley between 2 buildings on one side, which could not be covered even in broad daylight. At the same time, there was a killing sound. Screaming like a pig. Immediately, some citizens passing by took out their mobile phones to call the police, and some bold onlookers waited for the red light to disappear for a while before tiptoeing over to take a peek. But when they reached the alley, they saw only a black mark on the ground, as if something had been burnt. To summon Nar, you need the sequences in the Earth symbionts. Fortunately, Slaughter has collected all the sequences, and there are probably only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens with venom left. Although the body of the massacre was completely evaporated by Peter, the subbody he had just split off was still there, and now it has fallen into Peter's hands, and the sequence has not been lost. Of course, it couldn't be used directly. Peter found the sticky red oil in his hand disgusting, so it had to be slightly processed. Divine power emerged from his hand and began to invade this mass of slaughtered flesh and blood like a tentacle. Generally speaking, even the Ancient One Odin, although their power is strong enough to kill countless symbiotes in an instant, it is difficult for them to carry out more transformations on the symbiotes. Because the creator of the symbiotes is Nar, this authority is in Nar's hands. But what is special is that Peter has a system in his hands. You can always buy some weird talents and skills in the system store. For example, this time the symbiote is controlled, edited, and reconstructed. Soon, all traces of acquired memories in this symbiote's genetic sequence were erased by Peter, and a new soul stamp was imprinted on it. Symbiote, Master, Nar? No, Symbiote, Master, Dark Superman? Soon, the new symbiote released a message of intimacy to Peter, just like a newborn child meeting its parents. Peter was finally satisfied and let go of the restrictions. The symbiote entangled itself and wanted to combine with Dad. But he soon discovered that he couldn't parasitize at all, so he was very worried about this. He even stretched out 2 tentacles and hurriedly waved something. Where is the Man of Steel that a symbiote can invade at will? Peter had to comfort the new symbiote. In the end, the symbiote could only wrap around Peter and form a new suit skin. Under Peter's guidance from the game, the new skin looks exactly like Carnage. I've been thinking about a new book during this period, and sometimes it consumes a lot of energy, so. On the other side, after determining the target of this incident, Gwen returned home first. She had to change into a battle suit. She didn't mean to dislike Miss Phantom, but without the battle suit and the spider silk launcher, her abilities would be greatly reduced, and her performance would be too limited. And when the vibranium suit that was hidden in the file box was taken out, Gwen had mixed feelings for a moment. After all, she couldn't really leave and let go of her identity as Spider-Man. However, she is also a little confused now, and even doubts herself. Is she really qualified to bear this title because she is cowardly and evasive? Is she really worthy of everyone's trust after she gave up her identity because of Peter? After putting on the vibranium suit for the first time in a long time, Gwen stood there for a long time without saying a word, until a royal sister's voice broke the silence. Hey, wait, what's going on with this suit? It was Huan Emo. She seemed a little panicked. I feel like it's difficult for my body to wear this suit. The isolation, it's so good, I'm trapped inside. Gwen also didn't expect that the vibranium suit would have such a negative optimization, and asked with some worry. Miss Phantom, are you okay? It's okay, but then I won't be able to help you, Gwen. Gwen didn't care much about this. The strength of the vibranium suit was still ahead of the previous version. It doesn't matter, I will find a way. No, Gwen, you have also seen how powerful the massacre is. With the strength of one person, it is difficult for us to confront him head-on. Phantom insisted. We must work together. In her understanding, Gwen's although her physical fitness is outstanding, it is far from the level to fight against the massacre. It is too dangerous for her to face the massacre alone. Gwen didn't have an easy time explaining to the Phantom. She climbed out of the window and started flying around the city, asking, so Miss Phantom, what kind of abilities do you have? When she mentioned this, Phantom also became more energetic. I am not a frontal combat symbiote. It's a bit special, I can make you invisible. This ability is rare even among the various symbionts. Although I can't provide you with much strength bonus, I can make your sneaking into uninhabited territory, Gwen, she said very confidently. Gwen blinked, stopped on a tall building, and said, is this it? As she said that, her whole body began to become transparent and integrated with the surrounding environment. This is the optical invisibility ability that the vibranium suit has had from the beginning. It's embarrassing to say that after all this time, Gwen found that she hadn't used this ability much. Huan Emo naturally discovered Gwen's anomaly. He was stunned and said in a daze, You, what's going on? How can you be invisible? It's not Miss Huan Emo. Please remind me. I even forgot that my suit has such an ability. Gwen said a little embarrassed. The Phantom was silent for a moment, then said with determination, what's more, I can accumulate and release bioelectricity. For symbionts who are afraid of high temperatures, this is also a very rare ability. But she just said this. After that, I saw Gwen's hands flashing with lightning. Phantom stopped talking. She realized at this moment that she seemed to have no role, she was just a useless big sister. She fell into silence, no matter how Gwen called, she did not respond. This made Gwen feel a little embarrassed. She just wanted to use practical actions to tell Huan Emo that she could handle it, but it seemed that she had gone too far and made Huan Emo become autistic. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. However, soon she had no time to comfort the poor Phantom. The network in the vibranium suit was always connected to the internal channel of the city police station, and soon she received the message. Requesting support? Requesting support? There was a riot in the 4th block of 8th Avenue, and a green tentacle monster appeared. Without hesitation, Gwen immediately rushed to where the incident occurred. Green, tentacles, no doubt green whip. The Phantom also knew the seriousness of the matter and was no longer autistic. His main ability is to transform into braided tentacles to attack. He is one of the descendants of Venom and a neutral symbiote. I understand. In other words, he can still communicate, right? What he fears most is the kind of completely chaotic evil that he fears. Yes, the premise is that you have to defeat him first. Phantom replied. As for the emergence of symbiotes so soon, this is not beyond the expectations of Gwen, Tony, and others. After all, with the unique personalities of the symbiotes, it would be strange if they didn't cause some trouble. Soon, Gwen arrived on the scene. She could see from a distance that several police cars were surrounded on the street. The police officers were evacuating people while confronting the green symbiote in the middle of the field. The green symbiote was not idle either. Long tentacles sprouted from all over its body, whipping around. Of course, the police officers could not sit still and wait for death. Suddenly, gunfire and fire broke out. We're on board, Miss Phantom, Gwen said before jumping into the battlefield. The Phantom trapped in the suit. How to get in? She can't get in, and soon Gwen had jumped directly above the scene. At this moment, the green whip has cut through the police's defense line, and the whip will hit the police officers in the next second. If this whip is used properly, even if the police officer does not die, he will be disabled for the rest of his life. Of course, Gwen couldn't just sit back and watch this happen. She accurately attached the spider silk to the police officer with one hand in the air. At the same time, she also fired the spider silk with her other hand to grab the manhole cover on the ground. With both hands, she turned around 360 degrees in the air and twisted the police officer away from her. While escaping the disaster, the manhole cover also flew up and hit Green Whip heavily. Green Whip's reflexes were not as good as Gwen's. He ate something unexpectedly and cried out in pain. Damn it! Who is it? Gwen pressed his leg to the side and held it up with 5 fingers, azure blue. The ballet shoes fell lightly to the ground, and the voice of Miss Phantom's admiration sounded in his mind. You did a great job, Gwen. Gwen first said to the Green Whip, we should talk, sir. At the same time, he did not forget to think in his mind. Lee whispered modestly to the Phantom, no, it's just very ordinary. However, what Gwen didn't expect was that the police behind her were actually detonated faster than the Green Whip. It's Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman is back. Oh my god, Spider-Woman, are you okay? We haven't seen you for half a year, and we are all worried. People's enthusiastic cheers far exceeded her expectations. She originally thought that everyone would be disappointed with her after she didn't show up for so long. The Phantom also said in his mind, it seems that people like you very much. This caught Gwen off guard and made her nose sore. I thought, before he could finish his words, a thick whip came out. The sound of breaking through the air came. Under the spider sense, Gwen easily dodged. Thank you, she responded briefly, then took a deep breath and looked at Green Whip. The first priority now is to deal with the symbiote. Of course, she can no longer live up to people's expectations. The police officers cheered that Spider-Woman, who had not been seen for a long time, finally reappeared in front of the public. Because of George's relationship, the police officers of the city police department always had the highest sense of identification with Spider-Woman. People don't know what happened to Spider-Woman to have disappeared for so long. After the initial nervousness, nostalgia, doubts, and other emotions of most ordinary people, the popularity gradually dropped. This group of police officers fighting on the front line are extremely aware of how much their work pressure has increased without Spider-Woman. This is not the old days of picking up thieves and patrolling the neighborhood for gangsters. The alien invasion half a year ago, even though the government has been recycling and disposing of the alien remains and equipment after the war, many people still slipped through the net. Many people who have been affected by the war, their families have been destroyed, and the government is unable to provide assistance. They are also very violent and have sharp conflicts. Although New York is not without other superheroes, others are either half-assed like Catwoman or working for various agencies. They are concerned about terrorists, political spies, and the like in various regions of the world. So many people think about protecting mankind and the Earth, but few people really care about the lives and safety of people at the bottom. Only Spider-Woman is serious about protecting the citizens of New York. And the other side, Green Whip's mood was not so beautiful. In another world, Carnage almost crushed the heroes of the Earth, hunting down these symbiotes until they had no way to go to the sky and no way to enter the Earth. By chance, he came to a new world. There was no massacre or pursuit. He smelled the breath of freedom and could do whatever he wanted. He immediately found someone to live with on the street. Unfortunately, no matter what world, there are those annoying heroes. Although he didn't know Gwen, he was very familiar with Gwen's fighting style. The Venom family tree was engraved in the genes, and Spider-Man's figure was now activated in his eyes. Without hesitation, he extended several whips from his body and swung them at Spider-Man. These whips are vicious, poisonous, and extremely fast. Ordinary people will suffer serious consequences if they touch each other. The Phantom Devil reminded quickly in his mind. Be careful. Gwen moved her body flexibly and dodged one by one, but the whips he followed closely behind him, forcing her to keep pulling and moving. Although there is some spider sense, it is difficult for the whips to really hit Gwen, but this intensive attack frequency also makes it difficult for Gwen to really get close to the opponent. Although the Green Whip's ability is only the most basic form change, the ability enhancement in this area is not weak. Huan Mo explained. In this regard, Gwen also quickly found a solution. She deliberately showed a flaw and let the whip hit her. Gwen. Phantom shouted nervously. Don't worry, Miss Phantom, I'm fine. Gwen comforted her calmly. What's going on? The Phantom Demon was about to find out. Gwen was intact. After being stunned for a moment, he thought, is this the suit you are wearing? The vibranium suit withstood the green whip. The attack, with the green whip alone, was unable to penetrate the defense of the vibranium suit. Based on this alone, it would be difficult for Gwen to find an enemy on Earth who could crush her at once. However, due to habit, her usual style of play is still based on agile dodge plus pull and containment. It was not without reason that Craven was so angry because of the suit. And Gwen was not idle either. Taking advantage of the opportunity for the whip to swing back after hitting her, she shot out spider silk from her hand and accurately entangled the two whips together. This caused a certain degree of trouble for Green Whip. The most important thing was that he didn't expect the other party to force him to take a whipping blow. This caused his reaction to be a little slower, and he was caught off guard, allowing Gwen to rush forward quickly. Then, the third, fourth. The tentacle whips extending from his body were quickly wrapped with spider silk, pulled together. Spider silk was flying all over the sky, and the scene was dazzling. At this moment, Gwen was like a spider silk artist, tying the tentacle whip into a tight knot in just a few seconds. The police officers who were maintaining order on the side couldn't help but marvel. Although Spider-Woman hadn't seen her for half a year, her craftsmanship had not fallen behind at all. Green Whip subconsciously wanted to withdraw the tentacle whip, but under the pull of the spider silk, it made him even more trapped and entangled in the spider silk. Spider? Let's face it, he yelled angrily at Gwen, but halfway through, his voice got stuck. He seemed to have seen something unbelievable, and said in a daze, what the hell? I saw Gwen on the other side. I don't know when, but also wrapped a spider silk whip out of spider silk, and whipped it towards him. Snapped. Green Whip never thought that one day he would be slapped in the face by his best whip, which made him doubt his life. Snapped. Snapped. Gwen whipped the spider silk whip twice more, and when she saw that the green whip had completely calmed down, she finally stopped, and a marked spider landed on a street lamp nearby. As for the style of this spider silk whip, it was added to the spider silk library when Peter adjusted his suit. It's just that Gwen doesn't have any strange habits, and there hasn't been any special need for it in the past long time, so it hasn't come in handy. It was not until today that Gwen suddenly remembered that he would treat others the same way he treated them. Snap, 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 snap. The OB police officers on the sidelines also applauded without hesitation and praised. Spider Girl, you did a great job. Those who didn't know thought it was some kind of fan meeting. Gwen had been autistic for more than half a year and had just come back. Facing this battle, she felt some inexplicable social fear. However, the one with the most complicated emotions at this moment was the phantom in Gwen's body. Gwen, where did your suit come from? She couldn't help but want to complain. At this point, she finally discovered why she was reduced from an excellent symbiote sister to a comedic complainer. In the final analysis, the positioning of Gwen's suit coincided with hers inexplicably, and it even surpassed her in every aspect. The artificial intelligence system that comes with the suit is enough to help Gwen process and analyze a lot of combat and non-combat information. Functions such as invisible electric shock are perfect replacements for her. What puzzles Huan Mo the most is why the suit has such a powerful defense. There are also some fancy spider silk launchers. In fact, although Gwen's physical fitness and various attributes are excellent, they are still within a normal range. Peter Parker, the Spider-Man in another world, has many years of experience and training, actually not much inferior. It's just that this battlesuit is too supermodel. Huan Mo really can't figure out who is so willing to pile up materials and smash out this battlesuit regardless of the cost. Gwen also recalled a little bit and said, Peter, Mr. Stark helped make it. At the beginning, this suit was given to Gwen by Peter with the help of Tony and Peter's hand. The next second, the Phantom categorically rejected. Impossible? I understand Tony Stark's technology, and this is not entirely his handiwork. Peter also helped to adjust my suit. The Phantom opened his mouth and wanted to say that the problem was with the material of the suit and that Stark could not solve it. However, before she could say anything, something unexpected happened on the scene. A red figure suddenly fell from the sky and hit Green Whip squarely. The Phantom was horrified. It's a massacre. Chapter 177 Fallen Angel Chapter 177 Fallen Angel Chapter 177 Fallen Angel. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Chapter 13. The massacre at this moment completely changed. It turned out that his entire abdominal cavity was hollow, with only one spine left to support him. He was said to be humanoid, but in fact he looked more like a monster. But now it seems to have returned to a battlesuit, and the whole person has a complete, even and strong figure. This change naturally attracted Huan Mo's attention immediately, but she soon had no intention of paying attention to it. I saw the carnage falling from the sky. He trampled the green whip into the mud with one kick, and even the spider silk was disintegrated. Then, he plunged his right hand directly into the mud and pulled out a fainted office worker. Throw it aside. Without its host, Green Whip instantly seemed to have lost its backbone and could not get back up. The whole process is so smooth that it only takes place in a split second. When Green Whip came to his senses, he was only filled with horror. Why did he forget about Spider-Man? Why did he even follow the damned one? Massacre? Superheroes are just annoying, carnage is deadly. Slaughter. He screamed like a pig, and the fluid in his body condensed into tentacle whips, which he whipped towards the massacre. At the same time, his body squirmed like crazy, trying to escape. But it was of no use. Massacre stepped on him tightly and locked him in place. The whip had no effect at all and could not shake the opponent at all. Seeing that the other party was about to attack him, Green Whip had no choice but to quickly ask for help from Gwen on the side. Help me. Green Whip didn't need to say more. Gwen had already taken the lead and shot out the spider silk in an attempt to stop the massacre. Peter looked at the spider silk that Gwen had wrapped around his hand, and pondered for a moment. Then pulled hard and pulled Gwen over. Gwen did not panic, but reacted instantly in the air, turned over and launched a roundhouse kick to the head. Peter easily stopped him with one hand. Gwen was unyielding and took the opportunity to shoot a spider web into Peter's face to block his vision. Then she pulled the spider web back and hit Peter on the waist with her whip leg, using the force to twist his hips. Another vertical roundhouse kick lands on the shoulder. The two kicks were fast and heavy. He didn't hold back his hands at all. He rushed to deal with the opponent. In the end, he directly gathered electric energy in his hands and pressed hard on Peter's chest. That is to say, because the other party was a massacre, Gwen knew how powerful the other party was, so he directly acted cruelly. Not to mention, if it had been the original Carnage, she would have really knocked her off balance. Especially with the last electric shock, even the Carnage symbiote couldn't help but send out a painful signal. Bad guy, it hurts? Bad guy, it hurts. After being reset by Peter, Slaughter's cognitive level at this moment is like that of a newborn baby. To which Peter taught, no, she's a good person. Slaughter? Peter was also very pleased with Gwen's behavior of beating her husband. Yes, the effort on hand has not been lost, and it is enough to stand alone. Then he grabbed Gwen's blue ballet feet like a chicken. Just after Gwen finished his combo, his whole body swayed briefly, with no chance to escape, and he was hung upside down in the air. What's going on? Phantom asked in Gwen's mind. While struggling, Gwen said, I don't know. Carnage seems to have gotten a lot stronger. She didn't expect that Carnage would be fine after being beaten by her. Fortunately, he still has a steel suit on him, so the massacre is not so easy to break, otherwise it would be really bad. But this could not change her sudden and extremely passive dilemma. Gwen thought it was her turn to be beaten severely, but at this moment, the man on the other side suddenly said, Don't make trouble, Gwen. The sudden words made her look confused, and then she found that Killing had let go of her feet. Gwen quickly turned over and landed on the ground, jumping back to distance herself. Like a frightened rabbit. It seemed that these inexplicable words frightened her more than a severe beating. On the other side, Peter also took the opportunity to grab the green whip in his hand and let Carnage absorb the opponent. No, wait. Let me go, please, massacre. The wailing voice of Green Whip rang in Peter's ears, but it failed to stop the progress of absorption at all, until the sound was annihilated, and everything about Green Whip was completely absorbed. Carnage absorbs. It's delicious. I seem to have gained a new ability. After eating, Carnage immediately asked Peter for credit. New abilities? Peter felt it. On the side, after Gwen landed, he realized that he was too late to save Green Whip. The situation was a foregone conclusion. She could only look at Peter with extreme vigilance and suspicion, and asked, Who are you? Do you know me? This look is quite interesting. Peter had to admit that the eternal magic did give him it caused some trouble, and he had to find a way to get the existence of Black Superman back first. Otherwise, if he came back as Peter Parker, he would inevitably have to explain and lie, even at the request of Ancient One. This is not what he likes, and he cannot agree with this kind of compromise. If you want to return, you should be upright, as the Black Superman. Of course, Gwen couldn't ignore it. She needed Peter Parker and Peter needed her, but it would take some time. The thoughts in his mind were fleeting, and he did not directly answer Gwen's question. You will know. Immediately afterwards, a large group of black tentacles suddenly grew out of his back. This is an ability just learned from Green Whip. Gwen originally thought she was going to have another hard fight, but the next scene made her dumbfounded and her eyes widened. I saw that the tentacles behind the massacre were divided into two groups in an orderly manner, intertwined, squirming together, and then turned into a pair of huge black wings. The black feather wings flapped violently, bringing up a huge burst of wind pressure and blowing onto Gwen's face. The next second, Carnage had already soared into the sky and was flying in midair. The black wings covered the sky, looking down from high. Everyone present. At this moment, Carnage no longer resembled the devil from hell before, but looked more like a fallen angel. Damn it. The most shocked person was undoubtedly the Phantom Demon. Compared to Gwen, she was much more familiar with massacres. No matter how she imagined it, this was not like a scene that any chaos madman could pull off before. The police officers who were watching had already screamed in surprise one after another. As for this ability, it is naturally impossible to kill one person alone. The whip that can assimilate and copy the Green Whip is already top-notch. But Peter added fuel to the flames in the process and made hundreds of millions of small changes. It wasn't until Peter, who was wearing a massacre vest, left that everyone slowly came back to their senses. Not to mention the police officers and the crowd. Gwen was not well now. The other party's strength seemed to be higher than she had imagined, a little too high. If the previous massacre just made her feel like another difficult enemy, a powerful opponent, then this one in front of her made her feel like the final boss, and the danger was completely different. Miss Phantom, was it always like this before the massacre? She couldn't help but ask. Maybe it's because he just absorbed the green whip and evolved again. The Phantom could only explain it this way. She was also confused in her heart. If the previous massacre had such power and oppression, then they might not be able to hold on until this time. At this time, the communication system in the suit received a message from Tony. Gwen, Jarvis showed that you encountered Carnage over there. Is everything okay? I'm fine, Mr. Stark, it's just that but Carnage has become more powerful. Let's go back to the Justice League building first. The captain and the others are here. The Justice League building. Tony sat in front of the conference table, and in other positions at the table, Steve, Felicia, Connors, Sam, and Gwen were all there. Since the Battle of New York, everyone has gone their separate ways, and it has been a long time since we have been together in a more formal way like now. As for Black Widow, Hawkeye, etc., they are still performing missions in the field because they are affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, everyone was looking at a picture that Gwen had called out from the battlefield. Carnage spread its black wings and flew in the air, covering the sky like a fallen angel, looking down at everyone. Even through the photos, everyone can feel the oppression caused by the massacre. The one who had the deepest experience was Tony. He had come face to face with the slaughter, and he immediately felt the difference between the two. He couldn't help but gasped. That monster eats a symbiote, and then it can become like this? Turn into an angel? It makes me want to eat one. Sorry, Mr. Stark, I can't stop him, Gwen apologized. It's not your fault, Gwen. I think the symbiote parasitizing on you should come out and explain it. After Tony called him by name, the Phantom could only drill a small tentacle out of Gwen's shoulder and neck. In Yuji's voice, she said, "This is the first time I have seen this situation." This scene made Steve and others very surprised. You haven't seen it either? In other words, this is abnormal? Tony asked. No, we can't be sure. In some extreme cases, the symbiote does have this potential. So you can't be sure of the other party's current status, right? Tony frowned. Well, a lunatic like Slaughter is one of the very few symbionts. Faced with Tony's forceful question, Phantom couldn't resist. Seeing that the situation was somewhat deadlocked, Steve took the initiative to ease up and said, maybe he just has an extra pair of wings. It's best that way, Captain. Tony's face looked a little haggard compared to the high-spirited one half a year ago, but it was still the same, with the arrogance in his bones. We have to prepare for the worst. No one has ever faced this kind of thing, right? Aren't you being a little too unfounded, Tony? I have to be. Tony replied. His overly nervous attitude made everyone not sure how to respond, and the scene fell into silence for a while. Felicia couldn't sit still. She looked at the Phantom's slippery tentacles with curious cat eyes and asked, Gwen, did she really come out of your body directly? How on earth was this done? Illusion Demon also saw the white-haired cat woman, and the little tentacle nodded, as if waving hello. Hey, hello. Felicia shrank her neck. It's slimy and a bit disgusting. Illusion Demon startled. The little tentacle froze awkwardly in the air. Gwen quickly reached out and stroked the injured little tentacle to express comfort. Well, Miss Phantom, she doesn't mean any harm. I understand, Gwen. Alas, our symbionts are like this, and sometimes we suffer from some mysophobia. I am disgusted by more serious racial individuals. Miss Phantom seemed to be a little self-defeating. Others also curiously looked at the small tentacle leaning on Gwen's palm, gaining a more intuitive understanding of the symbiote. Tony looked at everyone present and realized that he was a little too nervous. The inexplicable anxiety in his heart for the past 6 months had affected some of his judgments. He breathed out and said, in short, the most important thing for us is to find the place as soon as possible. The remaining symbiotes must ensure their safety and not let Carnage take the lead. Who knows what this thing will evolve into? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. But what should we do? Connors saw that he finally had a chance. Wagging his tail and showing his presence. We have no news at all except for Gwen's body. Venom, we'd better find Venom first. He is the father of Carnage. He has been on Earth the longest. The Phantom waved its small tentacles and quickly gave his advice. Only he knows Carnage and some of Earth's heroes best, such as Peter Parker. Unexpectedly, this time the gossip was stirred up again. Peter. Isn't Peter missing? She may be talking about Peter from another universe. Another universe? It seems that other universes exist. Another one of us. Yes, this is the most basic theory of parallel universes, Felicia. Seeing the topic twisting in a strange direction, even Steve couldn't stand it anymore and fisted he cleared his throat and interrupted everyone's chat. Everyone, we can talk about gossip later. Tony is right, our current situation is not optimistic. This finally brought everyone back on track and they fell silent. Felicia frowned, wanting to do something for the Justice League. Soon, she frowned slightly and relaxed. She couldn't think of anything. She couldn't think of anything. Meowth gave up. Of course, no one has any hope that Felicia can really come up with any ideas. Her position in the league is probably more like a mascot. At this time, Tony finally spoke again. Actually, we didn't get nothing. Everyone looked up at him. Tony was not afraid and said, I need to introduce a new friend to everyone. Come in. The latter sentence was shouted towards the door of the conference room. Immediately afterwards, a girl with shawl black hair and wearing a black jacket and jeans walked in from the door. Perhaps because she couldn't let go, the girl's movements seemed a little restrained. Jessica. Gwen was the first to speak. When she saw the person coming, she couldn't help but be surprised. Jessica Jones is Gwen's high school classmate. She accidentally got into a car accident during a family trip, and all her relatives died. She was the only one who survived and fell into a coma. Until the day the Chidori invaded New York, she happened to wake up and punched a Chidori to pieces, saving the life of Aunt May, who was working as a nurse in the hospital at the time. Only then did she discover that she had gained 2 superpowers, great strength and flying. During the Battle of New York, although she was confused because she had just woken up, she still extended a helping hand and saved some people along the way. After that, being alone, she naturally embarked on the path of a superhero without much accident. Of course, her path to a superhero was not smooth, and her fame and influence were much smaller than others. According to the normal script, after a short career as a superhero, she would meet the man who changed her life, Purple Man, and then be mind-controlled and experience a tormented and extremely painful time. But now it seems that the chance is not great. When Jessica saw Gwen, her originally reserved expression softened a little. Well, it's me, Gwen. Although Gwen retired after the Battle of New York, in the last period of time, because of Gwen personally thanked Sika for saving Aunt May. It was precisely because of Gwen that Jessica became more determined to become a superhero. She greeted everyone in the conference room and introduced herself. Everyone nodded or responded, but they all looked at Tony with some confusion. Although adding new blood to the Justice League is a good thing, it would be inappropriate to raise this point. Sure enough, Tony said in the next second, this kid also has it. A symbiote. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the same slimy but dark blue fluid coming out of Jessica's body and covering it into a battlesuit. Huan Mo also shouted in surprise. Ice Blue. As for why Ice Blue appears on Jessica Jones, it can only be said to be a coincidence. There is no surprising reason, no dramatic reversal. Jessica just appeared in the streets and alleys as usual, dealing with some crimes and conflicts and helping people in trouble. During Gwen's absence, she took on many of Gwen's original tasks. Just when she smashed a wall with her divine power and scared a group of extortion gangsters to their knees and begged for mercy, a rift in time and space appeared. Binglin emerged from the rift in time and space, and for some reason, she broke away from her original host. Most symbiotes cannot survive without their host, so she could only choose the most powerful individual nearby, which was Jessica. As for why Jessica appears here, it's even simpler. Being entangled in something as unclear as the symbiote, Jessica, a new generation of heroes who are bathed in the glorious deeds of various superhero predecessors and the Justice League, immediately chose to report herself and hand herself over. Justice League. Tony was having trouble finding a symbiote. Jessica's doing this was like reaching for the pillow after falling asleep. He noticed her immediately, and the two of them hit it off immediately. Time returned to the present. Oh, Huan Mo, you are here too. After Binglan discovered Huan Mo, he immediately swooped up and hugged Huan Mo. Of course, because the Phantom is in Gwen, Binglan is actually hugging Gwen. This ice blue doesn't look ice at all. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind at this moment. Gwen, it's not me, it's the symbiote in my body. Only Jessica tried hard to defend herself under the ice blue mask. It's okay, Jessica. Fortunately, Gwen didn't mind. But Jessica was extremely embarrassed and very anxious. It was not easy to meet so many famous people, but she could only see senior superheroes on TV. She didn't want to make a fool of herself and die in society. She wants to perform well. But how come the damn symbiote has no sense of distance at all? Jessica scolded Binglan, you guy, get out of my body. Why? Binglan asked Gwen. There are so many powerful heroes here now, you should be able to choose more. Really? Binglan finally let go of Gwen and looked around. First of all, it was Steve. Steve didn't say anything, just spread out. Spread your hands. Binglan had no choice but to turn her attention to Felicia. Felicia quickly shrank her neck and stopped saying, no, I can't accept it, meow. Tony's physical fitness was just that of an ordinary person and was not considered by Binglan at all. So the last target is only Connors. Connors was thinking about what to say, but who knew that the ice blue eyes looked directly past him and said, no, I can't stand this either. Connors. Binglan shook his head, opened his hand and said, Jessica, it seems we still only have each other. I protest. Jessica began to snatch control of her body, and her whole body became a mess. Fortunately, Huan Mo finally said, stop it, Binglan. This ended Binglan's noise. You are very close, Miss Phantom, Gwen said. Except for the fact that she is very annoying, Gwen. Huan Mo explained that. She and Binglan were both a team of symbiotes from aliens. They had traveled among the stars for many years, maintaining the order of the universe. This time, they also came to Earth because they received news that the massacre was trying to resurrect their evil creator. Moreover, unlike Phantom, which mainly has auxiliary and sneaking abilities, Ice Blue's abilities are more aggressive. She can create or transform her body into ice crystals and freeze others. Binglan's joining was undoubtedly exciting news for Steve and Gwen. Even Steve couldn't help but look at Tony with some complaints. Didn't he say something like this earlier? But Tony's face has long been immune to this level of gaze. He said, I have asked Jarvis to search for clues about the next symbiote. I believe there will be news soon. Several people continued. Some matters regarding Carnage were discussed, as well as the abilities of the other symbiotes. Riot. Although the ability is only to transform into sharp blades, its physical strength is much higher than that of other symbiotes. Devour. The ability is just like his name, it can swallow objects to strengthen itself. And the final Venom, but until the end, Jarvis still had no news about them. In desperation, Tony could only announce the disbandment and let each member of the Justice League handle their own affairs first and remain on standby at any time. Felicia was the first to agree with both hands, ran to Gwen and rubbed her face, then returned to her small bed in the cat's nest in the Justice League building to catch up on her sleep. Connors returned to his laboratory. His girlfriend is here too. Maria. Connors stepped forward and hugged his girlfriend, who was wearing a white coat and had a bulging front and back. Maria wore black-rimmed glasses on her face, looking somewhat intellectual. She stroked Connor's green-scaled, cool skin and asked, "Is there nothing wrong with Stark inviting you to a meeting?" "Of course, a powerful enemy has appeared, Stark. The captain and I are both troubled, but they will solve it in the end, I believe." "That's good. Can we continue our research?" Maria smiled and said gently to Connors. "Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." Connor's tall body stiffened. In fact, his girlfriend not only has a strange personality, but also has a soft spot for lizard people. Maria, like Connors, is also an excellent herpetologist with extensive experience in researching various reptiles. They met at a research conference. Connors was the perfect lover and study subject for her. She gently held the big man Connors with one hand and placed him on the experimental table specially customized for him. This made Connors feel pain and pleasure. For him, Maria was a perfect companion. Needless to say, he has an outstanding appearance. Even after he became like this, he still didn't dislike him. Moreover, Maria also has the same job and research ability as him, and the two parties have many common chat topics. The only thing was that Maria was too interested in his body and would always record and investigate information about him from all aspects, whether using electronic instruments or going into battle in person. This role reversal from experimenter to experimentee gave him a strong sense of dislocation, and unable to resist. Anyway, his body is quite durable. "Oh, be gentle, Maria. Oh, slow down, dear." For Steve, an old man who has been sleeping for 70 years, everything in modern times makes him feel uncomfortable. Whether it's the increasing convenience and powerful technology, or people's increasingly faster pace of life and bombardment of information, this made the superhuman feel dizzy. He resisted and rarely used electronic instruments. He spent more time on exercising to maintain his physical condition, running, boxing, squandering physical energy, and it was boring. That was indeed the case. Until a head emerged from the wall, a plump American beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes. Immediately afterwards, the second, third. These blonde beauties, who can be said to be fat and thin, stepped forward and surrounded Steve. "Captain, do you need a drink of water?" "Captain, you're sweating a lot, let me wipe it for you." "Why wipe it? Let's take the captain directly to the bathroom." "Okay." These ladies greeted Steve, and they had one biggest thing in common. That is, there is always a part that looks like Agent Carter. Steve looked at the chattering women expressionlessly, feeling helpless. After exposing his weakness at a certain time, more and more women appeared around him unknowingly. As for where these ladies came from, he honestly didn't know, he really didn't. He questioned Tony and also asked Fury, but he couldn't get an answer. He tried keeping these ladies out, but to no avail. They would still show up on time the next day and even have the key to his room, whether it's SHIELD or the Justice League building. No matter what, Steve thought he was still a gentleman to some extent, and he couldn't attack a group of helpless ladies, right? Fortunately, although these blonde beauties are annoying, they also know how to behave and never take the initiative to do anything that crosses the line. If they insist on doing anything, they are like his maids and maids, taking care of his daily life. Attentive, always available. Although he doesn't need it. Steve let out a long breath. His love for Carter was loyal and could not be defeated by this little temptation. Well, even if it happens once, twice occasionally, it is just the normal needs of the body and cannot be counted. Damn it, why did he sleep for these 70 years? Jessica Jones, the new hero who joined temporarily, does not have an exclusive area in the Justice League building. She can only be arranged in the reception area during her free time. Tony gave her access to most areas. Jessica was still very happy about this. The idols of superheroes are also superheroes. It is a rare opportunity to be so close to the Justice League. She must seize this opportunity. But, hey, bastard, come this way, I'm going to visit the experimental area. Jessica dragged her body. It may be a bit difficult to understand, but she was really dragging her body forward with difficulty at the moment. Move. But half of her body was very uncooperative. She pointed at the canteen with one hand in the air. "No, I'm hungry. There is the aroma of food over there. Experimental area. Food. Experimental area. Food." The staff who were coming and going just watched a strange girl standing there and pulling with him crazily. Jessica's face turned red with embarrassment, and in the end she could only look at the sky helplessly, and said dejectedly, Okay, the canteen is the canteen. Okay. Jessica covered her face, feeling that her future superhero career suddenly it became extremely gray. Although Tony uses his own building as the headquarters of the Justice League, there are still quite a few Stark Industries projects, and manpower is left here to continue operations. After all, even if he wants to build a new building, it will take some time. Currently, both the Justice League and his group are in a transitional stage. After announcing the temporary disbandment, Tony also took the exclusive elevator and headed to the top floor of the building without stopping. When the elevator door opened, the first thing he saw was Pepper sitting at her desk, holding a big belly, talking on the phone with a shareholder or business investor. She was stroking her belly with one hand. Rejected. Sorry, Adridge, Stark can't help you. Adridge? Who is that? Tony said as he walked out of the elevator. Tony? Nothing, an old friend, hoping to get Stark's cooperation. Hey, Pepper exclaimed. Tony walked up to Pepper, took the phone directly, and said into the phone. Sorry, sir, just now, Miss Pepper, CEO of Stark Industries, was fired. Please call again when you have time. Without waiting for a reply, he hung up and looked at Pepper. Remember what I said? Madam, you should rest at home now. Why don't you listen to what I say? You, fire me. Pepper was angry and helpless when her phone was snatched away by a domineering man. He rolled his eyes and said, someone is completely reborn and devotes himself to his heroic career all day long. I don't care who is in charge of such a big stall at home. As early as Kita, before the Swiss invaded New York, Pepper was already pregnant with Tony's child. Now more than half a year has passed, her belly has already swelled, and it has only been 2 months since she gave birth. This made Tony both excited and terrified. But our children are more important, Pepper, he said. These words instantly softened Pepper. She is now pregnant and in a period of overflowing motherhood. What mother can refuse such a word from her husband? I know, have you thought about our daughter's name? Pepper said softly. Although the child has not yet been born, Pepper has done countless related care and examinations, and the gender of the child has been known for a long time. Of course, Tony said without hesitation. Morgan, her name is Morgan Stark. And Gwen on the other side, disbanded quickly enough and returned to the streets, flying around with spider threads. When passers-by saw Spider-Woman whom they had not seen for a long time, they all exclaimed and greeted her. At the same time, a phone call came in quickly. Gwen, Spider-Woman has appeared. I mean, have you finally chosen to come back? George said excitedly on the phone. He wasn't excited about Spider-Woman coming back to fight crime or anything like that. In his opinion, it would be great if one day Gwen could put aside her status as a superhero and return to an ordinary life, away from danger. But only under normal circumstances. At least in the past 6 months, Gwen's depressed state was abnormal. Gwen was a little embarrassed to explain why she accidentally poked a big hole, but after a slight hesitation, she still replied, yes, Dad. She recalled the scene with the green whip just now fighting. Her own police officers heartily cheered her return. I have been willfully escaping for half a year. I can't go on like this and let down those who have expectations for me and need my help. No, Gwen, no one will blame you, George said quickly. Obviously he had been expecting Gwen to take the initiative, and Gwen finally got what he wanted, but for some reason, George suddenly comforted her. Don't rush this moment, just take your time, he said. He also understands the contradiction in his heart at this moment. After all, she is his daughter. He hopes that Gwen can bloom like in the past, but on the other hand, he is a little afraid that she will be hurt again. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Gwen couldn't understand her father's complex thoughts like a eldest daughter at the moment. She just took it as an ordinary advice and said with a smile, I know, thank you, Dad. Hey. The phone hung up. Gwen landed in front of a building, where the spider lay overlooking the city. She changed her position, sat down on the edge of the building wall, stacked 2 ballet shoes, and then took out her mobile phone from her suit. On the screen was a picture of her and Peter. It seems you really miss him. Yuji's voice sounded in her ears. Gwen nodded and said softly, how could you not want to? Peter is my original intention to become Spider-Woman. He has been encouraging and helping me. You know, Phantom, when I learned that in another world in a universe, when Peter was the one bitten by the spider, I actually felt relieved. Oh, why? Phantom asked curiously. At this time, who can resist the rising heart of gossip? Peter is kinder and stronger than me, and a little smarter than me. A smile appeared on Gwen's face unconsciously, recalling. He knew that I was Spider-Woman very early. Looking back now, at the beginning, I must be very envious of this unique power. Sometimes I even think that Peter may be a more suitable candidate for Spider-Man. Even so, he has always helped me in various ways. He will help I improve equipment, investigate materials, and search for information. They will provide me with many suggestions for improvement, and will provide me with various assistance during battle. Just like the indispensable helper behind the heroes in the movie, man. I'm glad that this person is him. You know, even the suit I'm wearing was modified and debugged by Peter for a while. Only he and I can activate it in this world. This is what the two of them did at the time, a decision made together, which is a bit like a couple's avatar or something, and also represents Gwen's willingness to share everything about her with Peter. This was an agreement between the two of them, and until now, Gwen still thinks this thing is very romantic. Wow, Phantom suddenly regretted gossiping, and his face was filled with Gwen's dog food. However, she still said, "So, do you want to come out?" "Coming out? Probably so." Gwen nodded, then shook her head. "I really can't stay so depressed anymore. Peter, you definitely don't want to see me like this, but I won't give up either. When the massacre is solved, I will find a way to get him back." At this moment, it was dusk, and when the sunset ended, the golden sunlight seemed like a cloak covered the city, and also fell on Gwen, stretching her shadow. After a long talk, Gwen finally sorted out her mood and state, and Spider-Woman also began to set sail again at this moment. Isn't it just across the universe? Even so, she must get Peter back. At this moment, a message from Jarvis was sent. News about the detection of Carnage and a new symbiote. At the same time, members of the Justice League everywhere also received messages from Jarvis. Tony stroked Pepper's belly and said, "I'm sorry, I should go. Come back soon." "I will." Steve was being pestered by the maids, and his body was shaking at this moment, and he finally had an excuse to say, "Girls, it's time for me to go on a mission." "Okay." Binglin, who had eaten and drank enough, was dissuaded by Jarvis and was grounded. The symbiotes are the target of massacre, forget Gwen and Phantom. Tony can't let other symbiotes be exposed to massacre so easily. But Jessica didn't want to do that anymore. She didn't come here to hide, and Binglin was not a master who gave in easily. She just had enough to eat and drink, and she had nothing to do. The two had the same attitude, and Jessica suddenly felt that this annoying symbiote was more pleasing to the eye, so they broke through Jarvis's blockade and escaped. Connors. Connors is just a logistics guy, nothing happens without him. In the evening, the setting sun casts its afterglow on the streets guarded by tall buildings on both sides. The asphalt road in the street was filled with vehicles, and the sidewalks on both sides of the street were densely packed with migrant workers after work and students after school, looking in a hurry and walking fast. This is the most everyday street scene in New York. Suddenly, a black figure emerged from the corridor and fell to the ground, causing panic among passers-by. The black figure seems to be wrapped in a tights all over, with some white vertical stripes. The eyes are two triangular fly eyes. The upper limbs of the body are thick and the waist and lower limbs are much thinner. The overall appearance is thin, inverted triangle. At the same time, the arms are as thick and long as ape green, with sharp claws extending from the 5 fingers, and there are barbs on the forearms, shoulders, and head. The black figure quickly climbed up, without looking at the others, leaped high to the floor, clasped the wall with its thick claws like a werewolf, then kicked off its legs and jumped to the other wall again. He moved quickly on the street in this way, and his movements were even a little hasty and awkward, as if he was running away. And from behind, another figure followed closely behind, with huge black wings fanning behind it, like an angel, causing the pedestrians on the ground to exclaim again. Of course, although people were surprised by the sudden appearance of 2 superhumans or inhuman monsters, and they avoided emergency situations very skillfully, they did not panic too much. After all, this is daily life in New York. And the figure flying in midair with black wings is naturally Peter wearing a massacre vest. He looked at the symbiote jumping and escaping between buildings from a distance, and his figure gradually became smaller. Not long after capturing Green Whip, he quickly captured traces of another symbiote. Even the identity of this symbiote is somewhat special. Swallow ran away in a hurry, looked back, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Carnage didn't catch up immediately. "Why are you so afraid of him?" The owner of this body, the current host who swallowed it, spoke. "I'm not afraid of him," Devour retorted. "No, you are afraid. I am very familiar with it. I have been like this before." "I'm not." "You obviously are. If you say it again, I will eat you." Okay. Seeing that the host had softened, Swallow was silent for a moment, and then said, "Rather than being afraid, it's better to say that I feel a threat on the life level. I feel that if I don't run, I will die." Yes. Didn't you say before that although you can't beat the other party can't do anything to you in a short period of time?" The host asked again. Swallowing was a little irritated by the opponent's direct hit and the shameless issue. Who knows what went wrong with him and chose such a weak guy as a host? Hell, how do I know? He didn't have those wings before. It was like a transformation. Just like a human being. He seemed to be safe for the time being, and finally found a deserted alleyway to land. Then, the black fluid squirmed, shrank, and soon returned to the host's body, revealing the appearance of the host. It turned out to be Peter and Gwen's former high school classmate, Gordon. Unlike Jessica, who was able to acquire ice blue parasitism by sheer coincidence. The reason why Gordon was able to get the option to devour had to start a long time ago. In high school, Gordon was tortured by bullies in his class because of his thin body and cowardly character. He even refused help from Gwen and Peter. But in the subsequent incident of the lizard man attacking the campus, he rarely broke through himself and stepped forward to attract the lizard man's attention and help Gwen. Although only a few people involved knew about this incident, it undoubtedly changed Gordon's mentality slightly and changed the rest of his life. Well, his life still didn't change much. He is still the skinny nerd Gordon, timid, weak, and unable to resist. How can it be so easy to expect that one choice and breakthrough will completely change your life? But to say that there has been no change at all is not entirely true. The easiest way to change the world is to change yourself first. At least in this step, he did it a little bit. In the past, he would only be incompetent and resentful of the world. Why is it so unfair? Why is he so weak? But now he gradually accepts it all, becomes calm, and gradually discovers more colors in the world. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. He has the best role model, Peter Parker. The other person was once the same as him, but then he took the lead in changing and moving ahead. Gordon felt that Peter was his goal. Unfortunately, he heard that Peter disappeared during the subsequent alien invasion, which made him sad for a long time. Then, after graduating from high school, he was admitted to a pretty good university. Like many people, he had a crush on a girl for the first time, but he didn't dare to talk about it. He is still the humble Gordon. In the future, he should be like most ordinary people, graduate, work, start a family and start a business, and then grow old. Until just now, he saw a guy surrounded by a corner and threatening him on the roadside. The guy was as thin as he was, making Gordon seem to see his past self. Somehow, maybe he was overestimating his capabilities, or even hesitant, but he still stood up and stopped the violence. Then, the target of violence becomes him. His rich past experience told him that at this time he could only give in, otherwise he would only be beaten worse. Just when he was about to accept his fate and be beaten, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Do you want to gain power? This voice was naturally the swallow that had just traveled through time. Compared with Ice Blue, Swallow's output and control capabilities are somewhat inferior, but in frontal combat, he can also defeat Ice Blue. Unlike Binglin, he has his own preferences when choosing a host. In fact, most mature symbionts have certain requirements for their hosts. This is just like going on a blind date or falling in love. Your significant other must always match your XP and you must get along with them. One of the most important XP points when choosing a host is the courage and kindness of the other party. At least under the circumstances at that time, Gordon was the most suitable candidate. It can be said that it was a perfect match, but to his surprise, Gordon rejected him without even thinking. No. Then, without any surprise, Gordon was beaten up and his cash was robbed. The reason for Gordon's refusal is also very simple. This kind of voice comes out of nowhere. What if it is an internet fraud? You know, this is not the time when superhumans just emerged. Aliens have invaded again, and the people have more or less popularized relevant knowledge. At least, according to the plot in the movie, this kind of thing is generally not a good thing, and some demon may even be targeting him. This made Gordon's heart skip a beat and send shivers down his spine. If it were him in the past, he might have responded to this kind of unexplained temptation out of resentment. But having met the lizard people, he was wary enough. Who could say for sure about this kind of unexplained thing? He didn't want to become like that. And Gordon, who has gradually accepted his own ordinariness, is calm and sensible enough to refuse this temptation. It made me laugh when I learned that Gordon had the idea of swallowing the symbiote. He is a positive energy symbiote that guards order. Do you think he is a chaotic madman like Venom? Gordon even wanted to find a priest to exorcise the devil, which really made Devour a little unbearable. But at the same time, Yan Yan also admired Gordon more and more in his heart. He couldn't help it. Who asked him to just take this bite? As the saying goes, a good girl is afraid of being stalked by a man. And there is also a saying that a woman chases a man, but there is a veil between them. After swallowing his earnest words and reassuring himself that he was a good symbiote, Gordon finally wavered. And at this time, Peter wearing a massacre vest also came to the two of them. Under the critical situation, Gordon could only merge with Devour, and Devour guaranteed that they would be able to deal with each other after merging. And then nothing more. Swallowing was beaten by the two Dabadoo of the slaughter, and he was immediately stunned. He didn't know when the gap between the slaughter and him was so big. After regaining consciousness, he turned around and ran away. The scene just now occurred. After taking it into his body, Devouring didn't waste any time and asked directly, "Where are the superheroes in your world? We need their help and must contact them." Speaking of superheroes, Gordon immediately thought of Spider-Woman. This was the first superhero he came into contact with, but she has disappeared for more than half a year. This made Gordon hesitate for a while. At this moment, Gordon looked up towards the source of the sound. He saw Spider-Woman climbing on the wall, looking at him in surprise. "Spider-Woman, do you still remember me?" Gordon said in surprise and joy. "Yes, I remember you. We faced the lizard people together," Gwen said as she fell to the ground. "So, why are you here now?" She had just arrived here following the coordinates provided by Jarvis. "I thought I would meet another symbiote, but unexpectedly I met my former classmate." Gordon's throat got stuck as he spoke. Although Swallow just said that it would be best to contact the superheroes of this world, when the real superhero appeared in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. For a moment, he didn't know how to organize the words and explain. With his current situation, he finally said in desperation, "The weather is really nice today." Swallowed. If he had hands, the symbiote would definitely be slapping and caressing Gordon's face right now. "What are you doing?" he roared inside Gordon. Gwen blinked and looked up at the sky. "Yes, it's pretty good." She also noticed that Gordon seemed a little nervous and hesitant. She paused in her heart and said, "Have you seen, some slimy, seems to have the same strange life." Sorry, of course, not, slimy, of course she is trustworthy." Gordon was talking nonsense, not knowing what was going on. Who to talk to? Gwen narrowed his eyes. "Gordon." "Yes." Gordon responded nervously. Before Gwen could say anything else, dark fluid suddenly emerged from his body, and then condensed into a tall "Forget it, let me do it" Spider-Man. As expected, the moment Gwen emerged from the swallow, he took 2 steps back slightly, put on a defensive posture, and corrected. Yes, Spider-Woman. At the same time, he asked in his mind, Miss Phantom, who is he? Swallow, we are very lucky, he is one of our own. Gwen, let me do it. Okay, Gwen had no objection. The next second, Huan Mo's sister said. It's me, Swallow. Huan Mo? It seems you are 1 step ahead of me. Needless to say, Swallow quickly understood the situation. Just good luck. Where are the others? Swallowed asked. The locations of Venom and Riot are still unclear. Ice Blue has been found, but Green Whip has been absorbed by Carnage. Is that why he changed so much? You have already met him. The Phantom said suspiciously, then you. Of course I'm fine, but I have an extra pair of wings. He wouldn't say that he had just escaped. Compared to the 2 symbiotes, Gwen still cared more about the host and asked, Gordon, are you okay? How did you come across the symbiote? Don't worry. The symbiote that swallowed the face shrank, and Gordon his head was exposed. I'm fine, it's a long story. Are they really fine? Gordon said worriedly. He still doesn't know much about symbiotes, but Spider-Woman's attitude seems to be quite friendly. It was difficult for Gwen to explain clearly to Gordon for a while, not to mention that before she had time to explain, a new situation came up. The spider sense suddenly sounded in his mind, and Swallow closed his head immediately. A shadow suddenly fell in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that Carnage was flying directly above them at some point. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Damn it. Swallowed and Gwen both jumped away quickly, and in the next moment, Jean fell down from the sky, and his huge wings were wrapped together like petals. Gwen dodged the attack, but for some reason, the spider sense in her brain not only did not disappear, but the threat became even greater, so she could only quickly move back and distance herself. Devouring was not so lucky. In the next second, Slaughter's wings bloomed like buds, and the feathers on them spread out like barbs. In an instant, they turned into sharp poisonous stings, stabbing out like sea urchins. Swallow failed to dodge the second attack and was stabbed all over. The sea urchin shrank and reshaped into a human form. Are you okay? Gwen asked Swallow quickly. Swallowing half knelt on the ground, he slowly got up. Fortunately, I can handle it. The symbiote's recovery ability caused the hole in its body to slowly recover. The 2 of them looked at the Carnage in the alley again, and saw that the opponent's hand had condensed into a giant axe, and he was slowly walking over. What should I do? Swallow asked. Hold him. Gwen took a deep breath and replied. Mr. Stark and the others are on their way here. Well, you should be in another universe. Yes, I have seen someone from another universe. Stark. Devour opened his sharp claws and the barbs on his body stood up. I hope they will arrive soon. The current massacre is not easy to deal with. He rushed forward at the lead and rushed towards the massacre like a wild beast. Past. Peter only controlled the power of Carnage, and swung his hand axe and struck at Swallow. Unexpectedly, Swallow actually ate the hand axe and held it tightly with his arms and body. This was almost a suicidal move. Then, the devoured torso was transformed into a beast's head, with an exaggerated beast's snout and sharp teeth, biting down on the massacre axe. With a click, the hand axe was actually bitten into pieces, and Devour was able to escape. The beast's head on the torso was still biting and crushing the body of Slaughter. At the same time, Peter also felt that Carnage had lost that part of the symbiote's perception. It seems that part of the strength was lost with the bite just now. Devouring. It's interesting. If the original massacre faced this ability, it might be a bit tricky. The broken hand axe grew back again, trying to swallow it again, but Peter didn't give it a chance and directly knocked it upside down with a backhand axe. Gwen took this opportunity to take over the baton, and when the attack from Massacre was still shaking, he directly pulled the spider web down from the sky. With very fast speed and dexterity, he used the walls, iron bars, and other objects on both sides of the lane to it circled around the Massacre in a very small area, and forcibly weaved a huge cocoon in a few seconds. There are pieces of spider silk connected to all sides of the cocoon. At first glance, it looks like some kind of coiled silk hole. Wow, you are really extraordinary, extraordinary. Swallow had just stood up and saw such a huge masterpiece. He exclaimed. It's not like I haven't seen Spider-Man in another world. The one on his hand, your kung fu is definitely not as good as yours. Seeing that Carnage was temporarily trapped, Gwen breathed a sigh of relief and replied. No, it's nothing. Gwen knew very well that the reason why she was so good at spider silk skills was because she, in addition to her own abilities, the spider silk launcher Peter helped her make was definitely indispensable. Unfortunately, danger. Suddenly, the spider sense suddenly started screaming loudly again. Gwen realized something was wrong and quickly wanted to retreat. But it was a pity that he was still a step too late. The white cocoon suddenly broke through and a hand came out, holding down Gwen. The speed was so fast that even with spider sense, he didn't have time to avoid it. In desperation, Gwen could only choose to turn around and fight back, but what made her even more unprepared was that immediately after, the other hand also broke the cocoon, blocking her path to fight back. Then the third one, the fourth one, no, rather than an arm, it would be more appropriate to call it a tentacle. It wrapped around Gwen's body as quickly as a python. The huge power on the tentacles broke down Gwen's resistance, tightly entangled her and hung her in midair. The cocoon that was riddled with holes soon could no longer hold up, and was completely destroyed, revealing the carnage inside. The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. By the time Gwen reacted, she had been tightly entangled by the tentacles of Carnage and was hanging in the air. She twisted and struggled, but soon discovered that, although the entanglement of these tentacles was not very strong and would not cause pain or suffocation, it was still slippery. The limbs, waist, and trunk, these places where power is exerted, are properly restricted, allowing Gwen Kong to have a full body of strength without using much of it, almost perfectly bypassing the high-intensity defense and energy-absorbing characteristics of the vibranium suit. But in desperation, Gwen didn't have time to think so much. Carnage's tentacles were pulling her to Carnage, and then said, "You also have a symbiote in you. Hey, bastard, don't even think about getting her." Gwen yelled fiercely. Words. Call me a bastard? No, she was cursing massacre. Peter did not hesitate to throw the blame to the poor symbiote, and then looked intently at his little girlfriend. She was so nice, she was also very cute when she was angry. Of course, that's all. Peter didn't want to keep seeking death and making Gwen angry. He took up the identity of Carnage just to facilitate the completion of his plan, to regain the identity of Black Superman. Perhaps more or less, he also wanted to have fun, but this did not include hurting Gwen. But in this way, how to remove the symbiote from Gwen becomes a bit tricky. Peter didn't know which symbiote was on Gwen's body. Maybe it was this symbiote that caused him the most trouble this time. He really knows how to choose his host. Maybe, you can. After a second thought, Peter sighed and said, "Gwen." The sound passed through the layers of processing of the symbiote, and when it reached Gwen's ears, it was already somewhat distorted and became thicker. But this did not prevent Gwen from hearing a somewhat familiar tone, and she was stunned. More than once, even in the green whip scene. Of course, it wasn't that she suspected anything, but such a powerful and ferocious monster suddenly had a familiar tone that sounded like an old friend more than once. How could she not feel strange about who was under the opponent's mask? On the other side, Swallow watched Spider-Woman being caught in the blink of an eye, and didn't care about anything else, rushing forward to support her. Peter could only mobilize part of the massacre's power to block it, so the power restraining Gwen naturally became weaker. Gwen also reacted quickly, taking advantage of the opportunity when the massacre missed and quickly got out. "Are you okay, Spider-Woman?" Seeing that Gwen had escaped from Carnage, Devour also stepped aside to confront Carnage. "I'm fine," Gwen said this, but she was already asking Huan Mo in her mind. Miss Huan Mo, who is the host of Massacre. Huh? Why are you asking this? The name of the host of Massacre is Cletus. Cassidy is a serial murderer. Although he was confused, the Phantom answered truthfully. He is also from another universe. This answer made Gwen even more confused. Could it be that the other person knew himself from another universe? Unable to get an answer from the Phantom Demon, the guessing game can only be temporarily suspended. The most important thing now is to prevent the massacre. But at this time, Gwen found that the massacre suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky, and said, "It's finally here." Huh? What's coming? Almost at the same time, Tony's voice sounded again in the built-in communication of the suit. "Gwen, we are here." A red and gold steel suit fell from the sky and landed directly in front of Gwen and Devour. One faces Massacre. There were also several protective armors controlled by Jarvis following in the sky, keeping a close eye on Carnage to ensure that he would not have another chance to escape this time. Being prepared, the momentum suddenly returned to Tony's side. But Peter just said calmly, "You're too late. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Tony was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Ja could still say such words calmly in the face of a tight siege, but he might admit defeat with his words and say, "Then I hope you won't regret it later and run away like shit again. You won't let another chance to run away this time." While he was talking, he didn't forget to let Jarvis observe. Swallowed by one side, of course, with Gwen's assurance, he knew that the other party was at least on his side now. Peter also looked at the armor Tony was wearing for a while. He finally took out his bottom armor, the Destroyer armor. However, unlike the semi-finished product that could only be rough-worked half a year ago due to a lack of time, the current Destroyer armor, just from the appearance alone, has perfectly integrated Asgardian craftsmanship and Stark technology. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Mythology and mechanical technology are intertwined and integrated to create a different kind of beauty. Correspondingly, the intensity has also been greatly increased. It seems that Tony has really studied a lot of things in the field of magic in the past 6 months. At least, he has completely kneaded the magic structure of the Destroyer into pieces, otherwise it would be impossible to optimize the armor like this. He has accumulated enough knowledge, and he can easily open the door to another world with just one person or opportunity. But, so what? Boom! The battle was about to break out, and the alley between the buildings could no longer support this level of fighting. In the rapid and powerful explosion, Carnage spread its wings and soared into the sky, followed closely by Tony's Destroyer armor, and there were many more around him. Many armors followed, besieging Peter together with Tony. Human C tactics. That's enough for you, Monster Jarvis, get ready to show off your skills. I'm honored, sir. Since closing the weapons department, Tony's armor has rarely been equipped with missiles and the like. Weapons, generally light cannons or lasers, are the main means of attack. At this moment, under the coordinated control of Jarvis, two-digit armors fired light cannons at Peter. The scene was dazzling. Beams of lasers lit up in the dim sky as the sunset faded, like dazzling fireworks. Full all the way. Among them, as the one with the highest strength, Tony's destroyer armor naturally plays the role of frontal containment. The powerful energy cannons gathered in its palms and chest are enough to pose a life threat to the current massacre. Not to mention that there are a lot of armors around that are under the precise control of Jarvis and assisting Tony. They are like a swarm of flies, and when the number increases, they are very troublesome. Peter regarded this battle as a game, so it was naturally impossible for him to use his own power. He is now like a player, controlling Carnage to move around in the air and dodge the barrage like lasers. It has to be said that if it were the previous massacre, Tony might have been suppressed in such a battle alone. Little did he know that Tony was also feeling extremely shocked and troubled at this moment. Dispatching so many armors means that he will not hold back this time, rushing to deal with the opponent at once, so as not to have to spend more nights. Phantom Demon said that Carnage once defeated them in another universe and swept the entire world. This means that the other party has the potential to destroy the world. For this kind of potential stock, he should nip it in the cradle. But what surprised Tony was that, from just now, he had set up several dragnets with the help of Jarvis's calculations. The speed and position of each armor were carefully calculated, just waiting for the massacre. Once inside, all the armors will swarm forward without giving any chance. If Slaughter wants to break through, he has to shed his skin even if he doesn't die. This is a set of tactics that he has studied and had Jarvis simulated and trained for a long time in the past 6 months. He is quite confident that he is the only one in the world who has this ability and physical resources. Although this is the first time it has been released, Jarvis has been simulated countless times on the computer. Faced with various situations, various opponents have corresponding formations to solve it. But at this moment, facing the massacre, this tactic seems to have failed. At the last moment of every trap, the massacre would suddenly turn around and then escape. This resulted in the complete failure of his plan, and he could only find new opportunities to encircle him, which would consume a lot of time. Once can be said to be accidental, but twice or 3 times. It was impossible for Tony to naively think that the other party was lucky, but this was too incredible. Is there really someone who can surpass Jarvis in the field of computing, who is backed by a very large server, and is more familiar with this field than them? At least the Carnage in front of me doesn't look like it. This is unreasonable. But even if the other party had already done it, no matter how unreasonable it was, Tony could only accept it, and with his ironclad mind, he quickly made another decision. Jarvis, activate the backup plan. Are you sure, sir? There was a trace of heartache in Tony's eyes, but he still said firmly, this is the best choice. Yes, activate the backup plan. At the same time, all the steel armors received the order in an instant, changed their flight modes, and rushed towards the massacre in a suicidal manner. There's nothing to say. Since we can't block each other, let's trade our lives for lives. Let's all self-destruct together and die together. Naturally, Peter soon discovered that these fly armors suddenly had completely different flight patterns. Without any fight, they all got in the face. He suddenly understood Tony's thoughts and twitched the corner of his mouth. Being so cruel to yourself? You were never so decisive before. Then he waved his wings and flew faster. The opponent had already used his ultimate move, so naturally he had to avoid its sharp edge. There was no way Carnage could withstand this wave of self-destruction without being injured. The two sides suddenly changed from a gorilla pull to a 100-meter sprint. But since Tony set up this plan, how could he not have a backup plan? As the self-destruction started, the energy and engines of the armors also entered overheating mode in exchange for a faster explosion. It is impossible for a Carnage flying with wings to be faster than this group of death-seeking armors. In fact, Peter didn't have a solution to this problem. The simplest one was to go directly into the city and fly at a low altitude. It was impossible for Tony not to use vigilant measures. But he wasn't really massacred after all. It's just a matter of returning from time travel and having fun with these heroes. It's not like I'm so involved in the drama that I actually think of myself as a villain. Therefore, Peter just turned around and flew towards Tony with a group of overheated tails behind him. Went for lunch. Sir, he is rushing towards you. Jarvis reminded him in the armor. I know. Tony stared at the slaughter and turned around and retreated without hesitation. It was the other armors that self-destruct, not him. As long as he kept a good distance, he could win this battle quickly. But it had to be said that the massacre was far more difficult than he imagined. Tony was somewhat grateful for his decisive decision, to attack with all his strength, and to cut off the tail of the mecha and self-destruct in time to save his life. Before that, he had never imagined that beneath the surface of massacre, chaos, and madness, there would be such a calm mind. Everyone was deceived by him. A cruel madman is not scary. What is scary is that this madman has a calm and clear mind. Thinking. No wonder it can sweep across another Earth. Even in this situation, the other party was still causing trouble for him, following closely behind him with a self-destructing armor. This caused Tony to have no choice but to keep running away, creating a strange scene at the moment. Massacre was being chased by a group of armors. He had no choice but to rush towards Tony, and Tony, the initiator, was even less likely to kill himself. If you fall into it, you can only helplessly escape the massacre. If you chase him, he will escape. Even if he has wings, he will not be able to escape. Gwen and others, who were chasing the two people with spider webs on the ground, couldn't help but feel a little confused when they saw this scene. Who is chasing whom? Fortunately, this chase was not endless after all. The speed of the massacre was limited. In the end, he was gradually caught up by the overheated armor. The opponent opened his arms and wanted to explode. Peter naturally couldn't let it do so. With both wings, tuck it in, flip and glide, adjust your body position, perfectly avoid the explosion, and then spread your wings. The whole movement is smooth, and even the speed is not affected. But this was not the only armor that self-destruct. Taking advantage of Peter's escape, the armors surrounded him one after another. Boom! The second self-destruction had already hit Peter, directly affecting Peter 2's flight trajectory. Then, the third, the fourth. Boom, boom, boom. These suicide bombings eventually overwhelmed Peter, leaving a string of even more shocking fireworks in the sky. Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped to admire the last glow and afterglow of his armors. It is impossible to say that he is not heartbroken at this moment. Without money, every armor among them was built by him. The scene in front of him is almost equivalent to him pushing his figures into the fire with his own hands. Middle. But the good thing is it's all worth the wait. Damn it! Slaughter is not dead yet. Not only did he not die, he even used the cover of the explosion to rush directly in front of him. Tony subconsciously wanted to urge the mecha to leave, but it was too late. Carnage rushed so fast that he couldn't react, and he was fighting with the destroyer armor in the blink of an eye. Tony also took this opportunity to see clearly what the massacre looked like at the moment. To be honest, it was a bit miserable. The opponent's wings were in pieces, the limbs were broken, and there were only a few feathers left. It was obvious that he had been severely injured in the explosion just now. My body also felt uncomfortable, and it was obvious that there were many injuries, and they were recovering from the swelling of flesh. Tony had reason to believe that even with the ability to recover, Slaughter's pair of wings would be disabled in a short period of time and would no longer be able to fly. However, he did not feel relaxed because of this. Instead, his heart tightened and became more solemn. So decisive. Massacre was so decisive that he gave up his wings without any hesitation. Was this not a tail-cutting attempt to survive? Even more decisive and calm than him. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Tony could fully imagine that Carnage had used these wings to block most of the damage, so he could keep his torso intact and rush in front of him. These are the only methods you have. The other party even mocked him. Tony couldn't bear it and immediately retorted. I've dealt with you enough, you're at the end of your rope. While the two were talking trash, their hands were not idle. As early as the moment the massacre was attached, the two were already fighting in the air. Jarvis's database is loaded with the most advanced fighting techniques, intelligent analysis, and fully automatic hang-up, which are enough to keep Tony from losing in this kind of close combat. But soon Tony found out he was wrong. Jarvis's combat data are all based on human creatures, and the symbiote Carnage can create a third hand on any part of his body if he wants. It just so happened that the wings couldn't fly anymore. After using the waste, those severed limbs were quickly transformed into alternative tentacles for attack. Tony found that he was suppressed in this fight and wanted to get out, but found that the massacre had firmly imprisoned his limbs. Tony was not Gwen, and Peter showed no mercy. The symbiote exerted force and accurately pressed the power connection part of the armor, causing it to twist and deform, making a sizzling short-circuit sound. This controlled the flight trajectory of the armor to some extent, allowing it to land with massacre. Damn it! Tony was not willing to accept this, and quickly accumulated energy in front of the reactor on his chest. The muzzle that originally fired the ray of the destroyer has been transplanted to his chest. As long as the launch is successful, it can easily cause another serious injury and massacre at such a close distance. Of course, Peter couldn't let him get what he wanted. Tentacles emerged from his body and stabbed into the chest of the armor, directly interrupting the accumulation of ray energy. Under this kind of absolute control, for a short period of time, the destroyer armor seemed to have become Peter's humanoid mount. He was forced to land on the ground by Peter, had close contact with the road, and even glided bumpily along the way. After a long distance, the red and gold paint on the bag was scratched. Of course, the damage to the mecha was secondary. For Tony, the most important damage was to his soul. Asshole? What do you think of Tony Stark? Skateboarding? In all his life, Tony has never suffered such grievances. It's not hurtful, but it's extremely insulting. He felt the anger from above again for the first time in a long time. Huh? Why again? Although Peter used Tony to speed down, the matter was far from over. At this moment, he landed in the middle of a block, at an intersection in the middle of the road, surrounded by tall buildings. It seems that ordinary people have been evacuated a lot, and it seems a bit empty. Then, one superhero after another alternately jumped, or fell on the spider's silk, walked out of the shadows, appeared from all directions, and appeared at this intersection, faintly surrounding the massacre in the center. Tony also got up in some embarrassment. The destroyer armor, which originally had a unique beauty, had scratched his face, and his body still had a lot of battle damage left by the massacre. But at this moment, he seemed to be the winner, and said in a somewhat condescending tone, "I said, you can't run away, massacre." Peter looked around, and in addition to Tony, he also saw she, who was holding a round shield. Tiff, with barbs spread all over his body, was swallowing Felicia, who was waiting for an opportunity, and seemingly Jessica, and Gwen who was standing aside. Surrounded by so many people, and it was foreseeable that there would be a brutal group fight, Peter was quite interested at the moment. Anyway, it was not him who was beaten, but the massacre. For Peter, he was like a player at the moment, controlling the massacre and competing with everyone. Anyway, the final time is not too different, so it doesn't matter if you have fun, it just so happens that Black Superman hasn't got his identity back yet. As for Tony, they were like players who formed a team to defeat the boss. Everything seemed to mirror each other like a mirror. Peter spread his hands and said, "Look, the second half has begun." Compared to Peter, the heroes have only just arrived. After Steve received the news of the carnage, he and Felicia rushed over immediately. On the way, they also bumped into Jessica and Binglin who had sneaked out. Because business was important, Steve didn't have time to blame Jessica for acting without authorization. Besides, if he really followed orders, he would be called a soldier, not a hero. So Steve could only make temporary arrangements and ask Jessica to follow him. He knew that Jessica had often appeared on the streets to do justice, and she was considered a heroic amateur. If someone could lead her well, she might be able to play an outstanding role, not to mention that Binglin was still in her body. But after all, the speed of the few people was not as fast as Tony who was wearing the armor. By the time they reached the halfway point, Tony and Carnage were already fighting in the sky. In desperation, they could only follow the battle trajectory between Carnage and Tony. On the way, they naturally encountered Gwen and Devour, who were also chasing after them. When the two symbiotes met, it was natural to say hello. And Steve and Gwen also quickly received a distress call from Tony about the crash. Of course, Tony would not admit that this was a call for help, but Steve very understanding. Although the two souls of superheroes have been bumping into each other and having a lot of friction over the past 6 months, they have also developed some tacit understanding. In this way, after Steve predicted the approximate location of Tony's fall in the sky, he took a group of people to their destination and notified the police to evacuate the crowd. At that time, he was the only American captain who had experienced World War II and had the ability and position to conduct such tactical command. Time returned to the present, and he was suddenly surrounded by a group of heroes. He was obviously the weaker side, but Peter was not afraid at all, and even seemed a little relaxed. This gesture felt familiar to Steve, reminding him of an opponent whose memory was vague but unforgettable, the Red Skull. It's not that Carnage and Red Skull are very similar, it's just that at this moment they both have a calm attitude, and everything is under control. This is a kind of aloofness, overlooking everyone, and unrivaled momentum. They believe that they will win in the end. This gave Steve an underlying sense of oppression. Heck, the Red Skull was the leader of Hydra at the time, with countless armies sweeping the world. Why are you so confident about the massacre in front of you? Everyone present fell into silence in a tacit understanding, like the last tranquility before the flood. Everyone was highly concentrated, and the blockade on massacring Peter became tighter and tighter. Until Peter moved, in the end, even if he was the weaker party, he still sounded the clarion call for battle. He directly targeted Tony. The reason was simple. When there were many enemies, just catch one person and beat him up. Tony was unfortunate to be the unlucky guy, but he almost reacted the moment Peter made a move, pulling away while waiting with his laser. Other heroes also swarmed forward in an instant, with spider webs, shields, and clawed fists all rushing in front of Peter. But Peter ignored him at all. Even if he took a few attacks from others, he still chased Tony. Tony himself had already suffered a round of battle damage. At this time, facing the almost life-for-life target of the massacre, he looked a little embarrassed, and he was bitten after a while. Damn it! He cursed and had to turn around to fight. But he was no longer a match for Massacre in the air, and now he was even more invincible on the ground. After a while, the armor began to lose its glory again. Tony could only curse in his heart. Of course, the massacre was actually uncomfortable. Even though Peter had beaten up the lost dog and caught Tony in the worst condition and beat him violently, the others' attacks on Carnage were not simple. In just a short while, there were already several new wounds on the back of the massacre. Needless to say, Steve's shield attack, the buckler that does not conform to the laws of physics, has come and gone. Gwen has fought with Carnage the most and is the most familiar with Carnage. Her webbing is just right and can always cause Peter a lot of trouble. Pulled, restrained, and allowed Tony to escape several times. Fortunately, Peter was very familiar with Gwen and could handle it. After a while, he dragged Tony into the water again and continued to beat her up. Tony, %* at hashtag and amp. Felicia was on the side, stealing some damage from time to time. In the end, it was the two symbiotes that caused Peter the most trouble. Needless to say, Devour is a frontline warrior who can resist, fight, and can eat people in person. If he gets entangled with him and drags him into the opponent's rhythm, he will easily fall into a disadvantage. The actual combat effect of the combination of Jessica plus Ice Blue is also very good. Jessica already has the superpowers of flight and divine power, taking into account both mobility and output. Now, with the blessing of Ice Blue, her abilities have been further improved, and she can also smash a few ice crystals from time to time, and she has to be careful of being hit. The possibility of her getting close to the ice. In short, everyone played brilliantly. Even if Peter didn't care beforehand, he had to admit that Slaughter was now at a disadvantage. The only one who was dissatisfied was probably Tony, who was being beaten the whole time. Peter had already anticipated this situation. After all, reality is not a game or a movie, and the enemy cannot just stand aside and wait for you to finish the combo. His response to this is also very simple, that is, continue to beat Tony violently. At the same time, we have to play faster and with more tricks. He had to be fast enough to not be targeted by other people's attacks. At the same time, he was almost useless by himself, and he had to be fast with Tony, the sandbag, to ensure that he would not be completely focused. WTF. Tony had completely recognized the reality after being bitten by Carnage several times. Didn't he just blow himself up? Is it necessary to have such deep hatred? He started his defensive posture early, not expecting to cause much damage, as long as he could delay the massacre and create opportunities for others. This is also a helpless move. According to his habits and positioning, he should be a highly mobile shooter or mage. But it also created more time for him, and it was precisely because of this that he was able to persist for so long. But soon, Tony found that the situation had changed. Slaughter no longer bites him tightly, but instead uses a different approach. He treats him like a basketball, running around with him on his head. From time to time, he will throw him out, and then a second level will catch up and continue to control him. Once you break out of the circle of heroes, stop and fight a few times until the heroes surround you again, and then show off your superb dribbling skills. After skateboarding, Tony felt another personal insult. FXXK, I spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build the first-class armor for you to use as a toy, right? He couldn't bear to do it himself. Coincidentally, Steve called him at this time and said, Tony, Carnage has obviously begun to be unable to withstand our attack. Can you still hold on? It must be said that Steve's handling of the situation was outstanding. The control was accurate, but at this time, he was more worried about Tony, who had been at the center of the storm. Tony looked at the increasing number of red malfunctioning machines on the control interface and the abominable carnage in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, Of course, I can still fight all day long. Weeviwo, I'm a waste. I had been holding this in for most of the day. Chapter 186, There are so many flowers and activities. Chapter 186, There are so many flowers and activities. This is not funny. Don't be brave, Tony. Steve rarely showed serious concern. I know. Tony curled his lips arrogantly. I can indeed hold on for a while longer, but you'd better hurry up. In fact, Tony's ability to hold on for so long is already impressive enough. You know, what he is facing is a black Superman wearing a massacre skin. The two sides are not at the same level in terms of skills, reactions, and thinking. On the other side, Gwen was also surprised. He is definitely the most difficult enemy I have ever encountered. Yes, I think so too. The Phantom sighed and said, The massacre is like a new one. The same person. A different person. Gwen was stunned. The Phantom did not notice it and continued, Yes, although the previous massacres were also very powerful, they were definitely not so difficult. With so many people attacking one person, they would have been defeated long ago. Gwen seemed to have discovered something that had never been done before. After discovering the blind spot, he tentatively asked, Miss Huan Mo, is it possible that the current massacre is indeed not the one in your world? How is it possible? Huan Mo subconsciously denied it at first, and then realized, You mean he changed his host? Yes, that's what I meant. Otherwise it would be too difficult to explain the strange feeling of familiarity. Of course, Gwen didn't immediately think of going to Peter. She just thought that someone who knew her was possessed. But Huan Mo also broke her conjecture in the next second. It is possible to change people, but it is unlikely that there will be such a big change after changing the host. Why, Gwen, the relationship between Massacre and the host is not symbiotes like us are more inclined to directly and roughly control the dominance. For him, the host is just a skeleton for action. Phantom explained carefully. This is a paradox, unless he finds someone he thinks is extremely powerful. Host, otherwise he would not have become so powerful in a short period of time. But such a powerful host can completely get rid of his control, and even become a guest. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. On some basic issues, they can still distinguish clearly. At this moment, Steve called everyone in the communication. Tony can't hold on anymore, we have to hurry up. Hey, I didn't say that. Tony immediately protested in the communication. But it was of no use, everyone could see how miserable he was being beaten today. What should we do? Felicia asked first. Gwen blinked, thinking of the previous confrontation with Carnage at the Green Whip, and said, Hey, I might have an idea. Peter found that Tony, who was lying flat, suddenly changed his previous defensive strategy and started to resist violently. Is this about to start a counterattack? Peter instantly guessed the thoughts of the heroes. This was not surprising. In fact, this was indeed a good time to counterattack. Both Tony and Carnage had already entered the stage of residual health. With Steve's fighting skills, it was impossible to let go of this opportunity. So, what's next? Peter glanced to the side, and sure enough, Gwen was rushing towards him. If you rush up at this time, you will undoubtedly have to resist the counterattack with the highest damage of Massacre. But there is nothing wrong with this decision. The dexterous Gwen actually has the highest defense among everyone present. The defensive power of the Vibranium suit has almost no opponent in the Earth version. Peter could only drive Gwen away, and taking advantage of this gap was enough for Tony to escape. Peter wanted to arrest him again, but Swallow rushed in front of him and confronted him head-on. Boom! The two symbiotes collided together. In a head-on confrontation, it was impossible for one of them to devour the opponent but to massacre the opponent. The other party was completely risking his life by doing so. Do you really want to help Tony escape? But this is irrational. Massacre can cause a lot of damage to the devouring people coming to the door in a short period of time. Even if Steve and Felicia were already surrounding him behind him. The two warriors on the front respond alternately, plus a nimble Catwoman who keeps circling behind. You shouldn't do this, Peter said, tearing apart and devouring most of his body with one hand. Steve quickly raised his shield and pushed forward, but he was not Gwen. Killing just punched him and knocked him back several steps. Felicia from behind jumped on Peter's back and was scratching her crazily with her claws, just like scratching an itch. Peter turned around and threw her away. Hey, your opponent is me. Steve, who was knocked back, threw the shield over again unyieldingly. Peter didn't tolerate him anymore this time. He directly took the shield with his hand and replied, "You're not the only one who knows how to play this thing." Then he threw the shield back with his backhand. Steve caught the shield, but couldn't catch it. With such powerful force, the American captain was knocked away by his own shield. That's it. It's not over yet, bastard. After recovering, Swallow rushed forward again, risking his life to stop Massacre. You are thinking bad ideas. Peter said something that did not fit the character of the Massacre. This shocked Swallowing Horror, who almost thought their plan had been seen through. Fortunately, at this time, a voice came from the sky, "Get out of the way." It was Jessica and Binglin. The two people fell from the sky, and with the help of inertia and huge power, they punched Carnage a little unbalanced. At the same time, Ice Blue symbiote quickly spread out from his hands, trying to wrap Carnage. The other party's intention of doing this is too obvious, to escape, contain, and control, so the next step, if nothing else happens, will be the real killing move, right? Sure enough, after Binglin froze the Massacre and retreated, Gwen jumped out from behind him. At this moment, the spider silk patterns on Gwen's suit were flashing with extremely bright light. This was a sign of being filled with energy. No, it was a sign of being filled to the point of explosion. Her hands, in particular, were flashing with dangerous electric light. It was Tony, using the destroyer armor to charge the vibranium suit. His own armor was about to be scrapped, but it could still output energy to others. Coupled with the energy Gwen had previously stored himself, Peter had a hunch that Massacre would be painful next. Although Binglin couldn't control the slaughter for how long, this time was enough. Gwen walked up to the Carnage, raised her hands that were shining with lightning, and said, "Let me see who you really are." Peter's heart moved, and he gave up the idea of counterattack, and instead shook the ground, stirring up a burst of dust. At the same time, Gwen pressed down with both hands and released the electric current to the Massacre. The Massacre immediately erupted in painful wails, twisting, trembling, and even being unable to maintain its shape. Gwen stared at the Carnage closely, watching it shrink and pull away due to pain. Then, her originally aggressive voice froze in the next second, and her original fierce voice like a mountain tiger also turned into a cat's murmur in an instant. Peter. Her pupils were shaking, and she retracted her hand as if frightened. "No, it's impossible. I'm sorry, Gwen." Peter grabbed her hand and tried to take it back. Then, something even more incredible happened to Gwen. Her vibranium suit actually released its protection in an instant. How is this possible? There are only two people in this world who have the ability. Her brain suddenly short-circuited. And at this moment, Peter had already surpassed the vibranium suit and caught the phantom demon possessing Gwen. "I've caught you. Hey, wait." The phantom demon, like Gwen, was still thinking. Before he could turn around, he found that he was suddenly caught. Then, with a hard tug, the entire phantom demon symbiote was separated by Peter, and then thrown to the slaughter. For the Massacre that had just suffered a heavy blow, this was like a hungry wolf seeing a sheep and pounced on it. The phantom demon could only tremble in desperation and was unable to resist. All this happens in an instant. When the dust cleared, all that was left was Carnage, who had fully returned to his full health state, and Gwen, who was sitting on the ground with the duck and lost his mind. What? What happened? Gwen. The originally fatal blow was reversed twice. The surrounding heroes didn't know what happened and were only shocked. Peter stood up and slowly walked towards the crowd, saying, "You did a good job, very good." Carnage almost lost the ability to resist just now. The carnage that had been washed away on his body also protested angrily. Although Slaughter is now back to a pure state like a baby, he will still get angry and scared after being beaten. This gesture puts great pressure on everyone in the Justice League. What do they have left now? Tony, whose armor was almost scrapped, Captain 50-50, who was in poor condition, half destroyed, and the rest, maybe 3 or 2 big cats and kittens, no longer posing a threat at all. The most important thing is that everyone still has no idea how the Massacre reversed the situation. Gwen on the side also seemed to have lost her fighting power. Peter also continued, "Gather everyone to kill me? It is indeed decisive, but don't forget that when you are the strongest, you are also the weakest." At that time, haha, all the symbiotes were delivered to me at once. Run. Tony suddenly turned around and shouted towards the other 2 symbiotes. But it was too late. First of all, they were half devoured. The other party had no chance to escape or resist, so Peter just said that they were irrational. Then, Jessica and Binglin, who kept widening the distance in the air, opened their wings again and quickly caught up. With 3 symbiotes acquired at once, Carnage's strength was once again expanded. The shape also changed again. First of all, the wings were added to 3 pairs at once, and at the same time, the size also became huge. The human form gradually faded away, replaced by more tentacles. Wait. Peter looked at the bottom of his eyes. Next, he also raised his head and looked at Gwen, thinking to himself, forget it, it's better not to go too far. He still had to pay attention to his image, so he immediately stopped Carnage from becoming Thulho and restrained him back to his human form. His body shape remained at over 2 meters tall, but he looked longer and had an extra pair of arms under his ribs. The extra wings turned into clothes and were draped over her shoulders, and the skirt was tied around her waist. The tentacles were even divided into long shawl hairs. Only the face, chest, and torso were dark, with stars flowing in them. Of course, this part was the result of the injection of Peter's divine power. If the previous massacre felt like a fallen angel, now this thing can only be said to be like a god. This is the first impression of several Justice League members present. If the symbiotes weren't gone now, Tony would really want to ask again, why do you symbiotes spend so much time? Wait, we will meet again soon. In the sky, the massacre that changed like a god left these words, and then quickly disappeared into the sky. Only the members of the Justice League were left in a mess. Everyone fell into silence, and for a moment, the whole scene seemed a little desolate. Carnage has evolved once again and looks even more powerful. But this is no reason for their silence. They lost. This was what made Tony and Steve feel a little depressed for a moment. They are the Justice League, claiming to be the guardians of the Earth. They have always been the victorious party, but they did not expect that the defeat would come so suddenly. Different from usual, this time they could be said to have accompanied the wife and defeated the troops, and even handed over the few symbiotes they collected. Of course, they are not losers. After a brief moment of negativity, Tony quickly cheered up. He reviewed the battle just now, and yes, everything went smoothly, even though he was dragged down by the massacre and fell into the quagmire, but Gwen quickly put forward her idea afterwards. Her electric shock had caused damage to Carnage. After all, Carnage could not be omnipotent and would always have weak resistance. So they quickly coordinated a plan to rescue Tony first, and then let him charge Gwen's vibranium armor. Don't underestimate the energy on the destroyer armor, after all, it is Tony's outstanding work. Everything went smoothly, down to the last step. But the problem also lies in the last step. What happened in the end? In the swirling dust, no one had time to see clearly. All they could do was ask one of the parties involved. Gwen. Stark held up his armor and walked to Gwen's side with Steve. Gwen didn't seem to notice their approach, still staring blankly at the direction where the massacre disappeared. Are you okay, Gwen? Captain, Mr. Stark. Gwen also came back to her senses, controlled her tired body and stood up. I'm sorry, What happened in the end? Tony said directly ask. Gwen pursed her lips, and the unbelievable scene just now flashed through her mind. She didn't expect that she and Peter, whom she had longed for, would meet in such a sudden way. Fake? Impossible. Even if there are parallel universes, there is only one person who can unlock her suit. This was the only thing she was absolutely sure of. But why? Peter will become Carnage, that's how everything will turn out. The emotion at this moment is more confused than sad. When the words came to his lips, he opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Gwen. Tony looked at Gwen a little strangely and asked. Sorry, Mr. Stark, please give me some time. Tony frowned. Why? What did you see at the last moment? He noticed something very keenly. I have something I need to confirm, Gwen simply said. What? Is there something we can't know? Tony was unwilling to give up asking. Gwen fell silent. This made Tony a little angry. Gwen, do you know what you are doing? The emotion on his face disappeared. We put our hope in you, but now you are hiding it from us. Being played by the massacre, Justice the Alliance suffered another setback, and he was already in a bad mood as he was full of frustration. At this moment, Gwen's concealment made him even more disappointed. He didn't blame anyone, but from his standpoint, he had to figure out what happened before he could take responsibility for today's battle. Gwen also understood that Tony did not mean any harm. She took a deep breath and said firmly, I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I will solve everything. The source of all this is me, and I will be responsible for everything. She could not just by revealing Peter's name like this, she had to at least figure out what was going on, even if she had to bear some responsibility or guilt for it. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Anyway, she was the one who provoked the massacre in the first place, wasn't she? Oh. Gwen's cold attitude of refusing to eat made Tony a little difficult to deal with. He put his hand on his forehead and paced back and forth. No, you know, I don't need you or anyone to take responsibility. I want to know what the problem is. He stopped, pointed at the sky, and stared at Gwen with extremely serious eyes. There is an extremely huge threat lurking in some corner. We have already failed once, and we cannot fail again. Do you understand? No one expected that it would develop to this point, and Stark and Gwen would suddenly quarrel. Even if they were standing on the outside, Felicia and Jessica could feel Stark's intimidating aura and did not dare to get close, let alone Gwen, who was in the center of the storm. That's enough, Tony. Fortunately, Steve stood up now. Tony looked at him. You're on her side too, right, Captain? Steve didn't answer, just said, you need to calm down. Tony looked at him steadily for 2 seconds, and Steve confronted him. I believe her, Tony. If we can't believe Gwen, who can we believe? From the first time he saw Gwen, Steve particularly liked this girl. Everyone was paying attention to his identity as the captain of the United States. Only Gwen noticed his loneliness and hesitation. Facts have proved that Gwen is trustworthy along the way. Then it will be the same this time. In the end, it was Tony who lost, and maybe it was Steve who convinced him. He took a long breath and said, I understand. There are still 2 symbiotes left. I will continue to look for their traces. We also need more powerful team members. He turned and left, and Gwen also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect that one day she would actually challenge Mr. Stark. It was impossible to say that she was not under pressure. She looked at Steve gratefully at the same time. Thank you, Captain. Steve shook his head and encouraged. We all believe in you, and you also have to believe in yourself, Gwen. Although the conflict has come to an end, someone has to clean up the mess left on the ground. After devouring was taken away, Gordon fell unconscious on the spot. Although he seemed to be fine, it was best to send him to the hospital for a checkup. Felicia and Jessica also came up to comfort Gwen. Felicia was fine, but Jessica looked a little sad because Binglan said, although that guy is a bit annoying, I don't want anything to happen to her like this. This made Gwen feel even heavier and assured Jessica. Said, I will give you an explanation. Why do you have to give me an explanation? Yeah. Gwen sat in her room and reviewed everything today. When did things become like this? She was sure that the carnage she first saw in Stark Tower was definitely not Peter. Peter couldn't be like that. The source of all the weirdness also started from the conflict in Green Whip. Carnage has been Peter since then? Don't make trouble. Gwen hugged her body tightly and felt a surge of excitement. She wanted to lie down on the bed and roll over. It's really him. It's him who is saying to me. Also in the alley. When she thought that she had already met Peter before she knew it, and was in contact with Peter, she felt a wave of uneasiness and excitement. No, Gwen, calm down, don't be like a nympho. Gwen rubbed her cheek, forcing herself to calm down. If that's Peter, then why did he do these things? Why didn't he tell me? When she thought of this, Gwen was a little discouraged. She was a little scared. She didn't know where Peter had been or what had happened to him during this time. She fears what if Peter changes? Worrying about gains and losses, as well as responsibilities to her partners. These all need to be faced by her. Gwen raised her head and looked out the window at the cold arc moon. She took a deep breath, put on the mask, jumped out of the window, and climbed along the outer edge of the wall to the top floor. As soon as she landed, she found that a figure had been waiting here for a long time. The figure on the top floor, who else could it be besides Massacre? The moment she saw the figure, Gwen's heart trembled and her heart beat rapidly, but she still forced herself to calm down. The 2 big eyes on the spider mask narrowed. She walked forward slowly and whispered tentatively, Peter. This time, Peter did not avoid it anymore. The starry sky mask on his face faded away, revealing his face. Gwen, it's me. He was about to use the prepared words to explain, but stopped quickly. Gwen had already jumped in front of him and hugged him tightly. Really, it's really you. Gwen buried her face tightly in Peter's chest, trying her best to feel every touch and warmth at this moment. Everything I was worried about seemed to be unimportant. The words I originally wanted to say no longer mattered. Peter also put his arm around Gwen's waist. The girl had told everything with her actions. A long time. I miss you so much. Gwen then raised her face, opened her eyes, and stared directly at Peter with sticky eyes, unwilling to look away. I missed you too, Gwen, Peter responded. Nonsense. Gwen took off her mask and wrinkled her nose. If you missed me, why didn't you come over to see me as soon as possible? She looked up and down at the massacre on Peter's body. Why did you become a massacre? You also took action against Mr. Stark and the others and became our enemies. Also, where have you been for the past 6 months? That day, I saw you captured by a group of strangers with my own eyes. Speaking of this, Gwen she couldn't help hugging Peter again, a little scared. I almost thought I lost you, Peter. Peter touched her head. It's okay, I'm back, problem baby. Gwen raised her face again. He looked at Peter with searching eyes. There is no way, Peter has changed so much? No one knows what he has been through in the past 6 months since he disappeared. After he came back, he was able to cause everyone in the Justice League to suffer a big loss with his own strength, and he also became a serious nuisance. Miss Phantom said that Carnage did not have that kind of power. At least, in another world, Carnage conquered the world by spreading its offspring like zombies. All this was still attributed to Peter who became the host of Carnage. Peter smiled and said thoughtfully, I don't want to lie to you, Gwen, but there are some things that are not easy to explain now. Gwen did not pursue the question, but instead asked, then, can I still trust you? You're still the same Peter. Of course, I'm still the same me. That's enough. A smile appeared on Gwen's face. I still remember when we were on the top floor. Well, I just became Spider-Woman soon. She walked to the top floor and looked at the city. I was very stupid at that time. The balance between heroes and life made me a little confused, but you gave me a lot of time and stayed with me waiting for me. She turned around, faced Peter with her hands behind her back, and said shyly but sincerely, so, I think I can do the same thing for you. All Peter could do was to hold her in his arms again. You're so kind. My dear. Am I a little too easy to deal with? Thank you for the privilege you gave me. This compliment made Gwen a little elated, but then she remembered something again. They separated and said worriedly, by the way, Miss Phantom, is the symbiote on my body, how is she? Peter was prepared and threw out a few small glass jars. Don't worry, they are all fine. Of course, they will have to be weak for a period of time. After the matter is over, I will personally send them back to their own universe. He asked Carnage to save the lives of these symbiotes while devouring them. Gwen was very surprised and quickly opened the jar containing the Phantom. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. It can be seen that the activity of the Phantom Demon has been reduced a lot, and it can no longer jump around as before, but it is still alive after all. Gwen stretched out her fingers and let the Phantom climb on them, re-establishing contact between the two parties. Huan Mo was a little out of breath, and Yuji's voice sounded in his heart again. Gwen, what's going on? She was still a little confused about the situation and almost thought she was dead. It's okay, Miss Phantom, you are safe. Gwen comforted her carefully. Where's the slaughter? The slaughter? Gwen also didn't know how to explain it. After looking at Peter beside him, he said, the slaughter is one of our own now. Huh. With great difficulty, Gwen finally he explained to the Phantom that the massacre was Peter, but the Phantom was still confused. No, this is not right, Gwen. The Phantom frowned and said, I hate to say this, but don't you think this is too suspicious? He disappeared for more than half a year, and when he came back, he became a massacre or something. I believe him, Miss Phantom. With one sentence, Phantom was speechless. Gwen turned to look at Peter and asked, what should we do now? She used it naturally. The word us. Peter looked in the other direction. There was nothing there, but Peter said, someone took advantage of the time we were making out to get in first. We were making out. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Gwen thought to herself, where did this go? She still wanted to be more affectionate. But now it seems like we are running out of time? What's the first thing? Gwen asked a little disappointed. The last symbiote. Peter put his hand around her waist and said, we're leaving? Oh, okay. Gwen felt the strange touch on her waist, was a little concerned, and quickly pressed down her with a little caution. He told himself that business was important. And then Peter's voice rang in his ears. It's here. Oh, it's here. Gwen was stunned, and it was less than a second. After confirming that her senses were not abnormal, she looked around and found that they had arrived in the suburbs of New York. From the city to the suburbs in just a moment? She looked at Peter in confusion, and asked in a soft voice, Peter, you will understand after this is over. Oh, Gwen could only give up and observe her surroundings carefully. They seemed to be in a prison. The two of them were located on the roof of the prison's main building. There was a slanted skylight in front of them, and they could see the contents inside through the window. Gwen stepped forward and looked down. Below, it seems to be a church. Gwen couldn't believe it. How could there be a church in the prison? But the facts are there. There is also a huge statue standing on the prayer platform of the church. How strange. At this moment, two people were confronting each other in the church. Gwen happened to know these two people. One of them was Tony Stark, and Gwen quickly understood that the first runner mentioned by Peter was most likely Tony Stark. Mr. Stark came here alone in the middle of the night? What about the symbiote? Gwen turned her attention to another person in the field, a bald man. She once set her sights on defeating the imprisoned criminal emperor, Kingpin. No way. Below, Jin Bing is wearing a pure white cassock and a gold chain with a dharma ring around his neck. He is standing in front of the altar, praying and holding scriptures in his hands. The fleshy face was even more so with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which made him look both barbaric and knowledgeable, a bit nondescript. Faced with Tony's sudden visit, he didn't have any overreaction. He just closed the book in a hurry and raised his gold-rimmed glasses. Tony Stark? It's really rare that the famous Iron Man would suddenly show up in the middle of the night. To a humble abode. Tony opened his steel mask and looked at this scene in surprise. He said, I don't even know when the notorious criminal leader Kingpin actually started to believe in religion and recite scriptures. Do you repent for the evil things you have done? Faced with Shitaguo's usual venomous sarcasm, Jin Bin didn't care. His face was so peaceful that it made people feel like a harmless fat man. He smiled and said calmly and indifferently, repent? No, Stark, I never regret the things I did in the past. They are necessary. Yes, it was not me who gave rise to those sins, but it was them who made me. He did not take the crimes he had committed into consideration at all, but regarded them as a matter of course. The previous so-called harmlessness of humans and animals was just a vague illusion. Seeing Gwen secretly watching from the top of the building, she couldn't help but secretly clenched her fists and said, I shouldn't have let him go in the first place. However, why did she let Kingpin go in the first place? Gwen frowned, suddenly finding that this area of memory was a little fuzzy. It wasn't until Peter touched her head that she came back to her senses and continued to look down. Tony had no desire to understand this completely hopeless villain. He just said, I don't care what kind of cult you are playing while hiding in prison, Kingpin. Someone saw something near this prison. Alien monsters, I'm here for them. His purpose is the symbiote. Jarvis found some privately filmed videos, and a symbiote appeared in this prison and attached itself to a prisoner. He'd better hurry and take down the symbiote before it transferred. But when Kingpin heard this, he narrowed his eyes and reminded, Stark, I am very serious about the church. He picked up the scripture again, waved it in front of Tony, and said, Look, recently in order to write this book, I also specially found many scholars from the Department of Theology and Philosophy, and provided them with good food and drink. This made Tony frown, and he was a little doubtful for a moment. This was not the place where Kingpin should stay. A prison should be a mental hospital instead. He sarcastically asked, a church that doesn't even know what it believes in. Yes, after learning about the symbiote activities nearby, Tony also urgently asked Jarvis to collect information on the recent Kingpin. Only then did he realize that during the more than half a year in prison, Jin Bing had not been idle and was actually tinkering with a church. In today's civilized society, it is better to go back and engage in gangsters than to engage in such anti-intellectual and backward things. Tony's first reaction at that time was to frown. He had no idea that as the world's richest man, he had been studying magic and other things for more than half a year. The point is that magic does exist. Tony had some understanding of his own. But gods? It's not that Tony is mocking, but those things are fundamentally different from what humans imagine. Moreover, the following information also completely confirmed Tony's conjecture. Although it was successful, the sect has been a mess for more than half a year. Its doctrines have been unclear. The whole group is completely scattered. That's why Tony looks down on him. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Until he saw that Osborne Enterprises was actually involved. He subconsciously thought that the two parties were actually colluding together and doing something. After all, there are many people in the United States who seek benefits through such messy things. Although for a moment, he couldn't figure out how these two irreconcilable forces got mixed up, it didn't stop him from subconsciously taunting them. Unexpectedly, these words were like picking on a tiger's butt. The originally peaceful Jin Bin suddenly became furious, and his expression changed into a frighteningly sinister one. His huge mountain-like body leaned forward and said, No, he exists, I am extremely convinced. It's just that all of us have forgotten that one day, he will return. The disappearance of Black Superman is like a thorn pierced deeply into Jin Bin's heart, even he forgot everything. Tony just thought Kingpin was crazy. Really? He said perfunctorily, not wanting to waste any more time on this topic, and said, I didn't come here to discuss religion with you, Jin Bin. Jin Bin was silent for a while, and said, You guys are on the streets during the day. That monster in the battle. There were too many witnesses to the battle with massacre during the day, and the news had already broadcasted in slices, so it was impossible for Jin not to know about it. He grinned and retorted a little, It seems that your Justice League has suffered a defeat. Temporarily. Tony could only say hard. Ha. It was rare to see Stark deflated. Kingpin admired it and said, But what does it have to do with me? Tony couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his mouth. I found traces of symbiote activity here. You can't possibly not know. Symbiote? No, I mean, even if the symbiote is with me, why should I help you? Tony's eyes lit up. He caught it. Although it is not yet known who is possessed, if we don't stop them, everyone will suffer. Upstairs, Gwen couldn't help but glance at Peter. Peter shrugged and said, This is just a little gift from me, dear. Gwen couldn't help complaining, This gift is really surprising, Peter. Occasionally, you need to suffer a little to go further. Gwen blinked, feeling that Peter's reasoning seemed to make sense, but now was not the time to be reasonable. The two finally met just now. She was so excited and emotional that many things naturally didn't matter as long as they could touch each other. But now that she calms down and thinks about it, there seem to be many problems. She hesitated and said, Is it really okay to treat Mr. Stark and the others like this? Believe me, Gwen. What else could Gwen say? Below. Kingpin waved his hand and said to Tony, Don't try to scare me with your stuff, it's useless. And Tony was a little embarrassed for a moment. The main reason is that time is too tight. Unlike other symbiotes before, leaving aside the remaining venom, there is only one riot. But according to the intelligence left behind by the Phantom Demon, the riot seemed to be nothing good. Moreover, the Jin Bin in front of him was even more unkind. In a sense, both sides are hostile. The worst outcome is that now the two of them are the same. Then, there is a high probability that the first person to suffer will be you, Kingpin. You don't think those symbionts are kind people, do you? Tony said. Of course, Stark, of course they are not kind people. Kingpin shook his head and said, It just so happens that I am also a villain, right? Tony didn't want to talk nonsense. Stop nagging, tell me, where is the symbiote? Are you still trying to rob it? Kingpin said. If you continue to be dishonest, I will, Tony said. Even though Kingpin has a lot of halo, he is a criminal emperor, an underground king, and he is a heinous person. But in the final analysis, Kingpin's net worth and the upper limit of wealth are there, and it will be like that even if he dies, and he will be completely dwarfed in front of Tony. The gap between them is like an adult to a 3-year-old child. Excluding Iron Man, playboy, scientist, billionaire, etc., he is still the richest man in the world. There are many billionaires, but there is only one richest man. It may be difficult to deal with and eliminate the entire New York or even an entire criminal chain, but dealing with the Kingpin is not difficult for Tony. The two sides were not opponents on the same level, and Tony essentially did not regard Kingpin as a big threat. Come on, he's worried about alien monsters, and the crisis on Earth isn't too late. and this contemptuous attitude finally made Kingpin angry. Ha ha ha, Jin Bing sneered twice, took off the gold-rimmed glasses on his face, and crushed them. Then, dark grey oil suddenly appeared on his body, covering his huge body step by step, devouring the pure white robe. Clearly, the riot is upon him. Really? You can try it. Kingpin threatened. Tony looked at the scene of Kingpin's transformation and twitched his lips. It seems you are unwilling to hand over the symbiote. Well, the worst-case scenario still happened. The riots and Kingpin Anaconda taken together. This means that he cannot directly contain the symbiote and then deal with the massacre. Unless you cooperate with Kingpin. But, working with a heinous villain? Tony didn't want to accept it unless it was absolutely necessary, and it definitely wouldn't be a pleasant experience. Jin Bingxiu clenched his fist and replied, of course. The riot had wrapped his whole body, turning him into a tank like a heavy tank, and his head also turned into a classic venomous face with pale fly eyes, and a huge mouth that grinned from ear to ear with fangs exposed. I feel unparalleled power, far more than I have before. Symbiotes are not cute toys, they have independent consciousness and are aggressive. Tony warned. Road. But Kingpin didn't care, saying, I can tame him, but he can't control me. He was determined not to let go of the riot. If the two sides continued to confront each other and refused to give in, a battle would inevitably occur. This was what Tony didn't want to see. He didn't want to benefit from the massacre, so he could only ask Kingpin, what about the massacre? This sentence made Kingpin fall into silence. Being integrated with the riot, he could not be unaware of the threat of massacre, but at the same time, he was unwilling to let go of this powerful force that suddenly fell from the sky and fell into his hands. No matter what, he is Kingpin after all. This resulted in a subtle and ambiguous relationship between the two parties present. That's almost it. We can go down, Peter said when he saw the two sides were in a stalemate on the rooftop. Gwen naturally had no objection, but before going down, her body paused and suddenly stood there. What's wrong? Peter looked at her. Peter, can you tell me what our purpose is? After a moment of silence, Gwen couldn't help but ask. She didn't forget to explain. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. I didn't doubt you, I believed you, I was just a little confused. Are you so careful with me now? Peter sighed. You were not like this before. No, for a moment, Gwen was at a loss for words. She subconsciously wanted to refute, but when she spoke, she also understood that her attitude towards Peter was indeed a little different from before. She still likes Peter and is willing to trust Peter, but she is indeed a little rusty. Half a year is not a long time, but Peter has changed so much. The big boy in your mind suddenly turns into a villain and stands in front of you one day. Everyone will feel a strong sense of contrast. Especially the reunion after a long absence was interrupted before we could go any further. Gwen was at a loss for a moment. She and they need some time to touch each other again and accept each other again, she thinks. Gwen found herself eager to know more about Peter and what had happened to Peter in the past 6 months. The two sides grew up as childhood sweethearts, but when they finally reached adulthood, they were absent from each other for more than half a year. It was really inappropriate. And Peter didn't hide his thoughts and said directly, I want to get my identity back. Your identity? Gwen became even more confused after hearing this. Aren't you Peter? No, you will understand when the time comes. I need to borrow these symbionts. Then, well, don't tell other people about me for the time being, including Uncle Ben, Aunt May, and George. Why? Only now did Gwen realize the problem. Peter didn't seem to intend to tell anyone else, even the relatives around him, except her. Gwen didn't know whether to be worried or secretly happy, waiting for this matter. Is it over? Okay, I understand. Gwen couldn't help rolling her eyes. Yes, that's right. Peter smiled. When this matter is over, can we almost start the next phase of the plan? He has some good ideas. But let's talk about that later. There were other things in front of him. Gwen, how do you want to get down? Gwen didn't understand what Peter meant for a moment. Peter explained, don't you think it's too boring for us to go on like this? I think we can play a role. For example, I hold you hostage, or I have a handle on you, such as this spider woman. You don't want to. Gwen blinked, not expecting such a way to play. Stop. She quickly stopped and said, Peter, this is too much for Mr. Stark. Then, just the ordinary one. What does it mean to be manipulated? Gwen thought about it. It was too exciting, wasn't it? It's up to you. Tony and Jinpin below were completely unaware of the loud conspiracies of the couple above. They were in a stalemate when they suddenly heard the sound of a broken window coming from upstairs. Then, two figures came from the top fell down. Slaughter and Gwen. Seeing Gwen falling in front of him with a spider web hanging, Tony couldn't help but said, Gwen, how could you be with Slaughter? Although it shouldn't be, God knows what he just saw the scene where Slaughter and Gwen came down together. Tony was shocked by the turmoil in his heart. Gwen didn't know what was going on in Tony's heart. If she knew it, she would most likely complain about this, and she hadn't even done any sex work yet. It was conceivable that she was really afraid that the nuclear reactor on Tony's chest would cause problems. Mr. Stark, the massacre is one of our own, she said the first thing she said when she came down. Even if Gwen did not play tricks, Tony had to admit that at this moment, his heart skipped half a beat. The massacre is one of our own. He repeated Gwen's words, but his tone was full of doubts, confusion, shock, and a trace of confusion. He swore that even if Gwen said she had betrayed the enemy at this moment, he would not be so shocked. Gwen, do you know what you are talking about? He widened his eyes and looked at Gwen in disbelief. Gwen only hesitated for a moment, then replied firmly, yes, Mr. Stark. That's impossible. Tony didn't want to believe it, frowned deeply, and looked at the man slowly floating in the air, killing the whole body like a god, denying. You have to know, during the day, all of us just had a fight with him. The Justice League just suffered a disastrous defeat, and now you suddenly tell him that the other side is actually he is a good man, but we hit the wrong person and he was beaten in vain. How can anyone believe this? Which of our own people would be so ruthless? He was hit with a ball for a long time, and the destroyer armor is still scrapped at home, not to mention the other armors that blew themselves up for sniper massacre. I don't see anything his own about him, Tony said. Gwen knew this was hard to believe. Peter didn't want to reveal his identity, and it would be hard for her to explain it to anyone else. But fortunately, she was not helpless. I know this is hard to believe, Mr. Stark, but I have evidence. Even the evidence is here. Tony felt a little ridiculous and asked, what? Look. Gwen took it off. The mask made the Phantom's head pop out from the collar. Miss Phantom is not dead, although she is a little weak, but I brought her back. Not only Miss Phantom, the other symbiotes are not dead either. Are the symbiotes alive? This was indeed beyond Tony's expectation, and it also added a little more convincing to Gwen's words, but just a little to make it seem less ridiculous. Well, now we have a new problem, Tony said. Gwen was stunned. What? Phantom? Including other symbiotes, they all pointed out the crime and evil of Carnage. They also told us that Carnage will destroy the world. And Carnage does not look like that. What a good person. Now you tell me, Carnage is one of our own. Then what are these symbionts who are opposed to Carnage? Regarding this point, Gwen was really at a loss for words, and could only say, I don't know. How should I explain it to you, Mr. Stark? I can only say that the current massacre is different from the previous one. What's the difference? Although they look the same, in fact, they are not the same person. Gwen felt a little thirsty. She had tried her best. And when Tony reached this point, he vaguely understood something. The key point for Gwen to change her attitude that made all this happen was at the last moment of the day. What happened at that time? The quarrel here came to an end for the time being. Peter had no intention of forcing his way in. Gwen could handle it. And to say that the most numb person on the field at this moment is actually not Tony, but Kingpin. The existence of the massacre itself is a huge threat to the riots. It is impossible not to be unclear that Kingpin and the riots are one. But to be honest, before that, even though the threat of massacre was imminent, Kingpin was not actually nervous. Although Riot also belongs to the type that has a strong sense of autonomy and will in turn control the host. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. But the thing about symbionts is that they bully the weak and fear the strong. It's fine against ordinary people, but for people with a strong will like Kingpin, he doesn't have much control, and may even be tamed in turn. As for Carnage wanting to destroy the world, are you kidding me? Destroying the world is not that easy. Even if one day he is really massacred and has irreversible consequences, Jin Bin will not be unable to accept it. He doesn't mind sending out riots in exchange for further power in the new world. After all, he is essentially a villain. What does the world have to do with him? This is the fundamental difference between him and others, and it is destined to be difficult for him to get together with the heroes. So when he faced Tony just now, he also had the attitude of being self-conscious about his worth and wanting to profit from it. However, although this wishful thinking is good, it cannot withstand what Gwen said just now. The massacre is his own. Why, he still wants to watch the two sides fight and reap the benefits. Now you tell him, it turns out that is he the one who is isolated? Stark, you plotted against me. Kingpin pointed at Tony angrily. Tony was even more aggrieved. He was still confused. Why was it someone else's turn to question him? When had he ever been so angry? He immediately closed his mask, made a battle-ready gesture, and said, Are you worthy? Of course, he was not just guarding against Jin Bin, but also the massacre. Although Gwen's words were clear and logical, he was still covered up and did not know the truth, so naturally he could not completely believe it. A melee between the three parties was about to begin, and then, there was no more. Slaughter had one hand on one side, and the arm was like a cannonball, extending and expanding, and burst out, suppressing both Tony and Kingpin in the blink of an eye. After devouring the remaining symbiotes, Carnage's power can be said to have truly expanded to another dimension. Not to mention Peter's blessing. Caught off guard, the two of them were captured before they could resist. When they came to their senses, Tony and Kingpin felt the symbiote pressing on them, their expressions a little ugly. They thought that no matter how strong the Slaughter was, they would at least have the ability to struggle, right? This is humble enough. Who knew that they would be killed as soon as the boss showed up his health bar? Gwen also felt a headache when she saw this scene. If she hadn't known that Massacre was Peter, she wouldn't have been able to believe that Massacre was one of her own, right? Moreover, Peter was so harsh. Poor Mr. Stark. Tony's entire armor started to work, trying to break free from the shackles of the Carnage symbiote. Gwen couldn't stand it and shouted to Peter, Stop bullying Mr. Stark, let him go. This sentence the words made Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes. What does bullying mean? Although he really can't beat it. The most important thing is, Gwen, why do you think the other party will listen to you? Unexpectedly, the next second, Tony did feel a lightness on his body, and the symbiote that was pressing on him began to fade away. Tony stood up in confusion. Kingpin, who was still being suppressed, saw this scene, his eyes turned red, and he cursed. You also said that you are not in the same group? I didn't expect that Iron Man also colluded with the villains. One day, in Kingpin's view, although he and the rioters were not good things, the massacre was the better villain. Tony didn't bother to pay attention to Kingpin who was yelling at him, and just looked at Gwen with doubtful eyes. Seeing that Peter had really stopped, Gwen felt happy and more confident. She put her hands on her hips and said confidently, I told you, the massacre is one of our own. Slaughter is really one of our own. Tony glanced at Gwen who had her hands on her hips and wondered why you looked so proud. But he didn't think much about it. He was more confused about what massacre was. Could it be that it's really from my side? So what does everything he did before count? A clown? But it's not his fault for the problem. It was Slaughter who was looking for trouble, and it was Slaughter who was jumping around repeatedly. On the contrary, it was him who was doing his best. Tony couldn't figure out what the motive was for Carnage to do this. He had been so cruel to him before, and now he was so obedient, as if nothing had happened before. Who? Nothing happened? My brand new destroyer armor is still paralyzed in the basement? Tony cursed in his heart. Moreover, looking at the actions of Massacre, it seems that the other party has not stopped planning to collect symbiotes. It is really contradictory. This is actually because Tony has not recovered the memory of the Black Superman, otherwise he might not be able to help but clap his hands and say, that's right. And while Tony was distracted, Peter's men also moved towards him mercilessly. Kingpin was crushed away. Kingpin tried his best to resist, but found that it was useless. They are both symbionts, but the strength gap between the two sides is a bit big. What's going on? This is completely different from what you said. You didn't say that Massacre was so strong. Kingpin shouted in his heart. That's impossible. He wasn't this strong before the Massacre. The only way he could win was to keep splitting his sub-bodies. Another voice responded to him, and the owner of the voice was naturally rioting. Kingpin spat. Before that, Jinbin's impression and judgment of the massacre basically came from the information about the riot, but the riot and the impression of the massacre still stayed in the previous parallel universe. This led to Jinbin's judgment of the massacre's strength and style causing huge errors. In his imagination, his side was not without the power to fight. But now, Jinbin finally came to his senses and felt extremely regretful. If he had known that Carnage was so good at fighting, he would have sent the riot to Stark without saying a word, without any involvement, and let Stark get beaten. But now, he could only stop the loss in time and said to the massacre, no, wait, maybe we can talk. Trying to make the massacre stop. Unfortunately, he is not some rogue mage, just a 300-pound bald fat man, and no one wants to talk to him. As soon as Peter punched him, stars began to appear in his eyes. At the same time, several tentacles began to extend from Carnage's body and pierced Kingpin's body. In an instant, Kingpin's body began to struggle violently. But this is of no use. Riot is no match for Massacre, let alone the current super-complete massacre of Black Superman. No, stop him quickly, otherwise you and I will die. At the critical moment, Riot shouted in panic in Jinbin's mind, making Jinbin's head buzz. It's a pity that Kingpin is also a fish on the chopping board at the moment and can't do anything. He could only watch helplessly as Riot was extracted from his body bit by bit, and then was held in the palm of another man's hand. The massacre was also merciless, biting up instantly and devouring the Riot. When the symbiote sequences in Riot's body were also collected, only the last piece of the puzzle remained. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Peter glanced at Kingpin who had been pumped out of the symbiote, and after just a moment's thought, he threw it to the corner. After all, he is a character who plays a role in the comics and is of some value. Peter doesn't intend to end him just like that. Whether you leave it to gain experience for others or just for fun, it's much more fun. After that, he turned his attention to Tony and said directly, stop hiding and let Venom come over. Tony was still watching the show, but his heart trembled when he was suddenly called like this. Although there was no movement on the surface, there was already a turmoil in his heart. How did he know? Gwen looked over with surprise and said unexpectedly, Mr. Stark, have you found the Venom? Tony was silent for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but rolled his eyes and replied, that's right. I did find it. Since the other party asked so straightforwardly, he knew there was no point in pretending to be stupid, so he just asked, how did you know? Then Gwen looked back curiously. Peter has actually answered similar questions more than once. He slowly fell to the ground and said, I can see it and hear it. It's meaningless to hide it in front of me, literally. But Tony didn't know that. After hearing this, he frowned deeply, complaining about Jean's vague answer in his mind, filling his cup, and thinking about its meaning. Does the so-called can see and hear mean something? Or is it just the other side trying to point someone out? Before getting back the identity of Black Superman, who would really want to get it? You can really see and hear it? But Peter was too lazy to worry about that. He had already replied, and the rest was naturally up to Tony. This put Tony in a dilemma for a while. If he doesn't recruit, he can't guarantee what the Slaughter will do to him next. Even if Gwen is present, who knows what position the Slaughter will take at that time? He is naturally a pessimist and naturally thinks more than others. As for recruiting people, isn't this just sending them into a pit of fire? Tony thinks that he is not the kind of saint who cannot accept any flaws, but after all, he has his own set of principles. This kind of thing has violated his ethics. Until the armor's communication, a voice sounded. I'll do it. Tony was stunned and hesitated. Are you sure? He took a breath and said, I admit, I was a little overconfident before, but now it seems that this massacre is a bit weird. It's okay, Stark, I'm not weak now, besides. Venom is also eager to see it. Haha. Tony said nothing more after a slight silence. To dissuade him, he just said jokingly, there are so many residents in your body. Just get used to it. After saying that, the communication was cut off. And just 5 or 6 seconds later, a bang was heard on the roof of the building. Like something huge crashing down, smashing through the roof, and then hitting the ground, raising a burst of smoke and dust, and causing the whole building to tremble. They all trembled. Gwen was even more excited and took 2 steps back to keep a safe distance. When the smoke cleared, she saw the huge figure gradually revealed. If Jinji's body is already as big as a hill compared to ordinary people, then the guy in front of him is bigger than a hill, and at the same time more burly. At the same time, a pure black petroleum-like symbiont covered its surface, with a wide grin on its face, and a long, pink, moist, plump tongue hanging from it, making the whole person even more sinister. Gwen covered her mouth. Is this Venom? And Hulk? Is Dr. Banner back? As early as during the day, after Tony was defeated by Carnage, he realized that the Justice League needed to develop a stronger fighting force. And it just so happens that the Alliance does have 2 truly powerful gold medal fighters. One of them is Thor, who has awakened his bloodline and returned to Asgard. He is busy conquering the 9 realms for Odin and making the final preparations for his ascension to the throne. But looking at the distance, you can tell that this guy is generally difficult to contact. Therefore, Tony naturally could only set his sights on another person. Bruce Banner went away to a foreign country to fight with Hulk and pursue further studies at the same time. At least this one is not still on Earth. And Bruce Banner did not disappoint Tony. After learning that the Justice League team was in danger, he chose to return quickly without hesitation. Even on the way back, he bumped into the Venom of the unidentified host who had traveled through time. Unlike other symbiotes, as the oldest and most popular symbiote who can single-handedly carry movies and comics, Venom has much more roles. This also resulted in him becoming very familiar with Earth's heroes. Therefore, when he saw Banner, who had just returned, he didn't hesitate to get involved. If nothing else, in terms of combat power, who can be better than the Hulk? The venomous Hulk is actually Tony's backup man tonight, the reason why he dares to come alone tonight. He had already been prepared to release Hulk if something bad happened. Even if he rushes out halfway through the massacre, it will be the same. Today's Hulk's combat power is not comparable to before. But Tony never expected that not only Massacre would appear, but Gwen would also come with him. Then Gwen also told him that the Massacre was one of his own. I don't blame him for not planning well, I can only say that the reality is more magical. Back to the present. The Hulk's new skin is full of visual impact and gives people a sense of cruelty and evil, which is not inferior to the original Massacre. It once made Gwen doubt whether the other party was a good person. Dr. Banner, she asked tentatively. Banner? No, we are Venomous Hulk now. Venomous Hulk turned his head to look at Gwen, waving his big pink tongue and said, it looks more evil. Gwen thought silently in her heart. But Venom doesn't care what other people think, and he's completely happy now. In the previous universe, he had possessed the Hulk. Although he was powerful enough, there was always a limit. But the Hulk in this world seems to be a little different. Unknown to Yubian was startled. When Venom possessed Banner, he didn't feel much about Venom, but as soon as Hulk came out, he immediately felt the difference between the two. The Hulk in this world seems to be a little too strong. Whether it is strength, physique, or energy, they are not on the same level. Venom only felt endless power at this moment, constantly pouring out of Hulk's body, as if there was no end. This feeling is so wonderful that it makes people intoxicated, as if it is omnipotent, making people unable to help but feel inflated and wanting to hit something. What? The power belongs to the Hulk and has nothing to do with Venom? Venom said that the host's business is the symbiote's business, and he is duty-bound. Fortunately, Tony on the side did not let Venom continue to be narcissistic and interrupted in time. Venom, Hulk, Carnage is right in front of you. After hearing this, Venom stopped swelling and carefully focused on Carnage. If he got a big deal this time and possessed the enhanced version of Hulk, Venom was a little confused about the changes in Carnage. Before this operation, Tony had already shown him and Banner several evolutionary forms of Carnage. To be honest, Venom is a little confused. As the old saying goes, the person who knows you best is often your enemy. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Venom and Carnage, a pair of symbionts with a father-son relationship in human biology, are absolute enemies. Venom is arguably one of the people who knows Carnage the most in the world. Because of this, Venom feels incredibly weird. Damn, I still don't know how many kilograms or tails I killed. Can you grow wings by just swallowing a few symbiotes? You are a liar. Especially as the time goes by, the characteristics of the evil ghosts and fangs on Slaughter's body become more and more convergent. Even in the end, these characteristics have completely disappeared, and what is presented to everyone is already a human with some divinity and mystery. Powerful humanoid creature. Venom knew very well that Carnage could not do this. There is no problem with the phrase Xiang comes from the heart even if it is applied to the symbiont. Slaughter is essentially a chaotic evil madman. If he wants to evolve, he will evolve towards the form of an ancient god, evil beast, etc. How can he evolve into this? But the paradox is that the aura exuded by the other party at this time is indeed that of massacre. After Venom was silent, he finally decided, no, you are not Carnage. When the words fell, both Tony and Gwen were shocked. Tony was surprised that this was not a massacre, and an uncontrollable chill arose in his heart. If it was not a massacre, then what on earth was he fighting with in this life and death fight? After all, he is a human being, not a god, and it is impossible to predict everything in advance. It is normal for him to stumble because he is completely unfamiliar with the symbiote. As long as the general direction is on the right path. Then the question comes, if this thing is not massacre, then who is it? Thinking of Gwen's contradictory reactions before and after, he knew that maybe Gwen could give him this answer, so he looked at Gwen. Gwen was surprised that this venom was so powerful that she could see through Peter's disguise at a glance. Although Peter didn't deliberately pretend from beginning to end, he just wanted to have fun. Facing Tony's questioning gaze and thinking of Peter's instructions, she could only lower her head slightly and said, "Sorry, Mr. Stark, I can't say." Fortunately, Tony didn't blame Gwen for this, but instead my heart felt a little relieved. In short, it seems that the situation is developing in a beneficial direction at present, right? Being called out by Venom, although Peter had expected this situation, he still asked with interest. Oh, why? Venom grinned and said, "The real massacre, now the bad breath has begun. Me. The implication is that Peter's qualities are too good. Haha." Peter didn't care about the answer to the question and admitted generously, "I am indeed not a massacre." This sentence was a complete showdown. Seeing this, Venom couldn't help but ask, "What about the real massacre? Isn't he right here?" Peter gestured to the symbiote on his body. How is this possible? Venom was in disbelief and didn't understand what was going on. Peter had no choice but to continue, "He is indeed a massacre, but I am no longer a massacre." Tony understood this sentence, and Venom was still a little confused, so he simply shook his head like a dog and said, "Anyway, Carnage is dead, right?" "So to speak," Peter replied. When Venom heard this, he was surprised at first, and then laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, very good. You did a good job. Although these two people are old enemies, they don't have any sympathy for each other like Bateman and Joker. Enemies are enemies, and old enemies are lifelong enemies. They both want each other to die." Tony's focus was different from Venom's. He stood up and said, "So, who are you?" All the mysteries seemed to be revealed before his eyes. Tony was already extremely confident at this time that he might know the person under the massacre mask. But no matter how he guessed, he couldn't think of anyone who had this ability and motivation. A non-existent acquaintance. And if we get to this point, the scope may still be a little vague. But what if Gwen is added to it? The other party must also know Gwen. He and Gwen knew each other at the same time. In this way, wouldn't the scope be much narrowed? Tony Holmes Stark feels like he's getting closer to the truth, once Carnage takes off his mask. No, it's okay if you don't reveal it. Doesn't this mean that the other party is guilty? It's only a matter of time before his identity is exposed. Thinking of this, Tony opened the steel mask and looked at the massacre with determination. Looking at Tony's piercing eyes, Peter knew that if he refused to respond now, Tony might not be able to sleep even if he went back to bed. It will also look suspicious. However, it's not a big problem, because now he no longer has to wear the massacre skin. When I first took over this identity, in addition to conveniently collecting symbiotes, I also wanted to have fun. Now that the symbiote is almost dealt with and the fun is over, why does he continue to use the identity of Carnage? So, he just asked, "Who am I? Then see for yourself." Then he took off the Carnage generously, revealing the black Superman suit underneath. The first time he saw the suit, Tony felt numb. The first reaction was nothing else, but thinking about how this man's waistcoat looked like a layer of cakes, one after another. After the massacre, there is still a battle suit underneath. There is a mask underneath the mask. Due to the influence of magic, Black Superman's memory had already been sealed in him, so at this moment he couldn't recognize the identity of the suit, but he just felt a little inexplicably familiar. This made him even more convinced that the other party must be someone he knew. However, I thought I could see the other party's true face directly, but I didn't expect that the other party was playing dirty tricks and put on a layer of masks. Just like Bohu ordered Kayak Siang, even Tony's mentality was a little depressed at the moment. Gwen was originally worried about Peter, thinking that Mr. Stark was pressing so hard. What if Peter was forced to have no room to turn? After all, he is her boyfriend. Does she need to step forward and help calm him down? Then, she saw Peter unloading the massacre very simply. This made Gwen feel a little surprised. Didn't he say that he wanted to hide his identity temporarily? Why don't you hide it now? Until she saw the strange and familiar suit underneath the massacre. Gwen blinked, looking confused. Is this Peter? When did Peter have such a suit? He's so handsome. And, it looks familiar. But unlike Tony, what she was thinking about was, could Peter have become a hero without her knowing it? Why does she have no memory at all? Was it during the half-year period when he disappeared? Or, Gwen thought of what Peter had just said to her. To get back my identity. Get your identity back. In the end, Gwen could only whisper to herself. Venom didn't think about it that much. All that was swirling in his mind was the news that Massacre had sent him. Hehe, that's great. In the end, Tony couldn't help it anymore and sarcastically said with some embarrassment, "What are you looking at? Are you looking at your other mask? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." Even Gwen frowned slightly. What's wrong with Mr. Stark? Why are you talking to Peter in this tone? The new masks look great too. Of course, Tony didn't know about these psychological activities, otherwise he would probably have to break through the defense again. Peter didn't care about Tony's attitude and said, "You can call me Black Superman." Black Superman? I've heard of Superman and Batman, but I've never heard of the so-called Black Superman. Tony replied smoothly as if his words were oiled. Peter glanced at Tony. Good guy, compared to the previous sarcasm, this sentence can be said to be full of jokes. It is a disguised saying that his title is plagiarized, no one cares about it, and it is a knockoff. Peter narrowed his eyes. Great, the more you dance now, the brighter Tony's expression will be after the forgetfulness magic is broken. So, Peter just said the truth, it was forgotten. Forgotten. Tony was stunned, not expecting this answer. Yes, I'm getting it back now, Peter replied. Then the situation seemed to reach another impasse. Although Slaughter took off his mask, he did not take it off completely, and it was even more complicated because a new identity was revealed. For Tony, whose memory has been sealed, this is almost inexplicable. There is no foreshadowing at all. At this time, a 300-pound flexible figure suddenly rushed out from the corner and ran in front of Peter in a somewhat rampant manner. It was Kingpin who had just been sent aside by Peter. Kingpin's eyes widened, and his fleshy face was filled with excitement, disbelief, and a hint of fanaticism and uncertainty of fear. His hands were clasped in front of him, trembling slightly with excitement. It's like a young man who has just begun to fall in love standing in front of the goddess in his dream. Ho, ho, he took 2 heavy breaths, and then gradually calmed down and said, "It's you, right? You're finally back." Tony's sight was blocked by Kingpin's huge body, and he couldn't help but frown. "What's back?" I don't know." Jinping pressed the smooth top of his head with some pain, shook it, and said, "But, you are, right? I saw your figure. I felt it in an instant. Yes, Black Superman, the god of the church, but all of us have forgotten it." Even though he lost his memory, Jin Bin has been looking for the lost blank in his mind all the time in the past 6 months. Especially whenever he thought about why he founded such a church and what he was standing for. This was so important that he reacted immediately the moment he saw Peter's figure. At this moment, his eyes were just like a lost stray dog looking for its home. Or it might be a bit biased to compare a 300-pound stray dog, but that's the fact. He desperately wanted an answer and was afraid of saying no from Peter's mouth. Whether they are symbionts or not is completely unimportant. Even Peter couldn't help but be surprised by Kingpin's appearance at this moment, twitching the corners of his mouth and nodding. Jin Bin's eyes instantly burst with astonishing brilliance, and he laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, I knew I was right. My persistence is." The word stopped suddenly, and Jinpin's huge body suddenly he collapsed as if losing all strength. Peter retracted his hand, pressed his forehead with a headache, and said, "It's a bit noisy, I'll let him sleep first." With one comment, Peter was a little embarrassed, and Kingpin was the only one. Tony looked at Kingpin who fell asleep on the ground with some pity. Well, falling asleep was a good thing. Bings's intrusion was like an episode, it came and went quickly, but it still left some shock and impact on everyone. For example, Gwen was thinking about when Peter became the god of the Kingpin Church, although it seemed that he did not do so voluntarily. How many things were there, she didn't know. Had she really forgotten about Peter? When she thought of this, she felt a little lost and uncomfortable. Tony finally paid attention to what Peter just said. After all, although Kingpin looked crazy just now, it didn't look fake. And he also gradually remembered that he had occasionally had vague memories in the past 6 months. Now it seems that some places are indeed weird. But this is just a hypothesis unless real evidence can be produced. After all, this is not a trivial matter. Of course, this did not prevent Tony from temporarily accepting this hypothesis and said, "Okay, assuming you are really forgotten, what does this have to do with the symbiotes? Why are you so involved in this matter?" Speaking of this, Tony paused, remembering that he had been beaten by Carnage. His face darkened and he said, "And disguised as Carnage, tit for tat with the Justice League." "Obviously, because my purpose is also to collect all the genetic sequence in the symbiote," Peter replied. "Wait. Speaking of symbiotes, Venom finally stopped trying to catch fish. He walked up to Peter and said, "You don't know what will happen once these sequences are gathered together." "Of course, NAR really?" Peter asked calmly. "Damn it, are you crazy?" Venom was completely shocked. "Do you know who Nar is? The ancestor of all our symbionts, the god of darkness who has existed since the birth of the universe? The Lord of the Abyss. Once when all the genetic sequences in the symbionts are gathered, Nar will be awakened and released. Come to the Earth. He will destroy the Earth as easily as crushing a stone." In the Marvel setting, Nar has been around since before the birth of the universe. Already existing, it is the embodiment of the cosmic abyss. All symbiotes come from the cosmic abyss, or the living abyss. To a certain extent, Nar, like gods such as Eternity, represents a cosmic rule. It's just that he is omnipotent at the multiverse level, but he is only limited to a single universe. Nar had been sleeping until he was awakened by the Celestials when they created all things, and there was a conflict between the two sides. The Celestials have abilities at the level of a single universe, but the same goes for Nar. He killed the Celestials with the all-black Death Sword, and relied on the army of symbiotes derived from the living abyss to wreak havoc on the universe. Of course, he is not invincible after all. Nar eventually failed, and at the same time, all the symbiotes controlled and bound by him also gained self-awareness at that time. After awakening, the individual symbiotes developed on their own and became aware of the evil done by Nar. Although a small number of evil symbiotes still chose to support Nar, most of the good or neutral symbiotes chose to take advantage of the opportunity. Like a rebellion against their father god, countless symbiotes wrapped Nar with their bodies and imprisoned him. They rushed forward one after another, using their bodies to form a huge cell, and even piled up a planet out of nowhere. Later, this planet also became the home planet of the symbiotes. By the way, after being sealed, Nar's all-black Death Sword was lost, and was later picked up by a man named Gear, creating another big boss, Gear the Godslayer. Although Nal has been sealed for endless years, he is always thinking about escaping from prison. Then, after a period of unclear settings and deductions, the final key point fell on the symbionts on the Earth as expected. Venom is even more important. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. It is somewhat similar to the coming ceremony of some evil gods. As long as the symbionts on the Earth are gathered together, they can serve as the incarnation of Nar, the Lord of the Abyss, and let him break out of the prison and return. That's why Venom is so excited at the moment. In his opinion, Peter was seeking his own destruction. Gwen also looked at Peter with some worry at this time. Peter just said, "I will stop him, I won't let him do this." Venom looked at Peter with a fool's expression. "Why do you stop Nal? That's Nal? You won't let it go if you say you won't?" Not to mention Venom, Tony on the side cannot agree with this kind of thing, and even Gwen. Even if Gwen trusts Peter again, how could she not be worried about accidentally blowing up the Earth? This kind of thing is actually difficult to explain clearly because of the cognitive issues on both sides. Many disasters that are overwhelming in the eyes of everyone are just a test for Peter, such as the Battle of New York. And something like this is even more devastating. In fact, it's just like that. Peter didn't think it was impossible to deal with it, or in other words, it was only at this level that he had to take action. Not to mention that this time he was going to blast Nar's gold coins. After all, it was delivered to your door. But these principles don't make sense because everyone's cognitive levels are different. As we all know, at times like this, all you can do is convince people with reason, fists. Peter sighed and said, "Whether you agree or not, you can't stop me." As soon as he said this, the feeling of a dictatorial villain came out. The other party was going to take it by force. Tony and Gwen both realized it immediately. But Tony knows that he is no match for Peter. He has done everything he can. Fortunately, there is Hulk. From the beginning, he held the trump card. Gwen's mood was more complicated, because she suddenly felt that the Peter in front of her had become a little strange. In the past, Peter, at least in her memory, had never shown such an arbitrary and domineering look. She couldn't wait to know why. As for the Venom, there's not much to say, just hit it and that's it. He originally thought that it was a pity that he finally picked up such a powerful Hulk but couldn't use it, but he didn't expect that he would finally have a chance to do it. He could feel that Hulk was also about to move, as if he wanted to beat the guy in front of him for no reason. Therefore, Venom Hulk showed no signs of weakness and said to Maymang, "You have no chance, we will beat you down and let you know what cruelty is." The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Then the scene changed, and Venom Hulk's unconscious figure was lying on the ground where a big hole had been made. He looked at the figure flying directly in the sky with the cloak fluttering, and said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" He did not expect that they actually lost, and they lost extremely cleanly. The rough process is that Venomous Hulk initiated a declaration of war, Venomous Hulk A went up, and Venomous Hulk died. They were thrown over the shoulder and hit the ground in the air, which immediately disabled them from fighting, and also destroyed Jinbin's church. Normally, neither Venom nor Hulk would be injured by an over-the-shoulder fall. For them, the ground as the receiving surface is sometimes not as satisfying as a heavy punch. But the problem is that Peter didn't just throw it away. He thought it was troublesome and said it was a shoulder throw, but in fact he also had some divine power in it. This directly made Venom and Hulk feel bad. It's obviously a hand-to-hand fight, but you're actually playing magic? The powerful divine power was raging in the body, and it actually suppressed Hulk, causing the Venom-possessing Hulk to suffer a lot. The two were unable to resist. I don't know if this is luck or misfortune for them. After all, if you really swing your fist, it won't be that simple. As for the others, Gwen sensed the danger the moment before the Venomous Hulk was thrown, and pulled up the spider silk early to avoid the AoE splash of the attack, as well as the secondary damage from the collapse of the church. Tony, on the other hand, was wearing a battle armor and stood up from the ruins of the church. It was not a big problem. They were all shocked. After all, everyone with a discerning eye knew that Black Superman/Peter did not use massacre just now. Even if it was massacre, it seemed impossible to achieve such expressiveness in such an understatement. It was also a pain for Jinbin, who fell into a deep sleep. No one in his family had run away yet. Then, Peter fell directly down, stepped on Venom Hulk's chest, and said, "Do you know what cruelty is? Venom, The next second, his whole body was pulled out by Peter's hand and lifted into the air. I was wrong? I was wrong. Venom was already a mature symbiote, capable of bending and stretching, and he quickly begged for mercy. Then you should know what to do next, right? Peter said. Venom fell into silence, and after a while he said, I understand that you are stronger than I thought, but Nal has been in power since the ancient times of the universe, and his strength is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. You will bring disaster to the Earth and this universe. Nar will be the one who encounters the disaster. Peter said no more and directly began to extract the gene sequence from the venom. As the carrier of the largest sequence, this process must be extremely uncomfortable, but with Peter holding it in the palm of his hand, what ability did he have to resist? Soon, the drained venom was thrown back by Peter and returned to Hulk. The Hulk soon couldn't hold on any longer and retreated to Banner's human form. Tony and Gwen gathered around again. Banner was shirtless and stood up with some back pain. Fortunately, the pants he was wearing were made of good material, otherwise he would have to open the sunroof again. Of course, they don't look good at this time. After all, from now on, the fate of the Earth is no longer under their control. Tony even wanted to grit his teeth and risk his life to stop the madman in front of him, even if there is no chance of winning. He really didn't expect that even Hulk couldn't survive one round in the opponent's hands. That's Hulk? He was beaten to the ground again. Why did I say it again? Gwen even hesitated to speak, not knowing how to express her words. Go and get some sleep. Everything will be back to normal until daybreak. Peter said to her. Do you think we can sleep? Tony said. Then do you need me to help you? Tony. This is the first time Peter has teased Tony as a friend since his return. This made Tony a little dazed, thinking, is our relationship so good? And at the same time, he understood what the other party meant, let him fall asleep like Kingpin. Tony refused without hesitation, I don't need your help. And Peter stopped delaying and disappeared in front of the two of them. It's over. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Gwen and Tony stood there, letting the cold moonlight shine on them, looking at the ruins, the church in a mess, and the brightly lit, bustling New York City in the distance. Failed again. And failed to protect the Earth. Why do you want to say it again? Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. Silent frustration filled Tony's body. He had been surrounded by an inexplicable anxiety in the past 6 months, and everything tonight made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness. In the past few decades, he had been going smoothly and in high spirits. At one time, he even felt that he was a god, that he had everything and that he could create everything. But tonight made him deeply realize the fact that he is only a mortal. He was confused and didn't know where the way forward was. Gwen knew more, but she also had more doubts. Now all she could do seemed to be just like Peter said, sleep and wait for tomorrow. But she was a little afraid to sleep. Everything tonight was like a dream, too bizarre and fantastic. The massacre, Peter, everything was once familiar, but also extremely strange, which made her a little at a loss. She was afraid that she would wake up and be happy for nothing, but she also thought that it might not be bad if it was really a dream. Bruce held his hands and shivered. It was a little cold to be shirtless in the middle of the night, but he looked at the two people who were obviously in a bad mood and felt a little embarrassed to interrupt. Bang! Until a sound interrupted the three people's attention. A hand stretched out from under the ruins of stones. It was Jin Bin. The sound of the house collapsing finally woke him up. Kingpin pushed open the stones and stood up from under the ruins. Being strong, he could still withstand the damage. After he stood up, he quickly looked around, eagerly looking for a certain figure. Where is the person? Where is the person? Looking at the helpless 300-pound fat man in front of him, Tony felt better for some reason. After all, sometimes people come out of comparison. Compared to Kingpin, they seem pretty good. Several people were thinking silently in their hearts. On the other side, after Peter collected all the puzzle pieces, he did not rush to summon the dragon, but stayed in the void for a while. Sure enough, after a while, a spark flashed, then rotated, opening into a portal. Ancient One walked out of the portal. Are you sure you want to do this? Guyi got straight to the point when they met. Peter nodded and said, after all, this is almost a gift. It would be a pity that I don't have to blow him up for some gold coins. Guyi couldn't help rolling his eyes on his ascetic and indifferent face. What you want to blow is an ancient evil god. You actually want to use the energy of an evil god to break away the oblivion spell for you. You are too bold. This is far beyond the scope of my business. But if you have the ability, you will definitely not miss it. The premise is that you have enough ability. Guyi looked into Peter's eyes and said, so, are you here to stop me? Peter asked without hesitation. Yes, so far, other people's confrontations have been a game at best to Peter. The only one who can really make him face it more seriously is Guyi. The Ancient One, Supreme Mage, is a title worthy of Peter's respect. The two met as early as Peter's return. Needless to say, Guyi knew that Peter and the symbiote were from the beginning to the end. Fortunately, Guyi didn't seem to be planning to stop Peter. He just smiled and said, forget it. After all, no matter whether I agree or not, I don't have the ability, right? Tisk, the bald man really peeked at the screen and took the what about intersex people just now? Peter glanced sideways at Guyi and walked away again. This time, he went directly to outer space and brought out the Carnage. Strictly speaking, the current symbionts, whether they are Carnage or Venom, etc., they all come from the parallel universe. and the corresponding ones are naturally the Nar of the parallel universe. But the problem is not big. Everyone is essentially the same, and can also connect to the Nar of this world. Peter injects the last of the symbiote sequences into Carnage. These sequences all gather within Carnage's body, once again enhancing Carnage's power. Fortunately, as early as the last evolution, Peter laid a solid foundation for Carnage. Riot and Venom devoured him twice, but they were not enough to allow him to change his form again. After collecting all the symbiote sequences, Slaughter naturally sensed the symbiote home planet located deep in the universe and Nar sealed in it. In the symbiote's home star, Nar, who had been sleeping for who knows how many billions of years, was suddenly connected to an alien consciousness, and he was completely confused. It was like I was sleeping deeply in the middle of the night and got a call. Who is it? Null's message was also connected, but it seemed that there was no reply. But that doesn't matter. Nar doesn't know who woke him up. After all, he hasn't done anything in this universe yet. But that didn't stop him from being ecstatic. He didn't fall asleep willingly. Being counterattacked and sealed by the symbiont he created is undoubtedly a shame for him, the Lord of the Abyss. But now that he has been awakened and returned, he naturally wants to wash away this shame. The camera switched, and the symbiote mother star floating quietly in the deep space of the universe suddenly exploded. Even though this seems a bit inconspicuous in the vast universe, the power of a planet's explosion is still huge. The symbionts that surrounded and formed this planet were exploded to pieces in an instant, spreading all over the surrounding void. Then, as if they were all under control, these symbiotes gathered towards the explosion point of the planet, guarding a human-sized creature with long pale hair, a face like a skeleton, and wearing dark symbiote armor. This creature is naturally Nar, who has just broken through the seal. I'm back. Nal opened his sharp teeth and shouted loudly, like a returning king. He didn't know how long he had been sleeping, but it was obvious that this time would not be short, and it was not even certain that the world had forgotten him. He wants to take back everything that belongs to him? It's a pity that when he was sealed by the backlash, his weapon, the all-black death sword, also fell with it and was not by his side. He still needs to find it. At this time, Null suddenly frowned. It was not for any other reason, but because the individual connected to him in his perception was suddenly approaching him quickly. Come here on your own initiative. It just so happened that even if the other party didn't come, Null was ready to head towards the other party's location first. After all, he had to know who woke him up and thank him properly. As for the way to express gratitude, give the other person the opportunity to be devoured by him and become a part of him? Thinking of this, Nar did not hesitate to fly towards the guy rushing towards him quickly. Behind him were billions of symbiotes controlled by him again. Like a swarm of locusts. On the way, they occasionally encountered spaceships that accidentally jumped by and were bitten and devoured by the symbiotes. However, to Null's surprise, the opponent's speed was much faster than expected. Even faster than him. Good, that's interesting. Null thought to himself. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Then, as the distance got closer, the two sides finally met. In order not to waste time, after Peter connected with Nar, he immediately followed the coordinates obtained by Massacre and rushed all the way. Moreover, this time he also rarely showed serious speed and space jump. After all, the distance between the two sides is the deep space of the universe measured in light years. Extreme speed in 3 dimensions is not enough. At the same time, the opponent we faced this time was also the strongest in history, second only to the first-tier team below Doanhua. The time Nar was solved in the comics was accomplished through official cheating. But Peter didn't feel bad about the other party at this moment. The power of a complete Superman plus peak Thundergod is enough for him to be able to defeat enemies with multiple dimensions and below. The vast army of symbiotes surrounded Peter, leaving a huge circular space around Peter. Then Zyner drove the symbiote dragon and walked out of the symbiote group and came to Peter. He looked at Peter and could feel the strong strength in him, and said, "Human? Are you the one who woke me up? There are many humanoid creatures in the universe, and they can all be collectively called humans." "Yes, it's me." Peter nodded and looked at the other person. "I was thinking about how to kill the opponent and explode the opponent's gold coins later." Nal didn't know what Peter was thinking, and of course he didn't have any good ideas. As the creator of symbiotes, he naturally has the ability to control symbiotes to parasitize and control others. At one time, he also controlled the celestial god group who was his enemy. Now that he felt the powerful power emanating from Peter, he suddenly felt greedy and wanted to take the other person as his own. What? Did the other party just wake him up? Then joining him is his greatest gift to the other party? Both of them can be said to have bad intentions. Of course, although he also wanted to kill the other party, Null was not in a hurry and asked, "Why do you want to wake me up? I need your help." Peter also said. Nal was not surprised. He was very happy when he heard that the other party was asking for something from him. He licked his tongue and said, "Ha ha ha, I am the king of nothingness and the lord of the abyss. If you wake me up, I will naturally reward you. What do you need me to help you with?" I thought it would be a good idea to devour the other person's wish after fulfilling it. Unexpectedly, the next second, he heard the other party say, "I need your life, help me solve some troubles." Even Null was stunned for a moment. "What did you say?" "I said, I am going to take your life, otherwise why would I let you out?" Nar fell into silence. Peter could feel the energy around him beginning to rise, and the symbiote dragon under his feet also trembled. Are you kidding me? Do you know who you're dealing with? Null said. Of course, didn't you just say that yourself? Peter looked like he was mentally retarded. Gnarl laughed angrily. I originally wanted to spare your life first, but I didn't expect that you would be better off and actually want to kill me instead. Be bold? Simply unforgivable? The Lord of the Abyss immediately felt offended. He didn't expect that the first person he met after his comeback would be so interesting. Very good. I originally wanted to let you live, but I didn't expect you to seek death on your own. Null gritted his teeth and said, tell me your name, and I will make you die miserably. Tisk Peter also shook his head and said calmly, Black Superman will end you. Nar screamed, and countless symbiotes were driven towards Peter. They were like a black swarm, and soon Peter was completely submerged and turned into a huge black ball. But then, light squeezed out of the black ball and shot out. With a flash of light, the entire symbiote black ball exploded. Peter was unscathed, and at the same time his eyes lit up with scarlet light, and then he burst out with a scorching ray, hitting Nar accurately. Unlike the thermal sight, which is designed to control the power carefully, when you let go of your hands and feet at this moment, the heat sight is like an expanding laser cannon. At first, Nar could resist with his hands, but as Peter gradually increased his power and became more and more powerful, he was also knocked away from the symbiote dragon and disappeared into the dark sky. Smoothly, his heat vision swept down and burned the giant dragon into two halves, the cross-section dissolving like lava. In the universe, without divine power or other energy packages, everything would be extremely silent. Just like that, 1 second, 2 seconds. Nal suddenly appeared in front of Peter again, like a horror in a ghost story. To be precise, it didn't appear suddenly, but it was so fast that it was impossible to trace the trajectory. As an existence at the level of a single universe, even if Nar is not good at speed, his abilities in all aspects have reached a peak. But Peter is naturally not inferior to his opponent. Nar's attack was fast, but he was faster, raising his hand to accurately block the opponent's fist. Although he was pushed back a certain distance due to inertia, he quickly lost his strength, and then punched in front of Nar and smashed it back towards Nar's face. The two sides fell into close combat. But even in a close fight, the two people's back and forth movements were like two comets flying and colliding in the universe. The physical levels of both sides are at the same level, and the winner cannot be determined so quickly. With each fist strike, the collision of flesh would create a circle of shock, shattering the stars along the way. Although the universe is extremely spacious and silent, it is not completely uninhabited. There are many extraterrestrial civilizations in the Marvel universe, which are extremely prosperous. Therefore, when a jump ship happened to pass by chance and was unfortunately injured by the aftermath of the battle, and Chi-Yu was exposed, the pilot inside the ship showed an expression of extreme horror and a cute fucked up expression. Damn it, Groot! We saw two great gods fighting. We can't afford to offend each other. Groot, quick, run, go to Nova. The spaceship fell dangerously. Before Yubo arrived, he started to run away with his superb driving skills. On the other side, as the warm-up was completed, Peter and Nar gradually started to show off their real fire. Nar punched Peter in the face, knocking Peter's head to the side. But Peter showed no mercy and punched Nar hard in the abdomen. The punch was still powerful enough to explode into stars, and it actually made the majestic Lord of the Abyss at the level of a single universe retching. Then, before Nar could recover, he held down the opponent's head with one hand, pulled it hard and smashed it against the planet on the side, driving it deep into the ground. Then he directly lifted up the entire planet and threw it into the star beside him. Fortunately, the spacecraft ran fast, otherwise he would have been finished no matter how far he hid. The collision between the planet and the star brought about a huge fireworks, so big that even in the extremely quiet universe, small fireworks flashed. Under such a large-scale explosion, Nar finally ran out of it, and his figure was already a little embarrassed by Peter. You damn, he pointed at Peter and gritted his teeth. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. However, Null also discovered that although both sides were at the same physical level, they still had strengths and weaknesses. The opponent seemed to be better at close combat than him. Therefore, this time he directly summoned the monstrous symbiote to change the way of fighting. But in this regard, it was even more impossible for Peter to be weak. His heat vision was full of firepower and he forcibly carved a way out. High-level symbiotes such as the giant symbiote dragon that were close to him were torn alive by him. It is extremely regrettable for Nar now. After being sealed, his all-black death sword was also lost, otherwise he would not be so passive now. He sensed the location of the all-black death sword, and the sword fell into the hands of a mortal, but before he could retrieve it, the Black Superman came directly to the door. At this point, he could only use other means. Thinking like this, in the next second, more symbiotes gathered at his feet. Gradually, these symbiotes formed a huge humanoid armor. The Celestial God Group. This is the Celestial God Group that was killed by Nar after disturbing him. Afterwards, Nar also used the symbiote to control the corpse of the Celestial God Group, providing him with a lot of help in his subsequent battle career. Since you don't follow martial ethics, don't blame me for fighting 2 against 1. When Peter saw the newly appeared Celestial Group symbiote, not only did he not panic, but his eyes lit up, and he nodded and praised. Not bad, not bad. He had already regarded this Celestial Group corpse as his own. Collectibles +1. is worthy of being a veteran evil god. It is still a bit precious, and it is different when it explodes with gold coins. While Peter was looking at the symbiote of the Celestials, Nar had already controlled the symbiote to come closer, and his huge fist, carrying the power of the stars, fell heavily towards Peter. You know, even a finger of the celestial god group is comparable in size to the peaks of famous mountains on the earth, and the size of this fist is comparable to a piece of land. But as the huge fist got closer and closer, Peter had no idea of retreating. Instead of retreating, he advanced and pushed forward. Then, the two collide. The shock visible to the naked eye spread in a circle on the surface of the fist, but unfortunately, the fist, which was like heaven and earth, could not go any further. In fact, as Peter exerted his strength, it was like an arm wrestling, and his fist was slowly forced back. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop it, until it reached a critical value, and the god team could no longer hold on, and plummeted thousands of miles. Peter's huge fist was completely knocked away, and the huge body of the celestial god group was also knocked backwards and unbalanced. But at this moment, Nar, who had been waiting for a long time, took the opportunity to rush in front of Peter and made a fierce sneak attack. Peter was just in a gap where his old strength had just been exhausted and new strength had not yet emerged. Even if this gap was only for a moment, as an opponent of the same level, there was no way to hide when Nar had taken aim early. He could only take the blow forcefully. Immediately afterwards, the symbiote of the god group did not give him any time to breathe. The other hand swept up before Peter could use up his strength. When he received another blow from behind, his 5 fingers grasped it like an earth-shaking motion. Then, the fist exerted force, and the whole arm trembled, and it was further clenched. Haha, you are really looking for death, Null said with a sneer. Then he controlled the celestial group symbiote and made a motion of throwing a baseball, hoping to smash the black Superman out again. At this moment, violent lightning suddenly emitted from the clenched fist of the celestial group symbiote. The celestial group symbiote was in pain and had to loosen its fist, revealing Peter inside. At this moment, Peter was surrounded by violent thunder and lightning, which looked extremely dangerous. At this moment, the power of the god of thunder was released without restraint, and it was extremely dazzling. By the way, in the Marvel setting, the power of Thor happens to be very restrained by the dark symbiote. Nar also began to realize something was wrong. The black Superman in front was already very strong, and he could still cope with it, but now the opponent suddenly burst out with such a powerful energy, which suddenly pulled back the balance of victory. The results become confusing again. His skin tingled slightly, which came from the lightning radiation shining on the other party. He could feel that this lightning could cause more damage to him and the symbiote. Who the hell are you? I've never heard of you, Null said. Ordinary thunder and lightning would not make him feel threatened. My memory is so bad, haven't I already told you? Peter mocked slightly, and then rushed towards Nar with the raging power of the god of thunder. Damn it. Nal controlled the celestial group symbiote to raise his hand, trying to stop Peter. He succeeded, and the huge palm intercepted Peter again. Peter activated the power of the god of thunder in his body, and majestic thunder and lightning shot out. Wherever he went, the symbiotes shunned as if they had encountered a natural enemy. After a while, the symbiote on the surface of the celestial group's corpse was actually removed. This caused Nar to temporarily lose part of the control of the celestial team, and he could no longer intercept Peter. Peter was merciless this time and punched the opponent hard on the cheek. The fist carrying the power of the god of thunder made Nar really feel the pain. He was furious, even more furious because of the pain, and said cruelly, "If my all-black death sword hadn't been around." Boom! In response to his advantage, he struck a thunderous punch on the other cheek. "Ah, damn it, you bastard. Boom! I won't let you go. Boom, boom, wait. Boom, 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 stop. Snap. That's enough. Hit someone without hitting someone in the face. Bang 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 bang. I give up, it's not enough for me to give up." Peter trampled Nar under his feet with a war stomp. It is hard to believe that this evil god who has been wreaking havoc since the ancient times of the universe is now like a human being, beaten to a bruised nose and face. The remaining power of the god of thunder was preventing his body from recovering. "Let me go, spare my life, I can do a lot of things for you." The other party also started to beg for mercy without any moral integrity. There was no way, this time, Nal really felt the threat of death. He has lived for a long time. He has existed since before the birth of the universe and has gone through countless years. Therefore, he is even more afraid of dying. The weird thunder and lightning shocked him to the point of death. In addition, Black Superman's fist was already so powerful that it was bound to sink. Combining this, he was beaten into a daze all of a sudden. If he had known this earlier, he would rather not wake up and continue sleeping in the symbiote planet. Who knows what the current situation in the universe is like? If someone comes out of nowhere, he can be hung up and beaten. The new world no longer has a bed for this old antique like him. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Oh, really? Peter looked at the embarrassed Nal and relaxed his feet slightly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he let go, Nar turned into a black light and shot out, keeping a safe distance from Peter, shouting, "Ha ha ha ha, do you really believe it? Idiot, just wait, I will definitely put today repay the shame you suffered 100-fold. Let your ethnic group and your relatives feel the torture of hell." The celestial group symbiote, which was controlling and fully recovered, grabbed Peter tightly and held it in its arms. Nar wants to use the celestial symbiote to buy him time to escape. Even though this god set is a toy that he likes very much, but, if his life is gone, what's the use of the toy left behind? He hated Black Superman even more in his heart. However, Peter had already anticipated his move. The moment he touched the Celestial Group symbiote package, the huge power of the God of Thunder poured out from his body. In an instant, the entire cosmic area was filled with dazzling lightning. When Peter broke out of his body, the symbiote on the Celestial Group was completely burned away by the power of Thor. Toy +1 unleashed the power of the God of Thunder for the first time, and he also experienced the rare feeling of emptiness after his body was depleted of mana. However, the rest is enough, not to mention that the power of Thunder God itself is also recovering at an extremely fast speed. Peter struck out again, and the kinetic energy shock caused by taking off even distorted the space in an instant, just like those huge celestial bodies and planets. When Nar discovered that Black Superman appeared behind him, he was even more frightened. Damn it! Do you really want to kill them all? Nar shouted helplessly and furiously. Kill them to death? No, I will make good use of every bit of strength left after your death. This is much more annoying than killing them to death. Nar could only run forward as hard as he could. However, after all, his speed was not as fast as Peter's. As time went by, the distance between the two became closer and closer. Finally, Peter caught up with Nar, put a hand on Nar's head, and said, "Well, it's time to say goodbye to this world. Earth." After Peter disappeared last night, Gwen had been worried about him and the entire Earth. She spent the whole night in anxiety, worrying about whether something would happen to Peter or whether he would be in trouble. This caused her to be unable to sleep at all in the first half of the night. It was not until late at night in the second half of the night that she felt tired. She slowly fell asleep with her brows furrowed. When I woke up the next day, the bright sunshine outside the window shone in and fell on half of the bed. It seemed that today would be a good day. Gwen stood up, stretched out as usual, stretched her body. She stretched halfway, her hands were still raised in the air. She suddenly froze, and then her eyes widened. There seem to be some incredible memories in my mind. No, they are not extra memories, they already exist but have been sealed. It turns out that what Peter said was true. He really had an identity that everyone had forgotten. It's just, this identity seems a bit extraordinary. Gwen had completely lost control of her expression. Her face seemed to be crying and smiling. She leaned back and fell back on the bed. She looked at the ceiling. Until this moment, the shock and disbelief on her face had not completely faded away, and it was still there, mixed with more complex emotions that cannot be described in words. Sometimes I am happy, sometimes I am angry, I want to give someone a good beating, but suddenly I realize that I may not be able to beat them now. I am embarrassed and ashamed. Looking back on the past, it is like stripping myself naked and putting it in front of someone. I want to tuck my head into the quilt and be like an ostrich for the rest of my life. Peter, how could Peter do this? She would rather not recover this memory? When Peter returned to Earth and appeared in Gwen's bedroom, he saw Gwen with her head buried in the quilt, kneeling on the sheets, raising her buttocks and twitching. Peter? Gwen. Hearing Peter's voice, Gwen jumped up from the bed and sat down on the soft mattress. It bounced twice on the soft mattress. Peter. Gwen stuttered as she looked at Peter, who looked like a Black Superman. The expression on her face looked a little flustered. She wasn't sure whether it was because of her excitement or because she was suffocating under the quilt, but she was a little red. "It's me," Peter replied. "No, that's not right." Gwen seemed to still be unable to accept the fact. She got out of bed quickly, covered her head with one hand, and stretched out her other hand to signal Peter to stop. "Let me calm down. Peter is Black Superman, and Black Superman is Peter. Oh my god, why did this happen?" She found that she couldn't calm down at all and could only pace back and forth. "This is incredible. You have always been alone? So for so long?" Fragment of past events, one bits and pieces flashed back in her mind, including Peter's, Black Superman's, the two of them, and her own. This made Gwen's mind a little confused, and she didn't know how to face it. All she knew was that she had to ask, looked at Peter, and said, "So, have you been cheating on me for so long, Peter?" Generally speaking, when it comes to topics like cheating between lovers, it is very serious and may cause cracks if not handled properly. Peter knew it very well, but he still admitted very simply, "Yes." This made Gwen stunned, and she was a little confused. She had expected Peter to at least apologize and explain to her. "I didn't expect to admit it so frankly. It was simply not a step for anyone to step down." This made Gwen feel aggrieved and angry for a moment, and then she heard Peter say, "If I weren't Black Superman, I couldn't come back, my dear." Gwen heard this and was instantly discouraged. Yes, she almost lost Peter, but now that Peter finally came back to her, what else could she be dissatisfied with? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Peter stepped forward and hugged Gwen into his arms. Gwen wanted to struggle, but even if she was Spider-Man, she was still very weak and powerless in front of Peter, who was the Black Superman. Peter's strength was too great, I couldn't resist and there was nothing I could do. Gwen only struggled a little internally for a moment, and then she fell into her boyfriend's arms. Bang bang! Suddenly there was a knock on the door. It was George. "Gwen, there is some movement inside you. Is something wrong?" Gwen subconsciously excused Peter. "No, it's nothing, Dad, it's just that I just got up." Then, she saw Peter's half-smiling expression, which made Gwen a little angry. This is not over yet? I haven't forgiven you yet. As she said this, she still felt a little upset, and she clenched her fist and knocked Peter on the chest. So hard? Gwen felt that it was her hand that hurt, and she became even more angry. Peter took Gwen's hand, rubbed it, and said, "It's my fault. You go deal with Uncle and the others first, and I'll wait for you outside." "Now you know you're apologizing," Gwen snorted. After leaving the room, Gwen soon saw George sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. "Gwen, I somehow recovered some memories this morning. I know, it's not a big problem, Dad, it's just that it's the Black Superman who's back." Gwen thought of Peter and felt a little angry. Actually, he lied to her for so long? He kept hanging around in front of her? I can't imagine how many times Peter laughed at her behind her back. When she thought about this, Gwen felt as if there were 100 million ants crawling on her body. George didn't know what Gwen was thinking at the moment, but he was relieved to hear his daughter say this. This is a superhero thing after all. Afterwards, the father and daughter communicated about their suddenly recovered memories. Helen made breakfast and came out, but Gwen was in a hurry to meet Peter and had no time to eat more, so she could only leave the house in a hurry. She put on the spider suit and went to the top of the building, where Peter waited for a long time. "Let's go," said Peter. "Where?" Gwen asked. "Go to a place where I can tell you everything." Gwen's heart skipped a beat, and the look on her face became a little more serious. Then, she saw Peter draw a circular circle of sparks in the air. Inside the circle seemed to be another space, where a bald man was sitting comfortably at the table drinking tea. The bald head seemed to have noticed them, and he quickly straightened his posture and smiled at them. "This is it?" Gwen asked in surprise. "A little magic, a portal," Peter explained. "Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." Gwen was a little numb. "That's right, since my boyfriend is a Black Superman, anything is possible." Then, Gwen crossed the portal under the leadership of Peter and came to Kamatage. Ancient One poured tea for the two of them and said, "I originally thought you would be later." Peter took Gwen to sit down and said, "Nero is a bit inexperienced, so he is faster." Even Guyi couldn't help but twitch his lips at this moment. As the Lord of the Abyss, Nar doesn't need to be beaten? Can you still visit Versailles? Peter introduced Gwen. This is the Supreme Mage. For thousands of years, she has been protecting the Earth from the invasion of dimensional demons. Gwen blinked and nodded confusedly. She looked powerful. "Hello, my name is Gwen Stacy, and I am Spider-Woman." Gwen also introduced herself. Guyi smiled kindly at Gwen, like an elegant elder, which immediately made Gwen feel better. Ancient One looked at Peter and said, "So, have you decided to tell her everything?" Peter nodded. "She has the right to know all this." Ancient One sighed and looked at Gwen. "There are some things maybe it's a little cruel, kid." She told Gwen the setting of absolute point in time. After hearing this, Gwen covered her mouth in disbelief and looked at Peter. "Is this true?" Peter nodded and said, "I never stopped you from becoming Spider-Man, Gwen, because I understand, sometimes destiny is because of character. Your kindness is destined that you will not sit back and watch people in New York suffer disasters. Sooner or later, you will be influenced by certain things and return to the path of a superhero. If you don't do this, you not Gwen. So all I can do is decide to support you and protect you when necessary. Because this is indeed a difficult road and I don't want you to get hurt too much. But as long as I becoming Spider-Man, you will cease to exist. This person should be you." Gwen said sadly. Peter looked at her. "Do you want me to lose you?" "No, I didn't mean that. I just..." Gwen paused. "I just can't understand why Peter and I can only exist as one." She thought of another world where Peter's girlfriend seemed not to be her, but to Mary Jane, which made her even more uncomfortable. This is not scientific at all. Guyi listened and took a sip of tea silently. "But I'm back," Peter said softly. "It didn't succeed, and it's even less likely to succeed in the future." This sentence made Gwen feel a little better. "Yes, even the world can't separate us." "Wait, you haven't told me how you became the Black Superman." Gwen suddenly remembered something and said. She suddenly became very curious about this period of history. However, Ancient One stopped her. "Do you have to be so loving as we are?" She was shown their affection by the two of them. Although the Supreme Mage's indifferent mood would not be affected by this, she couldn't. Watching the two of them stuffing dog food into her mouth like this, Gwen could only stop sadly. Then, Ancient One looked at Peter and said, "I haven't congratulated you yet, but you actually made the symbiote god rich. To be honest, I was very shocked by this. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. No, I can't come back through the barriers of the universe, and these crises beyond my capabilities are more or less aimed at me," Peter replied. This made Gwen's heart tighten, and her hands under the table couldn't help but stretch out and hold Peter tightly. But Guyi seemed to have seen through everything and said with a smile, "But you already have a solution, right?" "That's right." Peter looked at Gwen. "So, I may not be able to return as Peter, Gwen when?" "What do you mean?" "I can only appear in front of everyone as Black Superman. This is a way to deceive the world, which can more or less reduce some pressure and make those crises only come towards me, until the day I can completely solve it." "Gwen, you understand what Peter means. Although it is a bit regretful, this seems to be very good." She asked reluctantly, "Even you can't solve it?" "Come on, I've found a way," Peter responded. Gwen felt more at ease, as long as Peter was sure. Guyi said with some pity, "Looking at you, you don't intend to take over as the Supreme Mage at all." It's a pity, I really want to pass this position to you. Huh. Gwen was shocked, feeling like I heard some incredible secret. Peter shrugged and said, actually, I have a good solution. Oh. Guyi's eyes lit up and he looked over with interest. Peter looked at Gwen. Guyi understood instantly. Gwen blinked, feeling as if something bad had happened to her. Sure enough, the next second she heard Peter say, isn't Gwen a very suitable candidate? Gwen never expected that Peter would suddenly recommend him to be the Supreme Mage. She doesn't know any magic and doesn't understand anything in this area. In fact, this is the first day she knows about the existence of the Supreme Mage. She has no idea what the Supreme Mage means. How could she be the Sorcerer Supreme? Gwen thought silently in her heart. And she was not the only one who thought so. Ancient Yi gave Gwen an easy look and said, a good candidate. But as a Supreme Mage, she is not qualified. Ancient Yi rejected Gwen. It is true that as Spider-Man, Gwen's kindness and sense of responsibility are very good, not to mention her magical talent. As the most popular superheroes in Marvel, magic has never been an obstacle to them. There are also examples of Spider-Man being elected as the Sorcerer Supreme in the comics. Not to mention that Guyi's requirements in this regard are actually not too harsh. However, in addition to kindness and responsibility, the Supreme Mage also needs some other qualities. In theory, the Supreme Mage has huge power and will face many difficulties and temptations that ordinary people cannot access. Therefore, her successor must be mature enough in character and judgment. Her job is completely different from that of a street hero. Therefore, this was the reason why Guyi had always hoped that Peter would succeed him. If it didn't work out in the end, she would have no choice but to follow the original plan and choose Strange. And when she heard that Guyi denied her, Gwen didn't feel angry, but felt relieved. This is how it should be. She doesn't know anything yet, and rashly taking on an unfamiliar responsibility can easily lead to disaster. But Peter touched Gwen's head and remained firm in his thoughts. Of course not now, in the future, I believe Gwen will become a qualified successor. He had no intention of letting Gwen take office immediately, then is crazy. Guyi didn't expect Black Superman's decision to suddenly become so resolute, which was a bit surprising. She certainly believes that Gwen will become a qualified successor in the future, especially under the training of Black Superman. But who knows how long it will take. The postponement of her old age retirement plans will certainly be delayed by this. This is intolerable. But it's not the best choice for me, Guyi replied. Peter did not respond directly to Guyi's question, but sighed. If Gwen becomes the Supreme Mage, then I will definitely become her most solid supporter and backing. Of course, I understand, Guyi said halfway through. He suddenly paused. As if she suddenly thought of something, her originally indifferent and easygoing eyes suddenly flashed. You have reached this point. Peter nodded. Ancient One seemed to be unable to recover for a long time because of his surprise. It was rare for things to surprise this Supreme Mage who had lived for thousands of years. After a while, she let out a long sigh and said, that's right. After all, even NAR was defeated by you. What else is impossible? I should have thought of it earlier. A Supreme Mage can no longer bear your power. I'm qualified? Gwen listened to the two Riddlers talking, feeling confused and could only glance at Peter secretly. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. So, you agreed? Peter said. Guyi rolled his eyes angrily. Can I still refuse to agree? After all, she was facing a powerful demon from the future. It may even be multi-level. Although the duty of the Supreme Mage is to protect the Earth and deal with demons of various latitudes, demons are also strong and weak. In essence, they refer to those beings whose life levels are much higher than humans. And no matter how powerful the Supreme Mage is, he is still at the level of a mortal in terms of life level and power level. This is an essential difference. The summary is that the ones that are rubbish, and the ones that are awesome are ridiculously awesome. And Black Superman seems to have decided to embark on the path of transcendence. With his current power, if he truly transcends one day, he will most likely be the type of demon god who is a multidimensional or less overlord. Even the big boss behind the Supreme Mage, the god of white magic, the three-faced Emperor Wei-Shen, is only a multi-level player. Peter's purpose was obvious. He did not want to become the Supreme Mage, but directly became the Supreme Mage's superior. Guyi could only sigh in his heart that his ambition was not small. And making Gwen the Sorcerer Supreme is even simpler. As we all know, the power of mages in Marvel does not belong to themselves, but comes from the dimensional demon. They borrow the demon's magic power and then pay the price to the demon. There are many costs, including body, soul, pain. It depends on the preference of each demon. Even the Supreme Mage has a dedicated group of ascetics who bear the cost of casting spells for him. Even Emperor Wei-Shen's white magic has to pay a price, but the price is milder than that of other demon gods. Because of this, even Ancient One would not dare to release many powerful magics. Because behind these magics may represent human lives. Even if she gave up her reputation later, cheated and deceived the devil in various ways, and robbed the demon by force, it was the same. But how could Peter make Gwen pay the price? Maybe, but it may not be the conventional one. In short, it is foreseeable that after Gwen becomes the Supreme Mage in the future, he may be the first mage who can use all kinds of magic without any scruples and at no cost. This treatment even made Guyi a little envious. If she could play like this, among other things, the dimensional demons around her would definitely suffer a big disaster. Gwen didn't know the way inside, and she didn't know that she already had privileges that even ancient Yi would envy. She only knew that Peter seemed to forcefully recommend her to become the Supreme Mage, and it seemed to be successful. No, I just said that the Supreme Mage is so awesome, why did he compromise so quickly? The figure is too soft? She was worried in her heart, and it was not until the two of them left Karmatage and returned to New York that she said, Peter, what exactly is the Supreme Mage? Am I really capable of this? She was not very confident in herself. Peter felt that Gwen might have been intimidated by Guyi's calm, indifferent and easygoing appearance, and immediately decided to tell her the true face of the Supreme Mage. As for Guyi, I believe she won't care. Gwen was dumbfounded after hearing this. After the Supreme Mage had a soft body, she added many labels of a corrupt gangster. Besides, after you become the Supreme Mage, I will always be by your side, so you don't need to feel hesitant. Peter said. Gwen, who didn't know anything about magic, didn't understand what Peter's promise meant at the moment. She just felt a little relieved when she heard that Peter would always be with her. She took the opportunity to stick to him and buried herself tightly in Peter's arms. After hugging him for a while, Gwen let go of Peter and looked a little weird. What's wrong? Peter asked. It's nothing, it's just, Gwen raised her head and looked at Peter, and couldn't help but complain. Although I know that Black Superman is you, I don't know why, but I still feel weird. Maybe it's because Black Superman and Black Superman are not the same. The reason why Peter's two identities were so divided was that Gwen was unable to integrate them all at once. Especially now that Peter is still wearing the Black Superman suit. In this regard, Peter said very understandingly, it's okay, Gwen, you don't have to force yourself, you don't have to hold me. I don't. Gwen objected and hugged Peter tighter. You know, I've missed you so much during this time. I felt it from the strength of your hug. The two were warm for a while, and seeing that it was almost time, Peter said, it's time for us to meet Tony and the others. Gwen hesitated, but your identity, how should I tell them? The only one who has returned is Black Superman. The less people know about my identity, at least for the time being. That's really no problem. Gwen asked a little uncertainly. Of course, trust me. Justice League building. Tony, Steve, Banner, and other Justice League superheroes gathered together early today. All of them were shocked by the memory that suddenly appeared in the morning. Not to mention a few of them, the whole world was boiling like a pot boiling. Oh my god, there is something like this that can only appear in mythical science fiction novels. Someone can really tamper with the memories of humans all over the world. This even caused concern among some experts and scholars, who stood up and said, I can't confirm now whether our history has been tampered with in this way. Of course, no matter how uproar the outside world makes, it will not affect the Justice League. The only similarity is that some people in Steve, like the outside world, don't know that Black Superman has returned. Expressions of shock were followed by deep concern. The Earth no longer has a powerful force to protect it. Especially for braised eggs and the like, a small number of guys actually began to miss Black Superman inexplicably. Memories can be whitewashed. Although Black Superman's attitude towards them was not friendly in the past, he can really solve problems? Tony and Banner are the only two people who know the truth. They know that the person under the Carnage mask is the Black Superman. Fortunately for Banner, Tony, who was the first to be hit by the flying dragon, seemed to have been shocked for a moment, with a complex and ugly look on his face. The shame and anger are mixed with relief and relaxation. He has been a bit too aggressive during this period of time, and now he can finally let go of some of his psychological burden and let himself go. Maybe I can sleep well tonight, Tony thought. When the members of the Justice League gathered together, he was able to announce this with a calm face. Black Superman is actually back. Everyone exploded. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Are you telling the truth? Tony, when did you come back? Where is Black Superman now? Wait, why did you know it first? Everyone's excited and curious look somewhat soothed Tony's injured soul. He whetted everyone's appetite and said, well, actually you have already met him. Then, naturally, after another round of pulling and ganking, Tony saw that time was almost up before telling the truth. Everyone was shocked. JPG. So now, when Peter and Gwen arrived at the Alliance building, everyone had an expected expression. On the contrary, Gwen, because she wanted to hide the fact that the Black Superman was Peter, became a little unnatural when she arrived. In fact, few people cared about this matter at all, so the thought of why did Black Superman come with Gwen accidentally popped up in Tony's mind, but it was only fleeting. Only Connors, after recovering his memory, thought he had seen through everything. He smiled on his face and even more in his heart, sitting firmly on the Diaotai. Naturally, the next step was to congratulate Black Superman on his return and reminisce about old times. There was not much to say in this part. The only point worth complaining about was that Tony turned on the projector and played today's live news. Someone actually proposed to build a statue for Black Superman. Like the Statue of Liberty, after all, Black Superman disappeared to protect the Earth. Unsurprisingly, this proposal was opposed, but surprisingly, there were also many people who agreed with it. In addition to the returning fans of Black Superman, there were also politicians who said that anyway, Black Superman is gone, so I just made it up. Mentality, boasting without any burden in order to gain political funds. After seeing someone eating crabs, many ghosts and ghosts imitated the same. You know, before this, they were a group of guys who were always worried about being targeted by the Black Superman. After the sun disappeared, they all came out of the corner, lay on the giant's corpse, sucked the blood and feasted on the dead man's wealth. It is nothing new from the past to the present. Peter just looked at this with interest and said, "Let the bullets fly for a while, Tony." The corners of Tony's mouth twitched. Although he didn't understand the meaning of Black Superman's words, he knew that this was going to mess with people's mentality and do bad things again. But he agrees with this. Evil people need to be punished by evil people, and he can't stand some people anymore. After that, someone didn't know who mentioned the patty celebration, and Peter didn't stop them. After all, who is an American without a patty? But before that, Peter needs to send the symbiotes back to their own universe. In this regard, Gwen, Phantom and several other symbiotes could only express their reluctant farewells. There are also other people involved in the symbiote incident, such as Gordon, Jessica, etc., who all need condolences afterwards. Of course, he kept Peter by himself, and it will be useful later. In the second half of Patty, after everyone had fun, Peter and Gwen found an excuse to leave first. Gwen also drank some wine today, with a slightly tipsy and attractive pink face. Perhaps because she released her emotions, she was particularly energetic today. Seeing this, Peter covered himself with a massacre skin and danced with her through the streets. People who didn't know it thought that Spider-Woman was fighting monsters again, and they all lamented that although she had been away for half a year, she was really dedicated when she came back. It wasn't until Gwen got a little tired that the two of them found a building that overlooked the entire busy Manhattan to stay. It was dusk at this time, and the setting sun made the whole of New York golden, as if it was wrapped in a crispy shell. Gwen looked at this scene and suddenly became very interested. She walked to the edge of the stands on the top of the building, turned around and waved. "Peter, come here quickly, let me show you something good." After saying that, he fell down, inverted, standing at the bottom of the stand. The world is hanging upside down at this moment. The ground is above and the sky is below. Countless tall buildings are like upside-down stalactites. The picture is particularly unique and beautiful.